Naturally, Lu Zhou did not think much about these swords. The four of them walked forward. The low-ranked cultivators noticed this issue as well. After looking around, they did not find any sword that satisfied them. Ordinary swords needed to be nurtured and further tempered, which was too much trouble. Usually, the swords improved further into the mausoleum. Aijian walked and said with a smile, "Old senior, I'm curious. Who built such a huge mausoleum, and who gathered so many swords? What were their objectives?" Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "Sword mounds are places where swords are buried. After all, swords have longer lifespans than humans. Over time, the people died while the number of swords increased. Those with too much time on their hands gathered them and made these sword mounds so that the swords could be refined, tempered, and nurtured." Qingjun added, "The mausoleum of swords is nothing. In the past, it said that in Great Yan's misty forest, there's a sword mound that holds 10,000 swords. It's where the swords of countless 7- and 8-leaf elite cultivators are buried. Their swords are 1 in a million, buried along with the 10,000 others." Little Yuaner grumbled, "A bunch of nut jobs. They're not crazy. I can understand them. If I'm going to die, I'll gather all the good swords and bury them together. Nobody can defile my precious swords. I'll set up a grand formation to protect them. Then, I'll find 1,000,000 swords to be buried alongside myself. I'll be buried standing in the middle of the sword mound. I'll see who dares to covet my swords then," Aijian announced. Don't give me that look. I'm just bragging, just bragging." He chuckled, but his voice trailed off. The others stopped in their tracks, looking at Aijian as though he were a lunatic. Lu Zhou merely glanced at Aijian before continuing on his way. One of the 3 sword freaks, Aijian truly lived up to his name. Qingjun said, "The sword formation inside the Mausoleum of Swords is the 7-terminal sword formation. It's rumored to have been laid by powerful cultivators, using the 7 stars landing as a reference. Who knows how many years have passed since then? 7 stars landing? It's just something from the books, but the sword formation is indeed powerful. After all, it's capable of forming the 7-terminal sword formation. Low-ranked cultivators can never enter the core area of the sword formation, let alone take the demon sword," Qingjun said. As they finished speaking, they heard a wretched wail from the deeper parts of the Mausoleum of Swords. The others looked in the direction of the noise. "Someone's there. Let's take a look." Aijian remembered Qingjun's words and hastened his steps, determined to get the demon sword. If Si Wuya took it, he would never be able to reclaim it. The others moved quickly, with the low-ranked cultivators following closely behind. Although they were nervous, the thought of finding good swords deep within the sword mounds made them feel exceptionally excited and invigorated. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, and birds die for food. If they wanted riches, there was no easy path to take. They had to continue forward. Lu Zhou flew ahead. Aijian glanced at him and said with a smile, "Old senior." "What?" Lu Zhou asked as he flew. "Nothing." Qingjun was touched once again. He thought that Lu Zhou was considerate, slowing down to match his speed. Even at such a crucial time, Lu Zhou was still thoughtful towards him. The other low-ranked cultivators could only run on the ground. A short while later, the 4 of them flew deeper into the mausoleum. Whoosh! 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 Swords flew through the air. When they looked up, there was no source of light. "There are flying swords." "We're at the sword formation," someone said. Primal chi flowed through the air, as if some unique power was pulling it. The flying swords moved due to the airflow. Whoosh! 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 Many flying swords zipped past them. "There's a body," someone noted. With the faint light, they could see the corpse of a cultivator on the ground. Aijian went over to examine it and said, "He died recently." "A member of the Darknet?" Lu Zhou asked. "A member of the Core Heart sect," Aijian replied. What's a member of the Core Heart sect doing here instead of cultivating their core? Qin asked. To be precise, it's not just the Core Heart sect. People from the Celestial Masters sect, Henku branch, and the Seven Stars Villa are here as well. The Sword Mausoleum has finally opened, how could they let this chance slip away? Aijian explained. When little Yuan heard this, she asked in confusion, Master, is the demon sword really that powerful? It's one of the greatest heaven-grade treasures, Lu Zhou replied. Then, he seemed to think that merely describing it as a heaven-grade item did not do it justice. He added, it's one of the best. That was a vague way to describe it. However, it was enough to convey the demon sword's value. Whoosh! 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 More swords flew through the air, propelled by the surging primal chi. Aijian wore a faint smile as he unsheathed the dragon song. His sword glowed with a brilliant golden light as the energy blade began to spin. Bam! 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 More than 10 swords were deflected mid-air. Aijian merely glanced at them, clearly disappointed, and said, Yellow grade? Dragonsong returned to its scabbard. The fallen swords vibrated, trying to return to the sword formation. Ah! So they must be destroyed. What a pain, Aijian raised his hand. At that moment, the cultivators who had finally caught up exclaimed in surprise. Someone laughed happily. Yellow grade. It's a yellow grade sword. I want it. The cultivators quickly picked up the swords before they could return to the formation. We were right to bring them here, Aijian said. Qin added, those who got their swords and wish to live should leave right now. Thank you, senior. One of them called out. Don't thank me. Thank this old mister if you must, Qin replied. The dozen or so cultivators bowed to Lu Zhou. Thank you, old mister. Ding. Received genuine worship from 12 individuals. Reward, 120 merit points. There were also cultivators who were not satisfied with yellow-grade swords. They continued to follow Lu Zhou and the others. Bam! 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 Another loud explosion echoed further down the path. Lu Zhou stepped into the sword formation's range as if it were nothing, activating his protective energy. He gauged the damage inflicted by the sword formation. It was not high, it could be blocked by his energy. When Aijian saw this, he said, Your control over your primal chi is truly amazing, senior. I'm impressed. Lu Zhou ignored him and continued walking forward. Before long, they arrived at the deepest part of the Mausoleum of Swords. The scene that greeted them was shocking. There was a huge, towering tombstone, its top nearly disappearing into the ceiling. Dense rows of inscriptions covered the stone. The tombstone was shackled by 8 thick chains in different directions, standing steady in the center of the mausoleum. Swords of various sizes and lengths were scattered around the tombstone. The flying swords circling the tombstone were too numerous to count, resembling a school of fish swimming in the sea. These countless flying swords repelled the cultivators who wanted to get close. About 100 cultivators were spread across the area, staring at the tombstone. Lu Zhou frowned and said, Where's the item I want? He was not interested in these swords. His goal was to obtain the final remnant piece of the open heavenly writing scroll. Qin pointed at a dimly lit path in the distance. That tunnel. Little Yuan noticed it as well. She said, It's a tunnel that leads to your family's tomb. Aijian was taken aback. This little ancestor's words can make you choke. However, her words are true. Qin said, How are we supposed to get there? The 7-terminal formation is blocking our way. It won't be easy. Lu Zhou was thinking about this matter as well. There were too many flying swords in the sword formation, and they were powerful, too. Unless, he used an impeccable card while flying over. However, what if one card wasn't enough? What if there were other traps inside the tunnel? At that moment, the cultivators surrounding the tombstone charged toward the sword formation. Heed my orders. Take down the sword formation. The newcomers. Stand back and get in line. Get in line? They were all here to try their luck at obtaining good swords. Why did they have to line up? Aijian was confused as well. Tianxin said with a smile, there are too many people here. 4 of the 10 great sects are present, so it's only natural that they have priority. The remaining minor sects will certainly team up. The noble path is known for creating such meaningless rules. In the end, the factor that determines the ownership of the spoils is one's own strength. Indeed, a cultivator was hovering above the gathered cultivators. He seemed to be the temporary leader elected by those present, coordinating everyone's attacks. At this moment, the cluster of swords that circled the massive tombstone shot toward the crowd again. Attack! Palm prints, energy blades, Taoist seals, and Buddhist seals flew through the air. It was like a deluge of heavenly flowers. Bang! 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 Aijian greatly enjoyed watching this. He said, these people are actually quite smart. It's almost as if they're fishing. After a round of attacks, many flying swords fell from the air. However, the air currents quickly picked up other flying swords from the sword mounds, and they joined the orbit, circling the tombstone at high speed. The person who set up this 7-terminal formation was definitely a genius. The 7-terminal formation could carry enough flying swords to circle the tombstone continuously. Stop, the hovering cultivator shouted. Prepare for the next wave. Tianxin noticed that they were dividing the fallen flying swords among themselves. He shook his head. They've obtained quite a number of swords. However, it's impossible that the creator of the 7-terminal formation didn't consider this. When the number of swords inside the formation falls below a certain number, the 7-terminal formation will snatch the swords back. Upon hearing this, Aijian tightened his grip on his own sword. If I had known this, I wouldn't have brought Dragonsong here. He couldn't help but feel he might incur a loss. Tianxin smiled and said, don't worry. The 7-terminal formation will take the swords from the sword formation first. At this moment, the hovering cultivator looked at Lu Zhou's group again. Which sect are you from? We're not from any sect, Aijian replied. In that case, I'd advise you to fall back. This is the 7-terminal formation. Don't complain if you get hurt. Little Yuaner was about to lose her temper when she heard their words, but Lu Zhou said, let them have a go. If a bunch of powerless weaklings liked to be the vanguard and cannon fodder, he wouldn't stop them. Little Yuaner retreated. That's a brilliant move, old senior. Let's see how this goes. Aijian took a step back as well. This fits my style very much. However, Tianxin said, we'll have to guard against the people from the 4 major sects. I'm afraid their target is the demon sword. Lu Zhou stroked his bead and merely looked on silently. Meanwhile, near the secluded hut, Si Wuyao was basking in the sun. Yi Zhixing appeared beside him and bowed before reporting, Sect Master, we've received a reply from the Mausoleum of Swords. The old senior has entered the mausoleum. Si Wuyao's eyes flew open, and he furrowed his eyebrows. What did you say? Yi Zhixing was taken aback. This was the first time he had ever seen Si Wuyao's emotions so greatly fluctuate. Nevertheless, he obediently repeated, the old senior has gone into the Mausoleum of Swords. Si Wuyao slowly rose to his feet. His expression was rather stiff. Although he did not look particularly angry, his anger was palpable. He shook his head. My dear master, you're ruining everything. Then, he said slowly, I intentionally let slip that the Mausoleum of Swords is open. Second senior brother even opened the entrance himself. We did this so that we could gather those from the noble path there and finish them off in one go. Alas, their master had also gone into the Mausoleum of Swords. Did he really have to kill his master to ensure their plans would succeed? Yi Zhixing did not dare to have any opinion about this. He stood silently to the side, waiting for orders. No matter what orders were given, he would carry them out unconditionally. After a moment's silence, Si Wuya said, "Any word from second senior brother?" After Senior Sword Devil opened the entrance to the Mausoleum of Swords, he left. Senior Sword Devil doesn't like to be followed, and we lost him. Where's eldest senior brother? Mr. First is dealing with the righteous sect. However, he did mention that you can contact him at any time if needed, Sect Master, Yi Zhixing replied. Si Wuya considered this for a moment before sighing and saying, "I believe my senior brother's thoughts align with mine." In an instant, his expression returned to its usual calm as he continued, "Abort the plan at the Mausoleum of Swords." "As you wish, Sect Master," Yi Zhixing replied. Just as he was about to leave, Si Wuya added, "Who provided us with this information?" "One of the three great sword freaks, Jiang Aijian," Yi Zhixing said. "Conduct a background check on him." "Understood." Si Wuya was much calmer now, muttering to himself, "It's not all bad. At least we lured this big fish out of the water." Inside the Mausoleum of Swords, beside the massive tombstone, the flying swords continued to orbit around it. The group of cultivators repeated their tactics again and again. Stop. Another round had ended. "Count the spoils," the hovering cultivator commanded. "There are 50 swords in total. 10 without grades, 30 yellow grade, and 10 mystic grade. We're not very lucky. There's not even a single earth grade sword. Isn't it said that the Mausoleum of Swords occasionally produces a good sword? Why haven't we found a single earth grade sword after all these years?" someone questioned. "That isn't necessarily the case. We've only taken 50 swords. Earth grade and higher swords are rare to begin with. We won't be able to obtain them so easily." Then, the hovering cultivator nodded and said, "Continue." However, the cluster of swords around the tombstone suddenly flew in another direction. Bam! 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 The swords collided with each other. When they flew past the sword mounds, the swords on the ground were picked up, forming a larger cluster. 7 faint radiant circles shone on the ground. Qing Jun frowned and said, "This is bad. The 7-terminal formation has been activated." "It's activated just after 50 flying swords are taken? That bunch of idiots." Jiang Aijian was slightly stunned as well. He looked at the flying swords and said, "The door of the Mausoleum of Swords isn't open yet. Old senior. I've really been conned by your disciple." Lu Zhou regarded Jiang Aijian suspiciously. "My sources have been removed by the darknet. I had no choice but to come here myself." Jiang Aijian pointed at the growing mass of flying swords in the air and said with a sigh, "I've lost in my first showdown with Si Wuya. This is tragic." "Is that the look of a man who has experienced something tragic?" Lu Zhou said calmly, "He's only clever in trivial matters. He wants to do away with the members of the Noble Path using the 7-terminal formation. It's a good idea, but the Mausoleum of Swords tunnel is connected to the Imperial crypts. It makes no difference even if the entrance of the Mausoleum of Swords is barred." Jiang Aijian scratched his head and said, "Perhaps there are other traps lying in wait in the tunnel, which is why he's bold enough to come up with this plan." "Why don't we go and find out?" Jiang Aijian asked. The flying swords finally gathered together. They shot mercilessly toward the group of Noble Path cultivators. Whoosh! 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 This is bad. The 7-terminal formation is activated. Retreat! Fall back! A huge number of cultivators sprinted toward the exit. The flying swords sped up and pierced the cultivators' chests. In just a blink, more than 10 low-ranking cultivators lost their lives. Avatars then began to appear. Those with deeper cultivation bases activated their avatars and protective energies. Boom! 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 A massive golden body planted itself in the path of the flying swords. It was not an avatar but a golden body. The flying swords struck the golden body and were repelled. Everyone's attention turned to the golden body. A golden body was another form of manifestation for an avatar. In essence, there was not much difference between them. A Buddha's golden body. A Buddhist elite. It's a Buddhist grandmaster. This golden body was clearly larger than an Arhat golden body. An Arhat golden body was equivalent to a 5-leaf cultivation base, a Bodhisattva golden body to a 6-leaf base, and a Buddha golden body to a 7 or 8-leaf base. The golden body before them was a Buddha golden body. They did not expect to encounter a Buddhist grandmaster here. Jiang Aijian had once witnessed Lu Zhou unleashing a Buddha golden body at Renan's holy altar. Now, with another manifesting before his eyes, he immediately recognized it. He looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Compared to your Buddha golden body, senior, this is nothing. It's like comparing a grandson to a grandfather." Tianxin sounded puzzled as he asked, "Senior, you know the cultivation methods of the Buddhist and Zen sects as well?" Not only does he know about them, but if he claims he's second, no one would dare to claim the first place. Jiang Aijian did not hold back in his praise of Lu Zhou. Since witnessing the Buddha golden body, he felt that other Buddhist cultivators he met afterward were too weak and insignificant by comparison. However, to the others, this grandmaster was clearly impressive. Thunk. 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 The flying swords clashed with the golden body and flew back. The grandmaster exclaimed in a deep voice, "A bunch of trash." "HM?" The others were stunned. Why did this grandmaster use such vulgar language? "Abandon the flying swords," the grandmaster barked. Ununderstood. With such an elite present, the others did not dare to hold on to their swords. They tossed the flying swords away. When the swords fell into the formation, they were carried up by primal chi and returned to the 7-terminal formation. The sword formation slowly stopped its attacks and resumed its original form. The swords now orbited the huge tombstone again. If it weren't for the 7 faint radiant circles on the ground, they would have thought someone else was controlling these swords. When the 7-terminal formation was restored, the Buddha golden body disappeared. The effort the cultivators had exerted before this was all in vain. They had to relinquish the swords they had gone to so much trouble to obtain. Their attention was now focused on the grandmaster. At this moment, they finally had a clear look at his appearance. The grandmaster looked emaciated and was dressed in a grey monk's robe and cap. He was not young, in fact, he looked to be in his 60s, though he seemed energetic. "It's a Buddhist grandmaster. Where are our manners?" The others bowed to the grandmaster. At this moment, Jiang Aijian suddenly smiled and said, "Kong Yuan. What happened to you?" The monk frowned, his gaze as sharp as a blade, and looked at Jiang Aijian. The others exclaimed in surprise. "Grandmaster Kong Yuan? Grandmaster Kong Yuan of the Temple of Great Emptiness?" The Temple of Great Emptiness, the first among the 4 major Buddhist sects, had always commanded respect. However, since the incident at Renan's holy altar, its reputation had been tarnished. Despite this, since Kong Yuan was still an elite, they naturally feared to say anything. "You know me?" Kong Yuan asked. "Grandmaster Kong Yuan. I can understand why you dressed up as a minor monk, but please hide your Buddhist prayer beads. They stand out too much," Jiang Aijian said flippantly. Kong Yuan looked at his prayer beads. He must have exposed himself when he unleashed his golden body, and his primal chi activated the prayer beads. In the 4 major Buddhist sects, Kong Yuan was the only one who wore prayer beads. However, this was not important. Kong Yuan said in a deep voice, "In that case, there's no reason for me to hide. I'm determined to get the demon sword and the 7-terminal formation. I have no need for the others, and you can have all of them." How does that sound? The other cultivators dared not bargain with him. After all, strength spoke the loudest here. Honestly assessing themselves, they did not think they were worthy of wielding the demon sword anyway. If someone could lead them to take down the sword formation and they could gain the other flying swords, it was not a bad choice at all. "In that case, kindly provide us with a plan, Grandmaster," one of them said. "Grandmaster. I have no qualms with you taking the demon sword. However, this sword formation is extremely peculiar. How are you going to break it? The other cultivators who did not speak silently agreed with this. Aijian could not help but shake his head. The so-called members of the noble path were a bunch of cowards in the face of this bald donkey. They had no morality or backbones at all. Kong Yuan looked at the sword formation and said, I've made many preparations for this sword. Those who have no business here or who don't agree with me taking the demon sword can leave now. The way he asked them to leave was extremely unbecoming of his status. As soon as he finished speaking, two individuals broke away from the group and walked toward the exit. Aijian whispered, Oh, my. There are some with backbone as well. Kong Yuan did not stop them. His eyes were on Lu Zhou's group as he asked, Do you have anything to say, benefactors? Aijian said, I do. Let's hear it, benefactor, Kong Yuan replied. Kong Yuan had never met Lu Zhou before. Additionally, it was dim in the mausoleum. He did not even notice Lu Zhou standing there initially. Aijian said, What happens if you can't break this sword formation? Kong Yuan replied smugly, Since I'm here, it's only natural that I'm confident I'll be able to break it. I don't think you can break the formation. If you can't break this formation, why are you bragging about obtaining the devil sword? What a shameless character, said Aijian. Lu Zhou, Little Yuaner, and Qin Jun looked at Aijian. They were impressed by his eloquence. Kong Yuan was of high status and the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness. He would never allow anyone to question him. He immediately said, If I can't break this formation, then I'll disregard the demon sword. However, if I can't break the formation, who can? Aijian said, I don't know if anyone else can break this formation, but I know you can't. Kong Yuan looked at Aijian again. When their eyes met, Aijian felt a hint of killing intent directed at him. Aijian's heart skipped a beat. Is this what a Buddhist grandmaster is like? He retreated and deliberately moved closer to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said curtly, Scram. Scramming now. Aijian moved to the side. Is he trying to use his connections to intimidate others? How dare he use me? Kong Yuan ignored Aijian. He addressed the other cultivators and said, The disciples of the Core Heart sect, Seven Stars Villa, Celestial Masters sect, and Hanku branch will take up the vanguard. He called out the disciples of the 10 great sects directly. About 20 disciples stepped forward. Please give us your orders, Grandmaster. I'd like to see your true abilities. Don't embarrass your respective masters, Kong Yuan said. The 20 disciples exchanged glances. They shook their heads and sighed. Among them, the ones with the most profound cultivation had just recently entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. The rest were mostly in the Brahman Sea realm, with a few in the divine court realm. How were they supposed to fight against Kong Yuan? Let's start then, someone said. The cultivators returned to their original positions and manifested their avatars. Aijian couldn't bear to see those puny avatars. He looked at them sympathetically before saying, Old senior. Shall we? There's no hurry, Lu Zhou said apathetically. If someone wanted to be cannon fodder, he was more than happy to sit back and reap the benefits. Besides, he was not in his peak condition and wanted to conserve as many item cards as possible. Kong Yuan glanced at Aijian, a flash of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. A soft grunt rang in the air, and his monk robes fluttered, emitting a golden light. Bright mirror. Lu Zhou had seen the technique, bright mirror, more than once. The most recent time was from Jing Yan's disciple, a Buddhist grandmaster, called Wu Yan, on the Lotus Dais. It had to be said that Kong Yuan's bright mirror seemed much more powerful compared to Wu Yan's. The moment he began to shine, a huge circle of light expanded from him into the surroundings. Anyone within Bright Mirror's range would be affected. The cultivators felt a surge of power in their bodies, and a shocked expression appeared on their faces. Attack! Palm prints and Daoist seals were launched toward the incoming flying swords with much greater ferocity and force than before. Bang! 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 Kong Yuan was pleased to see this. The cultivators from the 10 great sects were far better than the minor sections. Under the effects of Bright Mirror, they were now even more powerful. The effect was much better than he had expected. Bang! 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 With this round of attacks, the cluster of flying swords was immediately taken down. Swords fell from the air. Just like before, the 7 radiant circles on the ground shone again. Jiang Aijian, puzzled, asked, "Old senior, what do these 7 radiant circles mean?" Lu Zhou answered, "The first is the celestial pivot, the second is the rotating jade, the third is the shining pearl, the fourth is balance, the fifth is the jade sighting tube, the sixth is the opener of heat, and the seventh is the twinkling brilliance. The first 4 form the body, while the 5th to the 7th form the handle. Together, they form the dipper." "I see," Jiang Aijian said, realization dawning on him. Little Yuaner looked at Jiang Aijian and said, "What is it?" "Don't ask me, I'm just faking it," Jiang Aijian said, glancing at the radiant circles on the ground. Tianxin explained, "This is the 7 stars landing. From the dipper's mouth to its handle, the order is the celestial pivot, the celestial rotating jade, the celestial shining pearl, the celestial balance, the jade sighting tube, the opener of heat, and the twinkling brilliance. When these 7 radiant circles merge, they are truly terrifying." The fallen cluster of swords seemed to grow fiercer as they attacked the cultivators. Whoosh! 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 "Grandmaster, aren't you going to do something?" someone asked. Kong Yuan snorted, launching several palm prints into the air. At the same time, he turned and ordered the remaining cultivators, "What are you waiting for? Find an opening and stop the 7 stars landing." The cultivators looked at the glowing, flying swords on the ground. With Kong Yuan and the others keeping the cluster of flying swords at bay, they were beside themselves with excitement. They ran toward the 7 stars landing. A few began to run over, and the rest followed as though it were the most natural thing to do. The crowd went wild. "Earthgrade! Earthgrade! It's an Earthgrade sword," someone laughed heartily. Some of the cultivators picked up Earthgrade swords from the 7 stars landing and were so thrilled that they seemed almost mad, oblivious to the danger they were in. Kong Yuan scoffed. "Open!" He suddenly retracted his palm print, and Bright Mirror vanished. The force of the attacks was greatly diminished. The flying swords darted past the cultivators on the ground and mercilessly pierced their bodies, causing a river of blood to flow. The cultivators just outside the range were stunned at the sight. Those at the 7 stars landing were turned into human skewers. Little Yuaner covered her face and turned away. In contrast, Lu Zhou's expression remained indifferent. Perhaps Ji Tiandao's memories and experiences had slightly desensitized him to such scenes. After all, he was no stranger to them. Just like this, 30 cultivators lost their lives. Some managed to escape, but they were in a dire state. "Kong Yuan! What are you doing?" someone questioned, glaring at him. Kong Yuan straightened his palm and said, "Ba. The 7 stars must be well fed before the demon sword can be obtained. Someone has to be the sacrifice. I commend their bravery. When I return to the Temple of Great Emptiness, I will surely hold a ceremony to help them cross over to the other world." Kong Yuan's actions enraged the crowd. However, Kong Yuan's eyes gleamed with a peculiar light as he said, "I gave you a chance, and you did not appreciate it. You have no one to blame but yourselves." The power of the 7 stars landing swelled with the fresh supply of blood. Radiant circles spread out. The blood of the cultivators flowed along the intricate veins, like meridians, in all directions until they finally connected. When the lines were complete, the 7-terminal formation was activated. Qingjun cried out involuntarily, "The 7 stars landing is activated. We won't make it out in time. Senior, what should we do?" It was clear he placed all his hopes on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou looked at the group of cultivators. Kong Yuan's aura was also changing. He glanced at the 7 stars on the ground and the cluster of swords in the air, which seemed to have gone berserk, and said, "Ba." His voice rolled out in sound waves. What a powerful sound technique. Those with weak cultivation bases felt their scalps go numb and their blood boil from the impact. Lu Zhou was completely unaffected. The unique restraining effect of Heavenly Writing's extraordinary power left him immune to the sound technique. Some of the other cultivators could not stand this. They cried out angrily, "Kong Yun! What are you playing at? You'll be part of the sword mounds." Kong Yun's expression darkened. Who would have expected a high monk to be so evil and vicious? The flying swords in the air flew at the cultivators. Many avatars and protective energies appeared, creating a breathtaking scene. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The swords stabbed like torrential rain. The range of the 7 stars landing widened until it covered the entire tombstone. The flying swords no longer orbited around it, they were now intent on reaping the lives of everyone present. Aijian raised a hand and formed an energy barrier before himself. "Old senior, I'll handle this. My master doesn't need your protection." How annoying, little Yuaner planted herself before Lu Zhou. Her energy formed a wall, acting as a shield in front of her. Aijian chuckled and decided not to bicker with her. Lu Zhou did not mind. At the corner they were in, they could avoid a lot of flying swords. The cultivators from the 4 great sects, on the other hand, were having a hard time. The cluster of swords was mainly attacking them. Whiz! 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 The tombstone suddenly trembled at this moment. Upon seeing this, Kong Yuan looked up and laughed heartily. My moment is finally here. He pushed away from the ground, evading the cluster of swords as a surge of black energy erupted from his body. In the blink of an eye, he was standing on the tombstone. He unleashed a palm strike downward. Boom! The black energy struck the huge tombstone, causing it to crack. Then, light began to shine through the cracks. Aijian frowned and said, "So, the demon sword is inside the tombstone." Lu Zhou was also taken aback. At that moment, Kong Yuan stood atop the massive tombstone, looking down at the others as if he were an emperor. His gaze finally settled on Aijian, while the cluster of swords continued to attack the cultivators in a frenzy. Kong Yuan remained unharmed, and Lu Zhou could see the dark energy bubbling around him. Projecting his voice, he said, "Fiend Zen?" Kong Yuan's gaze immediately shifted from Aijian to the old man standing beside him. This voice projection was no ordinary feat. Kong Yuan had never met Lu Zhou before, and the darkness made it impossible to recognize him. He said, "You have a sharp eye, benefactor." The last person to cultivate the Fiend Zen was the Fiend Temple's second seat, Tianxin. He is also the only person to have cultivated Fiend Zen to the nascent divinity realm. Lu Zhou's voice spread clearly to everyone's ears, seemingly unaffected by the 7-terminal formation. Kong Yuan shook his head. That weakling, Tianxin, could never be compared to me. I have cultivated both Zens. I'm the greatest Fiend Zen cultivator since the beginning of time. The others were shocked. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to break the 7-terminal formation." Kong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. If it had only been Aijian, he would not have been worried. However, the sudden appearance of this elite, based on his voice, set off alarm bells in his head. Are you waiting to reap what I have sown? The prayer beads, before Kong Yuan, floated up and hung on his palms. He spread his arms and swept his gaze across Aijian, Lu Zhou, and the others, saying, "The 7 stars have been summoned. Dear benefactors, please kindly go on your way." Ba. Kong Yuan pulled his palms apart, and the flying beads soared toward the group. Buddhist prayer beads were unique weapons. They could be used as hidden weapons and for self-defense. There were many ways to use them, but they also required a high cultivation level. Unlike sabers and swords, which focused on offensive techniques, these beads demanded more from the practitioner. The prayer beads shot forward, forming several black meteors in the dimly lit area. Whoosh! 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 Allow me. Aijian could no longer hold back and unsheath the dragon song. Lu Zhou saw that little Yuaner was eager to join in and called her back, let him. Oh. If this little girl charges forward too, am I supposed to rely on that useless Qin to protect me? Aijian moved with blinding speed, leaving a series of afterimages. A golden energy blade shot out. Bam! 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 It struck the incoming prayer beads, repelling them. Kong Yuan seemed to have anticipated this and said, nice sword. His face showed admiration as he looked at Aijian's sword. Aijian smiled and flew toward Kong Yuan. Meanwhile, the other cultivators were struggling to fend off the cluster of swords. The powerful air currents and energy pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. They could only watch as Aijian flew over. However, they were content to see this. Regardless of who emerged victorious, they would benefit. Kong Yuan also took flight and stood straight in the air, his lower body dark and his upper body bright. Zen. Good heavens! Those with common cultivation knowledge knew that fire and water were irreconcilable, and yin and yang could not coexist. Yet, Kong Yuan of the Temple of Great Emptiness managed to combine both Zens. Just how talented was he? For a long time it had been rumored that Kong Yuan, while in seclusion at the Temple of Great Emptiness, had made tremendous progress in his cultivation. Based on what they could see, it seemed the rumor was true. All of them looked at Kong Yuan in awe. It's no wonder monk Kong Yuan has the confidence to go to the holy altar. Having cultivated the twin Zen, even if the sect masters were there, they wouldn't be able to do anything against him. Well, unless the evil Sky Pavilion's old villain is willing to make a move. Kong Yuan's cultivation base has improved greatly, but he's still not brave enough to seek revenge from the evil Sky Pavilion. I think the old villain is the only one who can suppress him. Alas, this is the Mausoleum of Swords. Why would the old villain be here? The scene seemed peculiar. While it was one thing for the minor sects to worship the evil Sky Pavilion, it was another for these noble path cultivators to place their hopes on it. As Aijian stood in midair, a Dhyana Mudra appeared on Kong Yuan's upper body. It was a golden Dhyana Mudra. At the same time, another Dhyana Mudra appeared on his lower body, this one black. The two mudras joined. Boom! 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 Aijian thrust his sword forward at Kong Yuan, leaving afterimages in the air. His strikes landed on the Dhyana Mudra. Kong Yuan shouted, "Get lost!" The converged Dhyana Mudra suddenly swelled, like a gust of wind, pushing Aijian back. I'm dodging. Aijian suddenly realized the old monk's defenses were too powerful. He decided to sidestep the attack. However, the Dhyana Mudra shifted and changed its size, as though Kong Yuan had rehearsed this attack thousands of times. Bam! Aijian raised Dragon Song before him, tightened his grip, and blocked the converged Dhyana Mudra. He reeled from the impact and hastily said, "Ow! Little girl, catch me!" Thud! Aijian crashed to the ground. Dazed from the impact, he felt sore all over. If not for his protective energy cushioning most of the fall, the twin Mudra would have caused him serious injury. "Serves you right," little Yuaner said with a smile. Meanwhile, Kong Yuan still hovered above the tombstone, pleased that his Dhyana Mudra had successfully repelled Aijian. However, he did not stop attacking. The Buddhist prayer beads scattered around glinted coldly before shooting forward again. No way. Aijian's eyes widened. He slammed a palm onto the ground, did a somersault, and retreated. Little Yuaner said, "Well? Go on." "I can't. I've done my best. I'm not a match for him at all." Aijian hastily waved his hands. Anyone with eyes could see Aijian had not even used his full strength. How could he have used all his strength when he had not even unleashed his avatar? As always, he was someone who cherished his life. Little Yuan snorted. A dense wall of energy formed before her. The Buddhist prayer beads returned, linking up to form a chain that hung on Kong Yuan. This monk isn't easy to deal with. His Dhyana Mudra can block Dragon Song, Aijian said. I'm afraid you're the only one who can handle this, old senior. Master. Little Yuan wore a disapproving expression when she looked at Aijian, then changed it to one of pleading when she turned to Lu Zhou, clearly begging for permission to fight Kong Yuan. Though little Yuan had many treasures, Lu Zhou did not feel at ease. Indeed, Aijian had not used his full strength, but from their earlier exchanges, Lu Zhou could tell the old monk had many skills yet to be revealed. If he launched a powerful attack, they would surely suffer significant losses. Let it go, Lu Zhou said, shaking his head. Kong Yuan smiled. Isn't it a little late to think things through? I said I'm determined to get my hands on the demon sword. Lu Zhou did not rise to his taunt. A demonized Zen isn't true Zen. Any Zen that can kill is good Zen, Kong Yuan retorted. I'm the only person under the heavens who managed to cultivate twin Zen. Lu Zhou sighed and shook his head. I thought you had some other shocking method to break the 7-terminal formation. I've overestimated you. Just as Lu Zhou raised his hand to use a deadly strike card. Crack. The huge tombstone cracked open, large pieces beginning to fall off. Bang. 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 The inscriptions on the tombstone, strangely, floated into the air. They were densely packed like sardines in a can. The 7 radiant circles shone much brighter than before. When the rubble had completely fallen away, a bronze sword could be seen hovering in the air. The inscriptions began to converge, like moths drawn to a flame, shooting toward the massive sword. Black smoke billowed, and the huge sword, seemingly activated by the inscriptions, vibrated slightly. The 8 chains surrounding it tightened around the sword. The others were shocked. The chains were not meant to stabilize the tombstones, but to keep the massive sword in place. Kong Yuan, hovering in the air, laughed excitedly as he saw the demon sword. Finally, I'm rewarded after all these years. His laughter echoed throughout the mausoleum of swords. The cultivators were already struggling to repel the cluster of swords, and the sound waves pushed them further back. Those who couldn't withstand the force fell to the ground. Lu Zhou had initially intended to take Kong Yuan down, but he hesitated when he saw the massive sword. The sword seemed peculiar. Buzz. The massive sword vibrated as if trying to break free from the chains. Kong Yuan said in a deep voice, "Don't mind me, I'll be taking the sword." He flipped in the air, palm outstretched, and as he descended, he gripped the demon sword. His energy enveloped the demon sword. Boom. As if sensing the intrusion, the inscription suddenly scattered. Kong Yuan's eyes widened, and he was pushed back by the inscriptions. At the same time, a blinding light burst from the 7-terminal formation. The surrounding swords, summoned by the demon sword, changed direction and quickly gathered. Swoosh! 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 Shadows of flying swords could be seen everywhere. Kong Yuan did not expect the demon sword to be so difficult to tame. He immediately activated his Dhyana Mudras. Bam! 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 The cluster of swords attacked Kong Yuan. The remaining flying swords targeted the other cultivators. The cultivators from the 4 great sects were beginning to drop like flies. This was an indiscriminate attack. What a terrifying sword, Jiang said in shock. It has accumulated power for many years, and now it has let loose in one go. Indeed, it's terrifying, Tianxin said in awe. At this moment, countless flying swords shot toward them. Little Yuan kept the flying swords at bay with her energy. Kong Yuan had the shortest end of the stick. Is that old monk that powerful? Jiang Aijian did not expect the converged Diana Madra to be capable of repelling so many flying swords. It formed an independent space. Bam! 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 The chains began to snap one after another. It did not take long before all 8 chains had broken. The demon sword was free. It accumulated the power from the inscriptions, and its blade glowed scarlet. After a brief vibration, the demon sword changed direction. The other flying swords gave way. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demon sword shot toward Kong Yuan. His eyes widened when he saw it. His Diana Madra expanded and spread out. Bam! The demon sword was blocked by the Diana Madra, but it merely paused in the air for a brief moment before stabbing at Kong Yuan again. This is the demon sword's territory. It's also strengthened by the 7 terminal formation. Kong Yuan's out of luck this time. Jiang Aijian seemed excited as he watched. Meanwhile, the demon sword attacked Kong Yuan in a frenzy, as though it had an inexhaustible source of energy. Bang! 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 Kong Yuan had no choice but to fight the demon sword with all his might. His Fiend Zen, Buddhist seals, and attacks landed on the demon sword, but they did not seem to affect it at all. As time passed, the demon sword's power seemed to increase rather than decrease. Then, a Buddha golden body appeared. The huge golden Buddha repelled the flying swords. The demon sword, however, continued to relentlessly search for an opening. No way. Not even a Buddha golden body can suppress the demon sword? Jiang Aijian gulped. How was he going to obtain this sword then? Since the Buddha golden body could not suppress the demon sword, Kong Yuan was certain to lose. Avatars and golden bodies required vast amounts of energy to maintain, making it difficult to sustain them for long periods. As expected, the moment the Buddha golden body disappeared. Whoosh! The demon sword shot at Kong Yuan at a terrifying speed. Kong Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the demon sword. I can't believe this. Kong Yuan fell from the air and landed on the ground with a loud thud. His lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Strangely, the Buddhist prayer beads were still glowing dimly. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. After all, Kong Yuan was the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness and possessed a 7-leaf twin Zen. How could he have been killed by the demon sword? It was hard for everyone to believe, but the truth was laid bare before their eyes. Once the demon sword had achieved its objective, it turned and flew toward the cultivators from the 4 great sects, killing them in a frenzy. Compared to Kong Yuan, these people were miserably weak. With each strike, a life was taken. A rain of blood began to pour. Upon seeing this, Tianxin said worriedly, "Old sir, this can't continue. The demon sword will turn on us sooner or later." However, little Yuaner responded, "They deserve it. That's how they behaved when they laid siege on Golden Court Mountain." The people from the 4 great sects were already enemies of the evil Sky Pavilion. It was good news for them to be killed by the demon sword, otherwise, they would surely attack the evil Sky Pavilion with the other sects sooner or later. The remaining members of the minor sects scattered and ran. Perhaps they were too weak. After the demon sword killed a few of them, it turned toward Lu Zhou and the others. Jiang Aijian said with a hint of helplessness, "Heh. This demon sword sure knows how to pick its opponents. A sword is a sword, after all. It's being powered by the formation and isn't sentient. Perhaps someone is controlling it from behind the scenes," Tianxin speculated. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. He surveyed his surroundings, but found nothing out of the ordinary. At this moment, Jiang Aijian leaped out and parried the demon sword with Dragon Song. Sparks flew. Energies collided. They exchanged several blows over a few rounds, but Jiang Aijian did not gain the upper hand. In fact, if this continued, he would suffer the same fate as Kong Yuan. Thus, he chose to retreat. He combined Dragon Song's energy blade with the Tao of invisibility, and with swift movements, he appeared next to Lu Zhou. He wiped the sweat from his face and said, I can't beat it. I can't beat it unless this stupid formation is broken. You're too weak. In the end, I'm the one who has to do this. Little Yuan could no longer stay idle. She stepped on a cloud, unleashed her nirvana sash, and engaged the demon sword. Jiang shook his head and sighed. It's good that the little girl is competitive, but she's acting too rashly. He turned to look at the calm Lu Zhou and said, You seem confident in your victory, old senior. Could it be that you have a way to break the formation? There's no way to break formation, Lu Zhou said. Aijian scratched his head. He said with a stiff expression, No. Don't say that. I'm a coward. It's up to you to believe me or not, Lu Zhou said. Qing added, The eye of the 7-terminal formation isn't here. It can't be broken. It's over. It's over, it's over. Is my great legacy as Jiang going to end here? I've yet to realize my dream of owning 1,000,000 fine swords, Jiang said, worried. Bam. 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 The demon sword continued its barrage of attacks, striking twice more. Little Yuan summoned some energy and was forced to retreat. She staggered as she landed, nearly losing her footing. Again. Little Yuan wanted to charge once more. That's enough. Your cloud feather raiment needs to replenish itself as well. You'll endanger your life if you charge in again, Qing said. The demon sword did not discriminate between its targets and shot toward Qing this time. Bam. Qing cultivation base was only at the divine court realm. He instinctively summoned his energy, but the demon sword instantly penetrated it. His energy shattered immediately, and he was sent flying into a rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The demon sword hovered in the air, leveled itself, and then shot toward Lu Zhou. Master, Little Yuan said, trembling. Old senior. Lu Zhou frowned. Throughout the entire ordeal, he had been pondering how to tame the sword or break the formation. He did not expect the demon sword to target him so soon. He looked at the sword with a hint of helplessness and finally said indifferently, Stand back. Aijian shot toward Qing and brought him to the side. Little Yuan also retreated. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou rose into the air. The demon sword, unable to suppress itself, soared through the air to stab at Lu Zhou. Whoosh! Bam! The demon sword collided with a Buddha golden body. A 100-foot Buddha golden body materialized. Everyone looked up, including the cultivators of the minor sects who were clinging to their last breaths. The Buddha golden body towered over the massive tombstone. Lu Zhou walked on air, approaching the center of the 7-terminal formation with the Buddha golden body. No matter how the demon sword attacked, it could not breach the Buddha golden body. 10 seconds. I only have 10 seconds. Where's the eye of the formation? Meanwhile, the cluster of swords around the 7-terminal formation seemed to sense a powerful enemy and turned on the Buddha golden body simultaneously. The densely packed cluster of swords obscured everyone's view. The 100-foot Buddha golden body showed no signs of weakening. How powerful! That's a real Buddha golden body. The cultivators sprawled on the ground looked at the golden body in awe and asked each other, Who's that? Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too short a time. The moment the Buddha golden body vanished, the demon sword and the cluster of flying swords lunged at Lu Zhou. Boom! Another Buddha golden body appeared. The flying swords within its range were instantly defeated and fell to the ground. Jiang was filled with awe. I'm impressed. He can shrink and expand his golden body at will. I'm fucking impressed. Lu Zhou seemed to have found a solution. With this, dozens of flying swords fell and lay motionless on the ground, clearly damaged. Lu Zhou raised his right hand. In his palm, the short and exquisite unnamed, suspended, and glowed with a faint red radiance. 10 seconds should be enough. Every second counted in a fight between elites. Moreover, this demon sword showed no intention of dodging at all. In that case, he would fight it head-on. Without hesitation, he charged at the demon sword at blinding speed. The cultivators widened their eyes as they witnessed the scene. The Buddha golden body moved forward, revealing only its upper half. The lower half of the golden body was hidden by the cluster of swords. With Lu Zhou's swift movement, the cluster of swords scattered and fell from the air. The demon sword seemed fired up, vibrating and buzzing as though it had found its mortal enemy. Lu Zhou wielded Unnamed and slashed at the demon sword. The two swords collided with a loud bam. A blinding light burst from the point of impact, and surging primal chi blew through the air like a flurry of hurricanes. The energy knocked the flying swords out of the sky like icy blades. Lu Zhou did not glance at Unnamed. He felt it with his palm and knew that Unnamed was unharmed. He stared intently at the demon sword, while keeping an eye on the countdown on the dashboard. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. His time was up. The Buddha golden body vanished on cue, and everything fell silent. The cluster of swords in the 7-terminal formation fell, and the surroundings glittered with light reflecting off the swords. Some of the taller mounds resembled hedgehogs. The demon sword remained undamaged but had ceased its attack. Instead, it hovered in front of Lu Zhou, vibrating lightly. Its tip, originally aimed at Lu Zhou's forehead, now slanted to the side, targeting Unnamed. Lu Zhou pondered what to do if he used all his impeccable cards and still could not suppress the demon sword. In that case, he would have to use his final peak trial card. However, the demon sword did not move. The cultivators in the Mausoleum of Swords watched as one man and one sword faced off. Apart from being in awe, they were also bewildered. They were certain that the Buddha golden body was much more powerful than Kong Yuan, which meant there was hope of taming the demon sword. The swords of varying grades scattered on the floor were the treasures they coveted. With this, the fear brought about by the demon sword began to fade. Bzzzt. The demon sword vibrated again. Lu Zhou opened his right palm, and Unnamed hovered above it. What surprised him was that the demon sword seemed to retreat. Aijian was shocked. As the leader of the 3 sword freaks, I have one thing to announce. Little Yuaner and Qing looked at Aijian speechlessly. What constructive statement could he possibly make at this crucial moment? Aijian continued, Dragon Song can only play second fiddle to the old senior sword. His sword is too beautiful. The demon sword did not move. Lu Zhou looked at the demon sword skeptically, then waved his hand. Unnamed flew out, and the demon sword retreated. Unnamed returned to Lu Zhou's hand, and he nodded. Although the exchange just now could not destroy the demon sword, it was enough to scare it. This was indeed a strange scene. Since the demon sword was afraid of Unnamed, Lu Zhou decided to unleash Unnamed's full might. He tossed Unnamed out, and it hovered in the air as energy began to shroud it. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, countless unnamed energy blades appeared. The fluctuations of the primal chi and the intensity of the energy were not powerful, but the demon sword still sensed the threat from Unnamed. Whiz! The flying swords around the 7-terminal formation vibrated simultaneously. The demon sword seemed to be summoning the swords. For a time, the flying swords appeared to stab at Unnamed at blinding speed. Bam! 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 Lu Zhou retreated swiftly. If needed, he would use an impeccable card. However, reality proved that his worries were unfounded. The demon sword summoned a cluster of swords and attacked Unnamed. They seemed to be bound together. Bang! 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 The fight went on for a few rounds. Boom! A huge halo appeared with Unnamed at the center, and it charged into the cluster of swords, repelling all the swords. After the burst of unique energy, Unnamed regained its original form. It hovered in the air, glowing with a faint red radiance. The cluster of swords fell. Crack! 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 The low-grade swords could not withstand the terrifying power and were destroyed on the spot. Even those of acceptable quality were strewn across the ground, seemingly trembling in fear. This filled the cultivators with despair. All the swords that clashed with Unnamed were broken. Their eyes widened as they stared at Unnamed. What sword is that? None of the swords, except the demon sword, can match that one. Aijian's eyes lit up. He nearly dropped Dragon Song, his focus entirely on Unnamed. Lu Zhou was also surprised. Unnamed's sharpness had exceeded his expectations. Whiz! The demon sword charged at him. Lu Zhou summoned his primal chi to control Unnamed and deflected it. Bam! 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 There were 3 consecutive collisions. The demon sword was repelled. This time it was not as lucky as before. The demon sword fell. The 7-terminal formation is destroyed. Without the cluster of swords, the 7-terminal formation can't operate anymore. The cultivators saw hope at this moment. Although they felt it was a shame that the low-grade weapons were damaged, the remaining undamaged swords were of good quality. This would save them the time of sorting through the good and bad swords. Tianxin straightened his back, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and gazed incredulously at the 7-terminal formation on the ground. Why had the formation deactivated when they hadn't even found its eye? It didn't make sense. He looked around but saw nothing unusual, only Unnamed. As for Aijian, he was in a daze, staring unblinkingly at Unnamed, almost drooling. It seemed he no longer cherished Dragon Song as much as before. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou stood straight as he hovered in the air, his eyes fixed on Unnamed. Suddenly. Bam! The demon sword finally fell in the center of the 7-terminal formation, buzzing and vibrating. The inscriptions converged from it and swarmed into the air like bees. These inscriptions, the power. Lu Zhou was perplexed. He didn't recall Unnamed immediately but watched silently as the inscriptions converged toward Unnamed, surging with power. Jiang wanted to cry. The demon sword has submitted. The energy it nurtured over the years is being taken by the old senior sword. This was a clear example of the survival of the fittest. The world of swords seemed much simpler than the world of men. The victors ruled, and the vanquished were reduced to nothing. Who would have thought the demon sword would submit after falling to the ground? The demon sword continued to vibrate on the ground. The inscriptions on it surged toward Unnamed. The inscriptions on the huge tombstone numbered in the tens of thousands, rising into the air like a thick cloud of black smoke. After absorbing the energy from the inscriptions, Unnamed began to spin. Lu Zhou eyed Unnamed suspiciously. Ever since he had obtained Unnamed, all he could do was study its sharpness and attempt to determine its grade. Would Unnamed's strength increase after absorbing this power? A moment later, Unnamed stopped spinning. The demon sword lay flat on the ground, motionless. The inscriptions on it had completely vanished. Lu Zhou could clearly see that the red glow on Unnamed was now more intense. It seemed longer as well. Its grade? Lu Zhou was still uncertain about it. With a thought, he gave it a command. As expected, Unnamed returned to his palm. He issued another order, and Unnamed morphed into a black rock, a hammer, a saber, a prong, and other weapons. However, it was only surrounded by the peculiar inscription's energy when it was in the form of a sword. The sword form was much more powerful than the other forms. It seems like it still has limitless potential, so its grade is still unknown? Anyway, this was not the time to study Unnamed. Lu Zhou put it away and surveyed his surroundings. It was eerily quiet. After confirming it was safe, he descended to the ground. Upon calculating, he discovered he had lost 2 impeccable cards and not earned a single merit point in this debacle. He looked at the 7-terminal formation on the ground. Indeed, it was no longer shining and showed no signs of being active. Strange. Lu Zhou walked toward the demon sword. At the spot where the tombstone cracked open, there was nothing else except the 8 broken chains and the rubble. Only a handful of swords on the ground remained undamaged. Naturally, the swords that survived the battle were good ones. At this moment, the injured cultivators got up and kowtowed to Lu Zhou sincerely. The sounds of their foreheads hitting the ground echoed in the mausoleum. "Thank you, old senior. Thank you, Grandmaster. You're my adopted parent. Please accept my act of worship." Ding. Genuinely worshipped by 15 individuals. Reward, 150 merit points. When he heard this notification, Lu Zhou did not know whether to laugh or cry. I'm far from being a kind person. The cultivators of the 4 major sects were practically wiped out. The remaining cultivators were from minor sects, and he had nothing to worry about. Lu Zhou walked up to the demon sword and conjured some primal qi. Suddenly, the monk, Kong Yuan, flipped back onto his feet. His double Dhyana Mudra flickered as it reactivated. He looked around with widened eyes. An incredulous expression appeared on his face as he took in the scene. What happened? How long have I been out? Where's the 7-terminal formation? Why is the demon sword lying on the ground? His brain hurt as memories flooded back. He remembered now. He was here to snatch the demon sword. He had been defeated by it and had fallen to the ground. Fortunately, his Buddhist prayer beads had protected him, so he was not critically injured. It's you? Kong Yuan's expression shifted from shock to fury. Kong Yuan. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Nobody can touch what's mine. I don't care how you broke the 7-terminal formation. I'm taking the demon sword away. Kong Yuan was completely oblivious to what had happened. Oh? For some reason, Lu Zhou was excited and delighted that Kong Yuan was alive. Kong Yuan straightened a palm and said, Old benefactor, I'm grateful you were able to break the 7-terminal formation. A sword like this, only an able person can wield it. Without warning, his double Dhyana Mudra burst forth. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I've said it before, Zen is Zen, and Fiend is Fiend. Fiend Zen isn't true Zen. Are you trying to teach me about cultivation? Kong Yuan chuckled. He did not deactivate his double Dhyana Mudra, and his face wore a disapproving expression as he said, Swa Xingchan's Fiend Zen is child's play. He can't hold a candle to me. I'm the only person in the world capable of cultivating Fiend Zen. If I'm second in Fiend Zen, who dares to claim the first? The 2 glowing Dhyana Mudras were the best proof of this. Lu Zhou shook his head. Frog in a well, he paused, then spoke, accentuating each syllable, I'll teach you what Fiend Zen truly is. He raised his right hand and directed his palm downward. A faint glow appeared in his palm, swirling counterclockwise. An ominous feeling rose in Kong Yuan's heart. Although there were no intense fluctuations of primal qi from the old man before him, he could not help but feel an inexplicable danger. The nearby cultivators frowned. Who's this old man? His strength is on par with Kong Yuan. Are the Buddhist sects fighting each other? When they recalled the massive Buddha golden body they had just seen, they thought it was an internal feud. They remembered the news of the conflict between the Heaven Choice Temple and the Temple of Great Emptiness that had spread throughout the cultivation world. The Temple of Great Emptiness had sent their forces on a punitive expedition against the Heaven Choice Temple. For some reason, the 4 divine monks were killed, and the Heaven Choice Temple was no more. To this day, nobody knew what really happened. The current situation looked exactly like an internal feud between Buddhist sects. Lu Zhou stood with his back straight, bent his arm forward, and pushed his palm forward. A miniature palm print appeared. A small seal of fearlessness? Kong Yuan was unsure whether to laugh or cry. He said disdainfully, Is this your so-called true Fiend Zen? This. Before he could finish his sentence, the miniature palm print suddenly enlarged as it approached him, growing to several feet tall. The small seal of fearlessness had instantly transformed into a great seal of fearlessness. Moreover, it was a black great seal of fearlessness. Kong Yuan hastily retreated, maintaining his double Dhyana Mudra with a fearful expression on his face. The others watched this with their mouths agape. Another F** King Twin Zen cultivator. Since when did the Buddhist sects produce so many elites? Is this even allowed? Whiz. Kong Yuan immediately activated his Buddha golden body while maintaining his double dhyana mudra. The Great Seal of Fearlessness can't do anything to me. Boom. The Great Seal of Fearlessness enlarged again. The golden Buddha body seemed like a decoration as the larger, black palm print held it in its grasp. Boom. A loud explosion sounded, followed by complete silence. Lu Zhou looked at the fading black palm print indifferently. Ding. Killed a nascent divinity tribulation realm target. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Break even. However, if this continued, he would one day be in a situation where he could not afford to use a deadly strike card. In any case, he had to kill Kong Yuan. After the black palm print faded away, a string of prayer beads dropped from the air. Ding. Obtained Buddhist prayer beads. Refining needed before use. This was an unexpected gain. He waved his arm, and the Buddhist prayer beads flew into his hand. The first among the four major Buddhist sects, the abbot of the Temple of Great Emptiness, the first of the Fiend Zen from the beginning of time, Kong Yuan, died on this day. Aijian was stunned. Clang. Dragon Song slipped from Aijian's hand. When little Yuaner saw this, she said condescendingly, and he called himself the first of the Fiend Zen. Tui. Aijian snapped back to the present and hastily picked up his beloved Dragon Song. He held it in his embrace and wiped it. Old senior, you surely make an impact whenever you make a move. I, Aijian, am impressed by no one else but you. The other cultivators cowed out again. Thank you, old senior. It was a shame he could not be rewarded for being kowtowed to twice. Lu Zhou ignored them. He waved his arm, and the demon sword flew into his hand. He wrapped his hand around it, and a biting cold traveled from its hilt into his palm. As expected, this was no ordinary item. Lu Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. The demon sword vibrated, unclear if it was from fear or an attempt to break free from his control. At this moment, a peculiar sound came from the tunnel. Creak. 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 Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound. Bzzzt. The demon sword was still vibrating. Without the enhancement of the inscriptions, the demon sword was much weaker now. Lu Zhou didn't have time to concern himself with the sound from the tunnel. He summoned his primal chi to suppress the demon sword. Old senior. Aijian stammered, pointing at himself. Lu Zhou glanced at him and asked, "You want it?" Aijian scratched his head sheepishly. The demon sword was large, nearly half a man's height, and it was broad and thick. Having lost the power from the inscriptions, it looked extremely unattractive. The blade was crude and uneven. Lu Zhou loosened his grip and pushed forward with his palm. Bam! The massive demon sword flew toward Aijian. Overjoyed, Aijian grabbed the demon sword and landed a few palm strikes on the blade. The remaining inscription power dispersed into the air, and the demon sword finally fell silent. Thank you, old senior. 10 years. I'm willing to serve you for 10 more years, old senior. Aijian looked at the demon sword lovingly. Little Yuaner and Qin Jun watched him speechlessly. Lu Zhou didn't care about the demon sword. His instincts told him that the inscription's power was the foundation of the demon sword's strength. The demon sword without the inscriptions was like an item without a soul, and it held no attraction for him. Perhaps only a collector like Aijian would treasure it. Aijian produced a rope from his pocket and tied the demon sword to his back, carrying Dragonsong before him. His happiness at this moment was almost palpable. The happiest moment in a person's life is when they obtain the thing they want the most after all. Creak. 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 The sound from the tunnel was getting louder. The others were at the tunnel again. The cultivators who survived had no intention of leaving. Qin Jun's voice trembled as he said, "That's the tunnel to the Imperial Crypt. I think it's been connected for a long time." Jiang Aijian said awkwardly, "Old senior, shall we come back another day?" I'll go. I'll go." Jiang Aijian waved his hands at once. After all, he could not allow anyone else to dig up his ancestral graves. Qin Jun looked at Jiang Aijian in confusion. It was one thing for Jiang Aijian to be eccentric, but why was he so enthusiastic about this task? He had heard of Jiang Aijian before. He knew this man loved swords and his own life the most. That tunnel seemed extremely dangerous. Was Jiang Aijian not worried about his life? Jiang Aijian cautiously ventured toward the tunnel, the demon sword on his back. He was now at the entrance of the tunnel. Suddenly, a black mass shot out from the tunnel. Bang! 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 Jiang Aijian instinctively conjured his protective energy and engaged the black entity in battle. The others immediately identified what the black mass was. A coffin. Good heavens! It's a coffin. The remaining cultivators were paralyzed with fear. Their knees went weak. They were already injured by the cluster of swords and were in no condition to run away. Bam! 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 The coffin spun full circle in the air as it crashed toward Jiang Aijian. Fortunately, Jiang Aijian cultivated the Tao of invisibility, which allowed him to move nimbly. With his energy and footwork, he dodged the coffin's attacks and was merely pushed back. What's wrong with me today? Why is my luck so rotten? Jiang Aijian used the momentum of the blows to retreat from the tunnel back to where the others were. The coffin did not resume its attacks, but hovered at the tunnel entrance. A living dead? Qin Jun frowned. The dead can never come back to life. There's no such thing as the living dead. It's probably someone trying to play tricks, Jiang Aijian said. The others stared at the coffin. A moment later, a deep, hoarse voice sounded from inside. Who trespassed into the mausoleum of swords? Little Yuaner glanced at Jiang Aijian and said, "Go and talk to him. It might be your ancestor inside that coffin." Well, she wasn't wrong. After all, the coffin did emerge from the tunnel. Naturally, only the bodies of Imperial family members were kept in the Imperial Crypt. Upon hearing this, Qin Jun looked at Jiang Aijian in shock. Is he from the Imperial family? Or is the little girl just teasing him? Jiang Aijian scratched his head and said, "My name's Jiang Aijian. How should I address you, senior?" A deep voice rang from the coffin. A young man? Jiang Aijian examined himself. What's wrong with being young? I'm strong and handsome, like a jade tree in the wind. The voice continued from the coffin. There's only one person under the heavens who could break the demon sword. That person should come forward. Whoever or whatever it was in the coffin was smart. Jiang Aijian glanced at Lu Zhou. No wonder. The old senior had concealed his aura. At this moment, he seemed like a weak old man, which was why the coffin had overlooked Lu Zhou's presence. It's you? Lu Zhou finally spoke. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, everyone was shocked. They know each other? The coffin remained silent for a moment before it spoke again. As expected, it's you. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, I thought you were long dead. I didn't expect you to be hiding here. Whoever was in the coffin gave a peculiar laugh. Old friend, everyone dies. I'm just waiting for it ahead of time here. Lu Zhou nodded but said, I'm afraid that's not the case. The demon sword, the 7-terminal formation, the inscriptions. You think you can find a way to extend your life, don't you? Extend your life? Everyone grasped the crux of the matter. Since ancient times, cultivators who stood at the peak were all seeking ways to extend their lives. Some even sought eternal life. This was only true for the elites. The coffin replied with a question, aren't you the same? Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. Outwardly, his expression remained calm as he stroked his beard and said, no. I came to terms with life and death a long time ago. The coffin hissed. Then it said, by my calculations, your time is almost up. Are you still defending the evil sky pavilion? As these words echoed, the cultivators wore horrified expressions. If they still did not understand what was happening, they were fools. The old man standing before them was none other than the evil sky pavilion's patriarch, old villain Ji, who once ruled the lands. He's old villain Ji? The cultivators began to cry, their mental states battered. Their faces twisted in anguish, and they were overwhelmed with fear. Run, run! They had survived the swarm of swords, the monk Kong Yuan, and the demon sword. But now, the very villain they feared the most had appeared. They would flee even if it cost them their lives. The dozen or so cultivators ran, ignoring the pain in their bodies. Lu Zhou did not care about these cultivators from minor sections. If they were from the 10 great sects, he would have killed them without hesitation. However, he had no grievances with the minor sects, so he decided to let them go. He looked at the coffin and stroked his beard. Gong Yuandu, though I am older than you, I will outlive you. A contemptuous laugh echoed from the coffin. Perhaps. Were you hiding in the mausoleum of swords just to find a way to attain eternal life? Lu Zhou asked. That's not all, Gong Yuandu said in his hoarse voice. I am also gaining insight into the path of the sword and my cultivation method. Insight into the path of the sword? All my life. I have wanted to face you, brother Ji. Alas, time and tide wait for no man. My cultivation base is slowly returning to the world around me. The black coffin hovered in the air, motionless. I didn't expect to meet you here, brother Ji, Lu Zhou said. Are the 7 terminal formation and the demon sword you're doing? I know nothing about the formations, Gong Yuandu replied. In other words, he was the one who left the demon sword here and erected the tombstone. After all these years in the coffin, did you have any insights? Gong Yuandu sighed deeply and said, I made some progress in my sword skills, but I'm limited by my cultivation base and couldn't fully utilize them. I'm not sure if I can match you now. Both Gong Yuandu and Lu Zhou were unmatched individuals. Perhaps only Gong Yuandu himself knew how much he wanted to defeat Lu Zhou. Do you want to defeat me that badly? I'm not the only one under the heavens who wants to beat you, Gong Yuandu retorted. Well, the answer was clear. Many wanted to seize the evil sky pavilion's treasures or kill the greatest villain of all time. At this moment, it was evident to everyone that Lu Zhou and Gong Yuandu, the one in the coffin, were old rivals. They naturally knew they had no place to interfere in the conversation between the two seniors. The voice from the coffin rang out teasingly. I'm curious. What's the Grandmaster of the Evil Sky Pavilion doing inside the Mausoleum of Swords? Did you come for my demon sword? You have many more treasures than I do. The atmosphere grew warmer as the old rivals conversed. The pressure from the coffin had also greatly lessened. Lu Zhou replied, There's something that belongs to me in the crypt of the ever-living emperor. You're as stingy as always, brother Ji. Are you talking about this? Gong Yuandu's voice had barely faded when the coffin flipped over, and a book dropped down. The coffin flipped again, and its lid closed. Lu Zhou caught the book with swift movements. It was cold to the touch, but this degree of cold was nothing to Lu Zhou. His divine court realm's protective energy was enough to repel it. The book had been carefully wrapped and decorated with the imperial family's colors and dragon insignia. Perhaps the imperial family was worried that the heavenly writing book would rot in the dark, damp environment. Hence, they made a special coating for it. Lu Zhou flipped through the book. Ding! Obtained open heavenly writing remnant piece, final. As expected, it was part of the open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou closed it and tossed it toward little Yuaner. She caught it and, out of curiosity, tried to read it. However, she could not understand a single thing and quickly lost interest. Gong Yuandu spoke from inside the coffin again. This is the only item that caught my eye in the crypt of the ever-living emperor. The other things were just ordinary. Since you're here to dig the grave, Brother Ji, I'm afraid this is the only thing that'll interest you. Gong Yuandu did not think that Lu Zhou's standards were lower than his own. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "This is precisely what I was looking for. The book contains some unique power, but I could never understand it. Since the ever-living emperor was buried with it, I thought it must have been a treasure. So, I kept it." With this explanation, everything was clear now. Lu Zhou's objective had been achieved. There was no longer any need to dig up Aijian's ancestral graves. "Gong Yuandu, if you wish to get out, I can take you with me," Lu Zhou said. Returning a favor with another favor would be considered repaying the debt. "No, thank you." The voice from the coffin seemed a little stifled, as though something was stuck in Gong Yuandu's throat. "I might not outlive you after all. You have a century before your time is up." Lu Zhou looked directly at the coffin. He sighed and decided to give up persuading Gong Yuandu. How many mortals live up to 100 years? It's much more difficult for a cultivator, I suppose. This person had often competed with him in the past. This was nothing but the departure of the old and the ushering in of the new. Birth, life, sickness, and death, this was merely the natural cycle of life. In that case, I won't force you. As Lu Zhou was about to leave, Gong Yuandu sighed and asked, "Before my time is up, may I have a fight with you, Brother Ji?" The others were taken aback. A rival was a rival, after all. Gong Yuandu would not miss an opportunity to challenge Lu Zhou before his own death. Little Yuan had initially been sympathetic to Gong Yuandu for trying to survive inside a coffin. At this moment, her sympathy was swept away. She said indignantly, "What's the matter with you? My master just fought another person for several rounds. Even if you win this match, it will be dishonorable. Besides, you're no match for my master." The coffin shook slightly, and a burst of laughter rang from it. "Brother Ji, I'm surprised you found disciples with that temper." "I'm truly impressed," Lu Zhou said, not rising to the taunt. "If you want to fight, come on out." Little Yuan chimed in, "That's right, come out." Jiang Aijian joined in as well. "Dear senior, since you're acquaintances, there's no need to fight to the death. Moreover, you mentioned your limit is approaching, and I'm sure your cultivation base has diminished greatly. Why must this happen?" Gong Yuandu said, "You've all misunderstood me. Since I'm fighting Brother Ji, it's only natural I want a fair fight. I won't strike a man when he's down. Brother Ji, how about we meet at the Evil Sky Pavilion after a month?" Lu Zhou was not bothered. "I'm just worried you won't make it past this month. With a life limit looming, no one could be certain when they would die. It could be today, tomorrow, or even a year later." Gong Yuandu gave a hoarse laugh. "We'll meet a month from now. If I can't make it, so be it." He figured it was time to accept his fate, having been so stubborn all his life. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and looked at the others. Jiang Aijian addressed the coffin, "Dear senior, since you're staying in the crypt, do me a favor and don't damage anything inside." "What's it to you? We should always respect the deceased." This time, the coffin did not reply. Lu Zhou glanced at the swords scattered on the ground. Jiang Aijian said at once, "I won't be taking these third-rate items." Qin Jun scratched his head awkwardly and replied, May I take a couple of them with me?" Jiang Aijian rolled his eyes and said, "Help yourself." Qin Jun was overjoyed. He picked up the two best earth-grade swords he could find. Jiang Aijian remarked, "Someone has an eye for things." "A man who loves swords won't settle for less," Qin Jun replied. "What do you know? We share the same interests." "How rude of me," Jiang Aijian said. "Don't mention it," Qin Jun responded. Lu Zhou shook his head. He placed his hands behind his back and walked toward the exit of the Mausoleum of Swords. The coffin vanished into the tunnel. Little Yuan left the Mausoleum of Swords with her master. The 7-terminal formation on the ground gathered some energy again. Master, who was that inside the coffin? Little Yuan asked. An acquaintance, Lu Zhou replied. Master, you have friends? To put it more precisely, he's a rival, Lu Zhou explained as he walked. So, do you have friends, Master? Little Yuan asked. I have many friends. Lu Zhou replied. Oh. Finally, they arrived outside the Mausoleum of Swords and saw the sky. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wizard. Jiang, Aijian and Qing Jun ran up to them as well. Lu Zhou did not immediately leap onto Wizard. Jiang, Aijian, he called. Old senior, what's the matter? Jiang, Aijian asked. Zhao Yu is still inside the palace. Look after her, Lu Zhou said. No problem. However, I need to tell you something, old senior, Jiang Aijian replied. What is it? Your 7th disciple, Siwuya, is on to me. Moreover, I'm certain he's close to discovering my identity. I must admit, I'm no match for him when it comes to gathering information. His men have been harassing my sources, and I've lost at least 5 in the past few days. They were important points of contact for me. If possible, can you perhaps give him a warning or two? Jiang Aijian asked. Lu Zhou leaped onto Wizard. Little Yuan sat in front, while Qing Jun stood on Wizard's back as it flew toward the evil sky pavilion. With the demon sword on his back, Jiang Aijian left the Mausoleum of Swords, a happy man. Meanwhile, inside the secluded hut, the grey-robed cultivator, Yijixing, appeared. He bowed and said, Sect Master, the old senior has safely left the Mausoleum of Swords. The demon sword is now in Jiang Aijian's hands. Siwuya opened his eyes, looked at the sun, and sighed, it's good enough that he left. Did you find out anything about Jiang Aijian? That man's movements are unpredictable and secretive. We found nothing yet. Continue your investigation. Understood. Siwuya stood up, placed his hands on his back, and asked, any news from the other 4 mice? Since the disturbance at Upper Prime City, the Darknet had established a connection with the 5 mice. They were not Darknet members, after all, and from his understanding of their temper, they might very well do something outrageous. No news about the 5 mice yet, Sect Master. What about the Evil Sky Pavilion? I don't think the 5 mice will be bold enough to attack the Evil Sky Pavilion again. Now that the Evil Sky Pavilion has someone like Lin Luo, it's as easy as killing a chicken for him to kill them, Yijixing said. What's the situation with Eldest senior brother? The righteous sect has 6 altars, and the green jade altar proves to be the most difficult to handle. The remaining 5 altars won't be a problem. Sect Master Yu wishes to ask your opinion on this, Yijixing reported. Siwuya pondered for a moment before he said, 8th junior brother, and I have been to the green jade altar before. We secretly drew the formation then. Give it to eldest senior brother. As you command, Sect Master, Yijixing said with a bow. Siwuya understood Yu Xinghai's thoughts. The Clarity sect was finished, and the days of the righteous sect were numbered. Yu Xinghai had long been eager to take down the righteous sect. Yu Xinghai had no intention of asking for his opinion, it was merely a pretext. What he wanted were the schematics of the formation. The Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou and Little Yuan finally arrived at the Evil Sky Pavilion. Duan Muxing approached them, holding the Overlord's spear. He kneeled and said, Master, you're finally back. What happened? Lu Zhou noticed that Duan Muxing did not seem to be in a good mood. Lu Qiuping has been rescued, Duan Muxing said. When Lu Zhou heard this, he frowned. These mice are audacious. They should have learned their lesson the last time they were here, yet they are still as impudent as ever. Where's Old Fourth? With Mingshi Yin's abilities, even if he could not capture the 5 mice, he should have been able to drive them back. Old Fourth? Old Fourth went to the divine capital. Didn't you see him, Master? Duan Muxing asked, clearly shocked. Lu Zhou had just returned from the divine capital but had not met Mingxirin. They must have missed each other. However, Lu Zhou was not worried about anything happening to Mingxirin. Moreover, Mingxirin had a tendency to surprise him. He decided to let Mingxirin be. Given the current situation, there was less need for him to restrict his disciples compared to when he had first transmigrated. Duanmuxing continued, they didn't steal anything. They only rescued Lu Qiuping. Elder Hua and Lady Yuexing injured them. Those mice were too cunning. As Duanmuxing finished speaking, Hua Wudao and Hua Yuexing approached from a distance. Hua Yuexing bowed and said, I was incompetent and let the 5 mice escape. Please punish me, Pavilion Master. Hua Wudao was not skilled in offensive techniques, so it was understandable that he could do nothing against the 5 mice. However, as a divine archer, Hua Yuexing allowing the 5 mice to run away indicated that they were more cunning than ordinary villains. After a moment of silence, Lu Zhou said, we'll discuss the 5 mice at a later date. That's all for now. After being busy for a few days, Lu Zhou wanted some time to himself. Understood, the others bowed. In a certain forest, Big Brother, 5th Brother's cultivation base, has been sealed. We can't do anything about it for the time being. What do we do now? The person in the lead was the eldest of the 5 mice, Han Yufeng. Han Yufeng glanced at Lu Qiuping, who was leaning against a tree stump, and said, the most dangerous place is the safest. The evil sky pavilion will never expect us to be resting near the Golden Court Mountain. That's brilliant, Big Brother. However, we can't do this forever. It's been 2 days, Su Wen, old second, said. Jiang Tang, old third, spat out the foxtail grass he had been holding between his teeth and replied, I think Big Brother's right. We should wait for an opportunity before making a move. Our rescue mission will surely raise their alarm. We can only be in peak condition once we have fully recovered from our injuries. Big Brother, 3rd brother has a point. Rescuing someone isn't our strong suit. It's a shame we weren't able to steal anything from the evil sky pavilion after being there twice. Riches are attained by taking risks. We've already offended the evil sky pavilion. Once we get our hands on some treasures, we can change our identities and live elsewhere. When old villain Ji is 6 feet under in 50 years, nobody can do anything to us, Lu Yunbai, old 4th, chimed in. The others nodded. Lu Qiuping, bearing the pain in his body, said, thank you, Big Brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother, for sticking out your necks to save me. We're all brothers, there's no need to make a big deal out of this, one of them replied. While they were planning their next big heist, a cold breeze blew through the forest. Russell. Who's there? Han Yufeng, the leader of the 5 mice, turned and looked into the depths of the forest. Cultivators had keen senses, and the 5 mice were born with sharp perceptions. It was a bright and sunny day, but the sudden and peculiar breeze alerted them immediately. The 5 mice got up at once. A figure slowly came into view on the small path. The figure was clad in a white cloak, dress, and shoes, while holding a white umbrella. She even had white hair. The lady had delicate and charming features. The 5 of them were momentarily stunned. They had never seen a woman dressed in such a manner. She seemed to have descended from the heavens, not like a mortal. The lady stopped moving when she was 10 meters away from them. Han Yufeng was the first to react. He frowned, thinking, what lady would come here out in the wilderness? Despite his thoughts, he said, will you grant us the pleasure of knowing your name, milady? Where did you come from and where are you going? Su Wen said with a smile, out in this wilderness. My fair lady, why don't I escort you back to your home? The lady raised her eyes and swept them across the 5 of them. She said, the 5 mice? You know us, milady? Han Yufeng was stunned. He instantly raised his guard. Heh, see that? Our fame as the 5 mice. Yes, that's right. We're the 5 mice. This is my big brother, the leader and strategist, Han Yufeng. This is my 2nd brother, the one without a shadow, Su Wen. I. Jiang Tang thumped his own chest, am invincible underwater, old third, Jiang Tang. This man beside me is my fourth brother, as gentle as the breeze, Lu Yunbai. Finally, here's my fifth brother, the great escape artist, Lu Qiuping. The lady nodded slightly. That's good. Han Yufeng found this strange. He asked, Milady, you've yet to answer my question. The lady's gaze fell on Han Yufeng. It's meaningless to answer the question, since all of you are about to die. Han Yufeng frowned and said, Milady, why do you say that? The lady in white remained silent as primal chi gradually surged from her body. Su Wen smiled and said, Don't tell me you're thinking of capturing us? To be honest, we escaped from the clutches of the evil Sky Pavilion's godly archer. Even the evil Sky Pavilion can't do anything to us. Alas, we were injured. Although the 5 of them had escaped from the evil Sky Pavilion, they had suffered varying degrees of injuries. That was why they were recuperating near Golden Court Mountain. They hadn't expected to run into this mysterious white lady. The lady in white said indifferently, Be on your way. There was something in her right hand. She tossed it lightly, and the white umbrella flew into the air. She moved with lightning speed, stirring up a cold wind as she shot toward the 5 men. Han Yufeng appeared flustered as he shouted, This is bad. Run. Whiz. The white lady moved as quickly as a phantom. The disc-like object spun as it shot out. The 5 mice quickly realized that this white lady was a nascent divinity tribulation realm elite, and she wielded a heaven-grade weapon. Run. Save yourselves. The 5 mice were experienced in fleeing. They scattered immediately, hoping to escape the attacks this way. Unfortunately, when they scattered in different directions, the round disc the white lady had thrown shot toward them at terrifying speed. With swift movements, one figure turned into 4. Bam! 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 Lu Yunbai fell. Su Wen's leg was broken. Tang Jiang died on the spot when he hit the ground. Han Yufeng wore a sour expression as he sat limply on the ground, having given up on running away. He hadn't expected this white lady to be so terrifying. None of them had the power to retaliate at all. Taking a deep breath, he said, You. Who are you? The 5 mice have no quarrel with you. He was fighting for a last chance to keep his life. Yi Tianxin of the evil Sky Pavilion, the white lady replied, her tone extremely cold. Her words crushed Han Yufeng's final sliver of hope. His face turned ashen. He hadn't expected this white lady to be the evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple, Yi Tianxin. Han Yufeng sighed and opened his mouth to speak. Slash. The round disc slashed across his neck before he could utter a word. Han Yufeng's eyes were wide and blank as he fell to the side. The 5 of them lost their lives. The white umbrella that had been floating in the air slowly descended into Yi Tianxin's hand. As she had said, it was useless for a dying man to know about such things. It was also meaningless to tell them anything. It was nothing but a waste of time. After killing the 5 mice, Yi Tianxin turned around slowly and walked toward Tongzi Town. A short while later, several mortal men departed from Tongzi Town and arrived at the scene where the 5 mice's bodies lay. The men looked at the bodies and stood there in stunned silence for a long time. She told us to send these corpses to the foot of Golden Court Mountain. What should we do if the villains kill us? One of the men sighed. Let's not think about that. It's not easy to earn money. There are many casualties in the cultivation world every day. Stop standing around. Get to work. In the East Pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the first thing Lu Zhou did when he returned was to examine the ancient parchment drawing on the table. As expected, the outlines of the Divine Capital and Sword Mausoleum were clearer, including the Evil Sky Pavilion. These were the locations of the 3 remaining pieces of the open heavenly writing scroll. Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he studied the ancient drawing. I found the remaining pieces of the open heavenly writing. Does this mean the ancient drawing has lost its value? the ancient drawing remained on the table, untouched. However, something told Lu Zhou that its primary function was to reveal the locations of the open heavenly writing pieces. If so, what other functions could it have? Lu Zhou pondered for a long time but could not think of anything. Forget it. Lu Zhou produced the final remnant piece of the open heavenly writing. With a gesture, he condensed his qi into energy. Bam! The outer cover of the open heavenly writing remnant shattered. Ding! Obtained open heavenly writing. The open heavenly writing dissolved into spots of starlight and floated toward Lu Zhou. The spots merged and then faded away. Lu Zhou sat cross-legged, about to enter his heavenly writing meditation state when a thought appeared in his mind. What if the prices of the item cards rise now that I've obtained the third heavenly writing technique? Lu Zhou checked the current prices of the item cards. Impeccable card, 1,500. Deadly strike card, 1,800. Critical heal card, 1,000. Thunderblast card, 800. Cage bind card, 1,000. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. He found the price hike too outrageous. All he obtained was a technique. The prices had not risen this much when he improved his cultivation base. From the last price increase, Lu Zhou had suspected that the pieces were connected to the items he obtained. Now, it seemed this was the case. His cultivation base, purchase frequency, and usage frequency were all triggering factors. Lu Zhou looked at his remaining items and merit points. Merit points, 3,350. Items. Deadly Strike card X2. Impeccable card X2. Critical Block card X12, passive. Cage Bind X4. Refining Talisman X1. Ji Tiandao's Peak Trial card X1. Wizard. Buy-in. Critical Heal card X2. Strengthened Cage Bind card X3. Strengthened Critical Heal card X3. Thunderblast card X2. Reversal card X3. Weapons. Unnamed. Life Cutter. Tear Stain Box. Sky Dagger. Jade Horsetail Whisk. Buddhist Prayer Bead. Fortunately, the reversal card's price remained unchanged. The avatar, the 9 transformations in Jiang, cost 30,000 points, which he found slightly outrageous. Given his current situation, it was no longer practical to earn merit points by killing. At this price, he would not only fail to earn anything but also incur a loss. Let's take it slow. I'll buy a Deadly Strike card and use the rest of the points on lucky draws. He was not disappointed. He accumulated 41 luck points. Lu Zhou shook his head and entered his heavenly writing meditative state. As expected, in his meditative state, the scripts of the heavenly writing that floated around in his mind seemed livelier than before. This stimulated his mind greatly. The scripts shone with golden radiance. It was as if a stirring symphony played in his mind. Lu Zhou still could not understand the meaning of these scripts. He simply enjoyed this peaceful and comfortable state. Clearing his mind of all distracting thoughts, he lost himself in the moment. What will the third heavenly writing technique be? Outside the evil sky pavilion, Hua Wudao and Hua Yueshing waited outside the east pavilion. Little Yuaner and Duanmu Xing rushed over when they received the news. Elder Hua, what's so urgent? Duanmu Xing called out from a distance. Hua Yueshing cupped his fists and said, the corpses of the 5 mice were found at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. We don't know who killed them. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Xing frowned slightly. The 5 mice were extremely cunning. How were they killed? Hua Wudao nodded. Someone must have been keeping an eye on them. When the 5 mice left, they were injured by Yueshing and me. True, they are skilled at escaping, but in close range, it's natural that they could be killed in one fell swoop. The problem was that nobody knew who this elite was. Could it be Old Fourth? Duanmu Xing scratched his head. That's impossible. Ming Shirin has gone to the divine capital. There's no reason for him to wait at the foot of the mountain, Hua Wudao said. The others were puzzled as well. Little Yuan mumbled, it can't be him, right? The others looked at little Yuan with curiosity. Duan Muxing asked, do you know who did this, little junior sister? Little Yuan snorted and replied, it's probably the strange man who stays in a coffin. I think his name is Gong Yuandu. He's a weirdo. The world is so vast, and yet, he chooses to stay in a coffin. That's scary, if you ask me. Hua Wudao was speechless. It was normal for the younger generation to not know Gong Yuandu. However, for someone like him, Gong Yuandu's name was as loud as a thunderclap. He frowned. Gong Yuandu? You know him, Elder Hua? Little Yuan asked. I've heard of him, Hua Wudao replied. Little Yuan continued, after Master killed Kong Yuan with a palm strike, Gong Yuandu came out. He even wanted to challenge Master to a battle. But that man's especially cowardly. He was so intimidated by Master's might that he dared not come out of his coffin. Wait, Hua Wudao raised a hand. The Pavilion Master killed Kong Yuan with a palm strike? Yep. Why? Little Yuan asked. Hua Wudao was stunned. Gong Yuandu wasn't the only person he knew, he also knew Kong Yuan, and he knew him better than Gong Yuandu. Kong Yuan had been a seven-leaf elite for a long time. After cultivating in seclusion, it was rumored that Kong Yuan had a breakthrough. Otherwise, the monk Kong Xian wouldn't have been so bold as to lead the monks and commit evil deeds on Renan's holy altar. Yet, the Pavilion Master had killed the elite Zen cultivator Kong Yuan with just a palm strike? He found it hard to believe. However, there was no reason for little Yuan to lie. At most, she might have been exaggerating, or she might have mistaken someone else for Kong Yuan. However, it was pointless to think about these matters at the moment. When the Pavilion Master emerged from his cultivation, he would have his answer. He finally asked, nothing. You mentioned Gong Yuandu earlier. Is he in the Mausoleum of Swords? Yes, she replied. Is Gong Yuandu powerful? Duan Muxing asked. That's a long story, Hua Wudao began to recount what he knew. You might not believe this, but Gong Yuandu and the Pavilion Master were cultivators of the same era. To be more precise, Gong Yuandu is about a century younger than him. He hails from the northern capital. According to the records in the northern capital, he started cultivating when he was 5 years old. He attained the Divine Court realm at just 15 and reached the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm by 20. After that, he challenged elites from all over the world for several centuries. No one knows how many victories he had. He continued this until he met the Pavilion Master. He paused and then continued, come to think of it, the Pavilion Master seems to be the bane of genius cultivators. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Back then, I also lost to the Pavilion Master due to my own carelessness. The others rolled their eyes. He's trying to compliment himself. Doesn't his old face feel hot? However, compared to Gong Yuandu, I am truly inferior. Gong Yuandu is skilled in Taoist seals and Zen. He is especially proficient with the sword. Since Gong Yuandu lost to the Pavilion Master, he would challenge the Pavilion Master every year. He lost every match they ever had. Little Yuan suddenly interrupted and said, did he form a knot in his heart? The others turned to look at little Yuan. Duan Muxing scratched his head and added, yes, I was wondering about that as well. Hua Wudao coughed and said, the later stages of cultivation are no longer just about determination and insight. One's mindset is also crucial. After all, Gong Yuandu is a genius cultivator. His mental strength is far greater than that of other cultivators. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the other elites. What happened after that? Little Yuan asked. After that, the Pavilion Master recruited disciples and was once at the peak of his cultivation. He was peerless, and Gong Yuandu decided to give up on challenging him. His only consolation was that he was younger than the Pavilion Master. Back then, the cultivation world thought that Gong Yuandu was probably waiting for the Pavilion Master to grow old, just like everyone else. Unfortunately, after his disappearance, Gong Yuandu never showed his face again. At this moment, everyone fell silent. Duan Musheng finally said in confusion, "Come to think of it, I do have some recollection of this. When I joined the pavilion, I remember Eldest senior brother talking about it." However, with Master's temper back then, Gong Yuandu couldn't have escaped unharmed every time. How did he do it? I don't know about that. I'm only telling you what I've been told. Hua Wudao shook his head. Hua Yuesheng asked, perplexed, Gong Yuandu is an elite swordsman. It's understandable for him to seek insight at the Mausoleum of Swords. But why is he hiding in a coffin? Hua Wudao shook his head again. Like many peak cultivators, he's seeking eternal life. In the whole wide world, there's always a handful who are greedy enough to think of breaking the laws of heaven. The cultivation world sees a change of generations every millennium. There are more cultivators wanting to live forever than I can count, but none have ever succeeded. Is the great limit of the cultivation world unbreakable, then? Little Yuaner asked. Of course, Hua Wudao said, taking a deep breath. This truth has been confirmed by countless others. I heard that the person with the longest lifespan managed to live to 1,150 years old. Does that count as breaking the 1,000-year limit? No. The 1,000-year limit is just a saying. Cultivators can prolong their lives by improving their cultivation bases. Around 900 years, our cultivation base would deteriorate, and we'd no longer be able to resist wasting away. For example, mortals living for 100 years can be considered to have a long life. However, even in the entire Great Yin, there are countless mortals, and only a few manage to live to 100, Hua Wudao replied. The others nodded upon hearing Hua Wudao's words. Duan Musheng cupped his fists at Hua Wudao. I've been enlightened. I always learn new things when I listen to you, Elder Hua. After all, their master had never taught them these things. Ever since they joined the pavilion, they spent their days cultivating or getting beaten up. Little Yuaner was no different. Hua Wudao sighed inwardly, understanding Duan Musheng's struggles. In truth, there were sects like this among the noble path as well, but none were as outstanding as the evil sky pavilion. Gong Yuandu said he would come in a month, so why is he here now? What kind of genius is he? He even went back on his word. Little Yuaner said indignantly. I don't think it's him, Hua Wudao shook his head. Gong Yuandu holds himself in high regard. He's also a proud man, with his pride deeply etched in his bones. A vulgar task like tailing you to the mountain and ratting out the evil sky pavilion isn't something he would do. Moreover, Gong Yuandu isn't exactly a nice person. Oh, Little Yuaner mumbled. I didn't actually mean it. Hua Wudao felt speechless. Little ancestor, because of your offhand remark, I had to spend a long time explaining things. Duan Musheng frowned and said, if Gong Yuandu is that powerful, and he's coming to the evil sky pavilion in a month. When that time comes. There's no need to worry, Hua Wudao said. I've observed the pavilion master's condition before. Although he tried to suppress his aura and maintained it at the divine court realm, from his glabella, I can see he's still very spirited. If Gong Yuandu comes, he'll surely lose. Spirited? I'm just reading his face. The Yin sect does have Taoist roots, and I learned a thing or two about it when I was a young cultivator, Hua Wudao boldly said. However, inwardly, he hoped they would not question him further. Little Yuaner instantly leaped up, invigorated, and asked, HM? Elder Hua, take a look at my face. What's my future like then? Hua Wudao was speechless, though he maintained a calm expression. Things he did not want to happen continued to occur. He glanced at Little Yuaner and said without missing a beat, you'll surpass Gong Yuandu and become the greatest genius cultivator in a millennium. A genius like Gong Yuandu would seem like rubbish compared to you. Little Yuaner's strength could no longer be described by talent alone. During his time in the Evil Sky Pavilion, Hua Wudao had tried to observe the disciples. He almost regretted it. When he observed them, he felt perplexed. They were not particularly diligent, yet they progressed much faster compared to ordinary cultivators. Among all the disciples, he knew Duan Muxing the best. After all, Duan Muxing was competitive and kept challenging him to break his 6 compatible seal. Little Yuaner was delighted by the compliment. She giggled and asked, "Am I that great?" Naturally, Hua Wudao replied. "I'll have a go at your 6 compatible seal when I'm powerful enough," Little Yuaner said. "I'll help you raise your defenses." Hua Wudao. Duan Muxing, however, was not concerned with these things. Instead, he asked, "Gong Yuandu has an 8-leaf cultivation base?" "I think so," Hua Wudao replied uncertainly. Duan Muxing sighed. "It seems like this is an unavoidable battle." Hua Wudao nodded. "The Evil Sky Pavilion's barrier is already weakening, it's not the best time to have a battle here. I think it's better to battle in the wilderness 100 miles north of Golden Court Mountain." Hua Yuexing chimed in, "Indeed, we should look for a suitable place. The wilderness up north is also a good place to watch the battle. If I could watch this once-in-a-lifetime battle, I'd have no regrets in life." Many people longed to witness a battle between elites, but few ever got the chance. Many cultivators with keen perceptions often gained enlightenment and achieved breakthroughs while watching such battles, making it a valuable opportunity for them. Wait. Why are we talking about this again? Duan Muxing scratched his head. Their conversation had suddenly shifted to finding a suitable location for Lu Zhou. Hua Wudao laughed awkwardly and said, "Let's get back to the topic of the 5 mice. Right, the 5 mice. Whoever killed the 5 mice has done Evil Sky Pavilion a favor. They did a great job. There's no need for us to trouble ourselves guessing who did it," Hua Wudao said. "Elder Hua has a point," Duan Muxing nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Jifeng's voice called out from a distance. "Elder Hua, the 5 mice are dead. Where's the Zen tunic?" Hua Wudao was speechless once more. What's wrong with today? The Pavilion Master has finally gone into secluded cultivation, and it's supposed to be my turn to act as an elder. And yet, all these incidents are raining on my parade. Duan Muxing smacked his forehead and frowned. That's right. I almost forgot. 8th junior brother's problem can only be solved by the Zen tunic. A stiff expression appeared on Hua Wudao's face as he said, "From the looks of it, someone might have killed them and taken the Zen tunic away." Zhou Jifeng said, "We can't let Mr. 8th stay in that state for too long." Hua Wudao frowned slightly as he paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the East Pavilion. Unfortunately, there were no movements from the East Pavilion. He was deep in thought. Recently, he had been wondering why the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples were experiencing issues with their cultivation bases. Then, he seemed to understand that the old villain Ji had done this on purpose, to suppress the disciples who had not left. Should we ask the Pavilion Master's opinion about this? Zhou Jifeng asked. No, Little Yuaner answered without hesitation. Master said that no one should disturb him this time. I'll be staying in the East Pavilion for now. As she spoke, she walked to the opposite side where the entrance of the East Pavilion was located and spread her arms, as though she was blocking everyone's way. Well, since the Pavilion Master had spoken, they had no choice. Moreover, they had experienced this before. If they made the same mistake again, the consequences would be dire. Everyone was at a loss over what to do when a voice rang out. Elder Hua, someone left this at the foot of the mountain. Everyone turned to look. They saw the female cultivator holding an item in her hands. It was the Zen tunic. Everyone was shocked. Hua Wudao asked, "Who sent it?" It was a commoner from Tongzi town. How could a commoner retrieve the Zen tunic from the 5 mice? Impossible. Duan Muxing said. The female cultivator continued, the person said that a lady in white asked him to deliver the Zen tunic to the Evil Sky Pavilion. A lady in white. Little Yuan blurted out, "Sixth senior sister?" Tianxin was the only one who fit the description. She was also the only one with a motive to help the evil Sky Pavilion. Now, everything was clear. Duanmu Xing sighed and said, "It must be sixth senior sister. I think her cultivation base is almost recovered. With her cultivation base, taking down the 5 mice wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, the 5 mice were wounded." The others nodded. They did not expect this to be the work of the evil Sky Pavilion's 6th disciple, Tianxin. Unfortunately, she had been banished from the pavilion and was no longer a member of the evil Sky Pavilion. Why did she do this? Does she wish to rejoin the evil Sky Pavilion? The others looked at the East Pavilion simultaneously. The only person who could make the decision was in there. At that moment, Lu Zhou was still immersed in the new insights he had gained from the open heavenly writing scroll. It was a wonderful sensation. He could clearly sense the movements around him, yet everything felt still. To put it precisely, he could not feel the passage of time. It was such a comfortable feeling that he wished it would not end so soon. It was rare for him to have the opportunity to immerse himself in such a state. He decided not to cut his cultivation time short. Time passed swiftly as Lu Zhou continued to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Hua Wudao and the others continued to wait outside the East Pavilion. "Little girl, did the pavilion master show any signs of coming out?" Hua Wudao saw that little Yuan had done as she said she would. She had planted herself in front of the East Pavilion, cultivating and practicing with the Nirvana sash, steadfast in her position. No, little Yuan shook her head. "Very well. Master should be coming out soon." "There's no need to worry, Elder Hua," little Yuan reassured her. "Well, I'm not exactly anxious. However, I'm worried that Mingshi hasn't returned yet," Hua Wudao said. Little Yuan giggled and said, "Your worries are baseless, Elder Hua. 4th senior brother is the most cunning person I know." "That's true." Hua Wudao smiled. "You should head back, Elder Hua. I'll notify you the moment Master emerges from his cultivation." "Thank you." Hua Wudao left the East Pavilion. Little Yuan remained there, cultivating her supreme purity jade slip. Another 7 days flew by. The evil Sky Pavilion received a letter from Mingshi, sent from the divine capital. He said that he wanted to bring Zhao Yu back to the evil Sky Pavilion and needed some time. Duanmu Xing wanted to report this to his master, but he was stopped by little Yuan. He had no choice but to wait. When almost a month had passed, close to the promised time with Gong Yuandu, the people of the evil Sky Pavilion could no longer remain idle. Hua Wudao, Duanmu Xing, and the others went to the East Pavilion again. "Elder Hua, your cultivation base is the most profound. Can you gauge the situation inside the East Pavilion?" Duanmu Xing asked. Since they couldn't go in, they could only observe from outside. Hua Wudao shook his head. It's best not to disturb him during secluded cultivation. However, the primal chi's fluctuations suggest a gentle and steady aura flow. Duanmu Xing nodded and walked up to the East Pavilion. He saw little Yuan sitting on the eaves, her feet dangling. His eyes brightened as he said, "Little junior sister, bring Master out of his cultivation." Little Yuan shook his head and said, "Third senior brother, I've said this many times. We can't disturb Master. He said that he shouldn't be disturbed, or there will be consequences." Duanmu Xing scratched his head and retreated. Initially, he wanted little Yuan to persuade their master, as she was his favorite. She might be exempt from punishment. He didn't expect her to refuse him. Hua Wudao looked toward the East Pavilion and said, "In that case, we have no choice but to abide by the pavilion master's wishes." He left with his hands behind his back. Hua Yuexing, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Duanmu Xing, and the other female disciples also left the East Pavilion. Hua Wudao examined the barrier to check its strength. With a sigh, he said, "The barrier has weakened again." Duanmu Xing remarked, "Elder Hua, this can't go on any longer. If Master doesn't come out soon, who will deal with Gong Yuandu? He clearly remembered Hua Wudao's words about Gong Yuandu. The others recalled Hua Wudao's words as well and felt a chill run down their spines. Gong Yuandu was a genius cultivator from the northern capital, an elite of the same generation as the Pavilion Master. Hua Wudao thought of Pavilion and Lin Luo. Then, he said, we will take appropriate actions as the situation demands. There's no point in worrying now. Here's what we'll do, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng will lead some of our people and wait at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Keep us informed should anything happen. Understood. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng led the others and left. What about me? Duan Muxing asked. You're coming with me. The two of them headed toward the West Pavilion. A short moment later, they arrived at Lin Luo's residence. The courtyard was silent. Hua Wudao looked around, cleared his throat, and called out, Hua Wudao is requesting an audience. After all, he was Lin Luo's junior. Duan Muxing also cupped his fists in greeting. Creak. The door swung open. Lin Luo, wearing his silver mask, walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at Hua Wudao and Duan Muxing and asked, what's the matter? Hua Wudao came straight to the point. I fear the evil Sky Pavilion is in trouble. Please lend us a hand, Senior Leng. Lin Luo gave a hoarse laugh. The Pavilion Master is looking after the evil Sky Pavilion. Who or what could possibly threaten it now? Lin Luo and Pavilion were the only ones who did not think much of the weakening barrier. Hua Wudao bowed. The Pavilion Master is currently in secluded cultivation and doesn't seem to be coming out anytime soon. I fear you are the only one capable of dealing with a formidable enemy on the way. Lin Luo chuckled and pointed at his neighbor. You can approach old Pan for this. Lin Luo's words had barely faded when the door next door creaked open. Pavilion, holding a wine gourd, said with a drawl, Old Leng, that's harsh of you. You should be our vanguard now that the Pavilion Master is in secluded cultivation. These old bones of mine are good for nothing but freeloading. Cut the nonsense. Your cultivation base is improving. Don't think I'm unaware of that. Lin Luo said. You're one to talk, this scene seemed strange. After all, they were powerful individuals. Why were they bickering like children? Hua Wudao and Duan Muxing were stunned. Seniors, please, if I may? Hua Wudao hastily intervened to stop their bickering. Lin Luo and Pavilion looked at Hua Wudao simultaneously. Speak. Hua Wudao said, this person is a genius sword user. I fear you are the only ones who can deal with him, seniors. Wouldn't it be perfect for the two of you to work together against this opponent? Lin Luo glanced at Pavilion. Although his mask concealed his expression, it was clear he was thinking, why would I, the great Lin Luo, work together with this beggar? Pavilion remained his usual lazy self, barely able to stand straight. He did not even look at Lin Luo as he responded with a similar attitude. Lin Luo looked at Hua Wudao. You're from the Yun sect and have cultivated the 6 compatible seals to perfection. Can't you deal with him? Hua Wudao appeared awkward. I can only defend, not attack. Moreover, this person's cultivation base is far superior to mine. Far superior? That's right. Lin Luo was stunned. He was well informed, after all. There were only a handful of cultivators who could be considered the same rank as the Pavilion Master. Who could this person be? A genius sword user? That's right. Lin Luo wore a disdainful expression and scoffed, the Yin sect's Luo Chongqing and the sword saint Luo Shisan are both my juniors. They have no right to fight me. Hua Wudao felt even more awkward. If it had been those two, he could have handled them, after all, he was their senior. After a brief pause, he finally said, the man's name is Gong Yuandu. Thud. The wine gourd in Pavilian's hand dropped to the ground. His face was stunned, and his right pinky seemed to tremble. Next to him, Lin Luo stiffened, and even with his mask on, it was easy to imagine his expression. Pavilion coughed, trying to hide his awkwardness. He picked up his wine gourd naturally and said, "This old man can't even hold his own gourd. Old Lung, I hate to admit it, but I'm far behind you. You should handle this genius sword user." "Eh? I'm out of wine. What's the point of living without wine? I'm off to find some." Lin Luo moved swiftly, leaving only an afterimage. A moment later, he appeared several meters in front of Pavilion. "Old Pan. I know you like wine, so I've had it prepared for you since your legs have been troubling you lately. It's in your courtyard." "Huh? Since when?" Pavilion looked puzzled. Lin Luo raised his right arm slightly. A weak surge of energy lifted the jar of wine in Pavillion's courtyard and set it back down. Century-old wine. Pavilion fell silent. Lin Luo placed his hands behind his back and sighed hoarsely, "Indeed, I am superior to you in cultivation base and talent. However, I am badly wounded at the moment. My Sea of Qi and Dantian are not recovering as quickly as yours. You have the aid of the Sable Magnolia. If you use your full strength and fight to the death, I don't think Gong Yuandu would dare underestimate you." Pavilion coughed and cleared his throat, his expression darkening. "What fight to the death? Does it have to be so serious?" Lin Luo said, "I heard you promised the Pavilion Master that your old life belongs to the evil Sky Pavilion. You shouldn't try to shirk your responsibility. You are the only person in the entire evil Sky Pavilion capable of keeping Gong Yuandu at bay. Naturally, I'll risk my life if I have to. But you are the one trying to shirk your responsibility," Pavilion replied. Seeing that their bickering seemed to have no end, Hua Wudao called out loudly, "Please work together and fight Gong Yuandu, seniors." Duanmu Xing also bowed. "Please work together, seniors." They were both elderly and decrepit, there was no need for them to belittle each other. Meanwhile, inside the tunnel of the Mausoleum of Swords. Click. Clack. A black coffin could be seen moving. Nobody emerged from the coffin. Instead, the coffin took flight and slowly flew out of the tunnel, passing through the 7-terminal formation and the sword mounds before leaving the Mausoleum of Swords. When the sun shone on the black coffin, it stopped moving as if it were hesitating. Perhaps it had been in the dark for too long and felt out of place after coming out into the world again. After a moment, a heavy sigh could be heard from the coffin. In the secluded hut, Si Wuya was resting with his eyes closed. Yi Jixing finished reading the letter in his hands, bowed, and said, "Sect Master, the 5 mice are dead. Their bodies were placed at the foot of Golden Court Mountain." Si Wuya seemed calm as he asked, "Who killed them?" "A white lady. There isn't any other information." At this moment, Si Wuya opened his eyes and said, "Sixth senior sister." When Yi Jixing heard this, he was stunned and said, "This is the work of the evil Sky Pavilion's Miss Sixth." Si Wuya smiled and said, "Find out where she is. I'd like to meet her." "Understood." Yi Jixing continued, "I have another matter to report." "What is it?" "After the disturbance in Upper Prime City, the Divine Capital has sent out troops to quell it. General Shang of the Imperial Guard is dead." Sect Master Yu was greatly delighted when he learned about this. A month ago, he led 10,000 men from the Nether Sect and attacked the Righteous Sect. The Righteous Sect fell, and its sect master, Zhang Yuanshan, is currently missing. As of now, the Righteous Sect's territories have been assimilated into the Nether Sect's territories, Yi Jixing reported. Upon hearing this, Si Wuya sighed and said, "Eldest senior brother is too impatient. There's no need for that. According to my original plan, Zhang Yuanshan could never escape," Sect Master Si Wuya said. "Sect Master Yu doesn't care about Zhang Yuanshan's life or death," Yi Jixing replied. "You must remove the roots of the weed as well. Eldest senior brother isn't thorough enough." "You're wise, Sect Master." Yi Zhixing did not leave even after he finished speaking. Si Wuya asked, puzzled, is there something else? Sect Master, by supporting Sect Master you like this, what if Mr. Second is offended? I'll explain this to Second Senior Brother. There's no need to worry, Si Wuya responded. Yi Zhixing nodded and said, the Nether Sect's faction is growing stronger every day. I'm concerned that your achievements will make Sect Master you feel insecure. Throughout history, making one's superior feel insecure due to one's own achievements has never been a good omen. At present, Si Wuya was that character. He had unconditionally supported the Nether Sect behind the scenes, contributing to its current strength. Although Yu Jinghai had offered him great rewards, Si Wuya had declined. Indeed, they were fellow disciples, and their relationship was closer than most. The issue was that Yu Jinghai harbored the grand ambition of ruling the world. Such a person could not dominate without the calculating mindset of a monarch. Si Wuya turned to look at Yi Zhixing and asked, Zhixing, why do you think cultivators exist? Yi Zhixing was slightly taken aback. He had not expected such a sudden and profound question from his sect master. It was not an easy question to answer. If he responded insincerely, he would seem dishonest. If he answered too simply, his reply would seem superficial. Just speak your mind, Si Wuya encouraged. Sect Master, I think that a person steps onto the path of cultivation to improve their strength. I also believe that a person's appetite should be proportional to their strength, Yi Zhixing answered. Si Wuya nodded, slowly sat down, and said, your understanding is not wrong. When the time comes, I'll share something else with you. As you wish, Sect Master. The next day, at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Under Hua Wudao's orders, the female cultivators of the Evil Sky Pavilion were patrolling the area. Buzz. 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 The female cultivators' attention was drawn by a noise from the barrier. They looked up and saw the blue barrier visibly fluctuating, which made them feel uneasy. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng stood on different branches of different trees, their eyes scanning the distance. The pavilion master is cultivating in seclusion. Is he planning to absorb the remaining power from the barrier? Zhou Jifeng wondered aloud. That's hard to say, Zhou Jifeng sighed. I hope the barrier's power lasts a few more days. Pan Zhong looked at Zhou Jifeng and said, do you regret this? Never, Zhou Jifeng replied. Pan Zhong glanced at the nearby female cultivators, then looked at Zhou Jifeng again and said, would you die if you were told to? Brother Pan, what are you trying to make me say? Zhou Jifeng rolled his eyes. At that moment, a female cultivator cried out, what's that? Zing. The female cultivators of the Evil Sky Pavilion drew their swords as if they had seen a formidable enemy, their eyes fixed on a black spot in the distance. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng also looked in the same direction. A black mass was slowly flying toward them from the distant sky. As it drew closer, they could see that the shape of the mass was square. When it got even closer, they could finally see that it was a black coffin. Zhou Jifeng's eyes widened. Brother Pan, this is my first time seeing someone arriving in such a manner. Have you ever seen anything like this? Pan Zhong seemed bewildered as well. He swallowed and said, no. I've never. How is he moving? Did he make a hole under the coffin? Zhou Jifeng gradually calmed down, frowning as he looked at the coffin. Pan Zhong appeared unperturbed. Beats me. The female cultivators stepped back into the entrance of Golden Court Mountain and arranged themselves in 3 rows. Zhou Jifeng leaped down in front of them, turned his head, and said, you, notify the elders. Understood, someone replied. At that moment, Pan Zhong also leaped down and stood by Zhou Jifeng's side. The coffin lowered its altitude and flew toward them. It seemed to be enveloped in some special energy, emitting a strange, black qi. As it flew, it left a trail of black qi in its wake, making it look quite unsettling and eerie. Swoosh! The coffin suddenly picked up speed as it approached them, then finally came to a halt before them. The others did not even dare to breathe heavily, staring at the coffin with widened eyes. They had never seen such an entrance in their lives. It was only natural that they felt nervous and frightened. Perhaps, humans were inherently averse to coffins. When they saw this coffin, they were flustered, unsure of what to do. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. After some time, a hoarse voice rang out from the coffin. Golden Court Mountain. The coffin adjusted its angle slightly. Zhou Jifeng suppressed his nerves as best he could, cupping his fists and saying, May I know if you're Senior Gong? You're nervous, a deep, mocking voice rang from the coffin. Well, how could he not feel nervous? Gong Yuandu sighed and said, even after all these years, I still haven't earned the right to be greeted by Brother Ji himself. What a shame, what a shame. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong wore stiff expressions on their faces. Lead the way. Gong Yuandu finally said. Old Senior Gong. The pavilion master isn't feeling well. Can you come another day? Pan Zhong said, mustering all his courage. The coffin floated over their heads, and the fluctuations of primal qi around it were much more intense than before. A deep, muffled laughter could be heard from within. Everyone felt chills run up their spines when they heard it. They had no idea why Gong Yuandu was laughing. Zhou Jifeng said decisively, fall back. The people from Evil Sky Pavilion retreated behind the barrier. Pan Zhong looked up at the barrier worriedly. The barrier was now unimaginably weak. Could it keep an expert like Gong Yuandu out? Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong knew they could not hold back an elite like Gong Yuandu for long. At that moment, the coffin passed through the barrier and entered Golden Court Mountain as if there were no barrier at all. The barrier remained intact, but showed no signs of being breached. What? Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were bewildered. The coffin hovered above them. They could almost feel the stare coming from within the coffin. When Pan Zhong saw the veins under the coffin, he exclaimed in shock, formation veins? This was no ordinary coffin. Otherwise, how could it have resisted the corrosion and rot of the long years inside the mausoleum of swords? The surface of the coffin seemed smooth and shiny, and the veins were only visible underneath. Gong Yuandu's hoarse voice rang from the coffin again. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Old Senior Gong, you should come back another day. Zhou Jifeng drew his sword, as if preparing to fight. Divine Court Realm? Gong Yuandu laughed, clearly not taking Zhou Jifeng seriously. It was understandable, given that he was a genius sword user from the northern capital. Swoosh! The coffin made a nosedive. The others immediately unleashed their primal qi, wrapping themselves in energy. Bam! The black coffin immediately shattered their defenses. Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the female cultivators staggered backward. They could not even withstand a single blow. There was no need for an elaborate display of strength. This alone proved that Gong Yuandu's cultivation base was, at the very least, in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Even 100 divine court realm cultivators were no match for a single nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. However, the coffin did not go for the kill. After the energies were shattered, the coffin hovered above everyone. Gong Yuandu said in a deep voice, lead the way. At that moment, a female cultivator flew down the mountain and announced loudly, Elder Hua has ordered that we let the senior up the mountain. In front of the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Lin Luo, Pan Lidian, and Hua Wudao stood at the front, while Duan Muxing and Little Yuaner stood to the side. The others stood in rows behind them. The coffin hovered in front of them. When Lin Luo and Pan Lidian saw the coffin, they exchanged a look before shaking their heads. The world was full of oddities. Although they were seasoned elders with vast knowledge and experience, this was still their first time witnessing such a peculiar sight. Hee, what do you know? A coffin looking for trouble. Would you fucking believe it? After a long moment of silence, Gong Yuandu spoke from inside the coffin, where's Brother Ji? The pavilion master is cultivating in seclusion, Lin Luo replied calmly. After all, old foxes who had lived for many years knew what the other was thinking. Playing third-rate tricks at moments like this was meaningless. It was much better to be honest. Cultivating in seclusion? Gong Yuandu's deep voice sounded skeptical. Ever since his return from the Mausoleum of Swords, the Pavilion Master has been cultivating in seclusion. Do you believe that? Pavilion asked. The coffin swayed slightly, and clear fluctuations of primal chi rippled around it before vanishing. The coffin pointed one end toward the space between Ling Luo and Pavilion, hovering in the air. Who are you? The question was directed at both of them. Ling Luo did not intend to hide and said, Ling Luo. Pavilion started to say, he almost revealed himself as Pavilion but stopped himself. Recalling everything that happened in the Clarity sect, he said, I'm just a beggar. My name is too insignificant to mention. Gong Yuandu chuckled and said, Ling Luo, if I'm not mistaken, you were an elite on the blacklist 300 years ago. As for you, since when did Brother Ji become so kind as to provide shelter for a beggar? Since the Pavilion Master has shown his magnanimity, it's only natural for me to stay, Ling Luo replied. Interesting. This was the first time Gong Yuandu had heard someone praise Ji Tiandao. It was an understatement to say it was rare. He was used to people cursing Ji Tiandao. Now that someone was praising him, he found it strange. Gong Yuandu. If you intend to challenge the Pavilion Master, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, Ling Luo said. The others looked at Ling Luo, who indeed had the right to address Gong Yuandu by his name. Pavilion also addressed Gong Yuandu by his name. I've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, Ling Luo said. Gong Yuandu was silent. Though he remained hidden in the coffin, it was evident he was considering something. After a while, his voice rang out again. Ling Luo, I can tell you're injured, so there's no need to try and intimidate me. As for the old beggar, though the flow of your aura is weak, I can tell you're experienced. However, with your current cultivation base, it's impossible for you to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Ling Luo and Pavilion exchanged a look. The others were shocked. In a fight between elites, the elites would usually conceal their auras and cultivation bases. How did Gong Yuandu manage to discern all that? Ling Luo recalled seeing the fluctuation of primal chi beneath the coffin and said, It seems like you have some tricks up your sleeve. You flatter me. The genius sword user of the northern capital, Gong Yuandu. You should be at least 900 years old by now. If you're uninjured, why do you need to stay in the coffin? Ling Luo asked. Everyone fell silent at this moment. It was clear that Gong Yuandu had come here prepared to die. If he were in peak condition, would he fear death? Laughter rang from the coffin again. There are only two things that I regret in this life. 1. I'm not able to solve the problem with the limit on my life. 2. I couldn't defeat Brother Ji before this. Alas, I don't have much time left. I'll have to live or die with my first regret. However, something can still be done with my second regret. Win or lose, at least I'd be able to die peacefully. Ling Luo said, If you wish to defeat the Pavilion Master, you'll have to go through me. And me. And me. And me. Pavilion, Duan Muxing, and Little Yuaner chimed in as well. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and the female cultivators drew their swords. It was quite an impressive lineup. Gong Yuandu said with emotion, a generation of old birds replaced by a new generation. Good, very good. As soon as he finished speaking, a peculiar black chi emerged from the coffin. It didn't seem like an attack. The symbols carved on the surface of the coffin slowly faded away, as if he was intentionally making himself weaker. The others were baffled. What was Gong Yuandu trying to do? At this moment, the coffin slowly descended to the ground. When Ling Luo saw this, he was convinced that Gong Yuandu's cultivation base had deteriorated considerably. He said, With your current cultivation base, I don't think you can even break through Elder Hua 6 incompatible C. How do you plan to take on the Pavilion Master? The others focused their gaze on the coffin. Isn't he expediting his death by coming here since his cultivation base has deteriorated so much? They relaxed slightly, thinking they had overestimated their opponent. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. I'm just a talentless junior. I'm Hua Wudao of the Yun sect. The coffin that had landed on the ground suddenly moved to stand vertically. Bam! The underside of the coffin faced the others. The veins on the surface seemed to have disappeared. Without the formation veins, the coffin was just a coffin. A man on his deathbed had nothing to fear. Gong Yuandu had made his stance clear. After the formation veins faded away, he spoke in a voice that echoed throughout the evil sky pavilion. Cultivate the sword in the Taoist way. Cultivate the sword in the Taoist way? The others exchanged glances. In the cultivation world, there were countless methods practiced by various sects, but they all aimed for the same goal. In principle, cultivators would harness the primal qi from their sea of qi or their surroundings and condense it into energy. The differences lay in the beliefs of the various sections. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sects held varying views, leading to a multitude of cultivation methods. The Taoist sects had the greatest achievements in the way of the sword. Thus, cultivators who loved the sword would typically choose a Taoist cultivation method. Jiang Aijian, Yun sect's Luo Shisan, Luo Chongqing, Sword Freak Chen Wenjia, and even Lin Luo and Pan Lydian were of Taoist origins. They shared the same roots, but interpreted them differently. For this reason, the Taoist sects branched into even more sections. Some specialized in escaping, others in defense, and still others in offense. Those who found inspiration would create new paths for the cultivation of the sword. Gong Yuandu was one of these individuals. Debate about swords? Pan Lydian laughed. I thought you were going to fight us to the death. The coffin was silent. Duan Muxing took a deep breath and said, then, I have no business being here. Old Fourth is skilled in talking and squabbling, but I'm not. Why is a formal debate a squabble to you? Little Yuan said, oh, I'm not good at squabbling either. I don't want to grow up into a woman who squabbles and hurls insults on the streets. Lin Luo and Pan Lydian looked at the coffin, wondering what Gong Yuandu thought about this. Pan Lydian smiled and said, I, for one, think that if we're going to have a debate about the sword, little Yuan can best you. I agree, Lin Luo nodded. Me too, Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong said in unison. Little Yuan was puzzled. Bzzt. The coffin vibrated slightly and made a strange sound. At this moment, a weak surge of primal qi condensed into energy around the coffin. Energy blades, resembling icicles, hovered around it and revolved before suddenly disappearing without a trace. It was clear that Gong Yuandu was annoyed. He said in a deep voice, naturally, a debate of the swords is not just verbal. It has to be put into practice as well. Oh? Pan Lydian was puzzled. You're saying we're going to debate while we fight? Naturally. The others were slightly taken aback and instantly put their guards up. This person must be mad. He seems insane. Gong Yuandu said, however, it won't be a fight to the death. A cultivator gains control over primal qi by progressing through body tempering to mystic enlightenment. At the Tao shaping stage of the divine court realm, the cultivator would be able to master the path of cultivation. Using the Tao shaping method to control the primal qi of the mystic enlightenment realm. The path of swords originated from the debate of swords. Pan Lydian laughed and said, I think I understand now. We're supposed to spar in the mystic enlightening realm without avatars or weapons, right? To put it bluntly, they would limit their cultivation bases while competing in their understanding and skills of the sword. This was the best solution for both sides. Moreover, Lin Luo and Pan Lydian's cultivation bases had yet to recover. Although Duan Muxing and Little Yuan's cultivation bases were profound, if both sides were to fight to the death, they still would not gain the upper hand. After all, their opponent was a man with nothing to lose, about to die. Naturally, as soon as Gong Yuandu finished speaking, the coffin did a backflip and lay flat on the ground. One end of the coffin was longer, and it lay in a slanted position. The taller side faced the others. There was a black character on its surface, seemingly a script that combined the characters for Imperial Order. It was unsettling to look at. We will have a debate to determine the winner. Go ahead. Gong Yuandu's voice traveled out in a wave, resonating throughout the entire Evil Sky Pavilion. Hua Wudao waved his hand and turned, saying, the juniors won't take part in this. At their levels, it's like pitting their insights into the path of the sword against each other. Watch and learn. The others cupped their fists. Pan Lydian and Leng Luo exchanged a look. I'll go. Leng Luo took several steps forward. As he stepped into the range, energy blades resembling icicles of various shapes appeared around the coffin again. The irregularly shaped blades looked strange. The path of the sword attracts primal chi and condenses it into energy blades. In the mystic and lightning realm, primal chi can form at most 2 energy blades. As soon as Leng Luo finished speaking, all but 2 energy blades around the coffin vanished. Leng Luo raised his right hand with his palm facing the sky. Quality over quantity. A thick and massive energy blade appeared in his palm, also in the mystic and lightning realm. When Hua Wudao saw this, he said, this is the clash of sword principles. Let's see who will emerge the victor in this round. In the next second, the energy blades around the coffin spun and shot out. Leng Luo's energy blade followed. At this moment, the others noticed the difference. Due to their irregular shapes, the energy blades altered their trajectories as they soared through the air, heading toward Leng Luo. The coffin flipped in a full circle. With only the cultivation base in the mystic and lightning realm, Gong Yuandu dodged the attack. Leng Luo moved swiftly, dodging one energy blade. Bam! The other energy blade changed its trajectory, which was somewhat surprising. Leng Luo raised his hand and caught the energy blade between his index and middle fingers. The energy blade vanished. Silence fell over the scene. The others were baffled, unable to tell who had won. Then, they turned to look at the black coffin. There was no extravagant battle, powerful fluctuations of primal chi, or cunning schemes. Only the way of the sword remained. I've lost, Leng Luo said, cupping his fists. He did not want to explain, nor did he need to. Everyone could see that Leng Luo had been slightly careless. Carelessness or underestimating the enemy were fatal weaknesses. When Leng Luo caught the energy blades with his fingers, he confirmed that even if he were to take this opponent seriously, at most, he would only be able to withstand a few blows. If the outcome was the same, it was better to concede directly. Hua Wudao had to take on the role of explaining again. Indeed, Senior Leng executed the act of catching the energy blade with his fingers perfectly. Unfortunately, a mystic and lightning realm cultivator who has just completed body tempering could never catch energy blades with bare hands. If this had been a fight between 2 mystic and lightning realm cultivators, the energy blade would have slashed his neck. Senior Leng is skilled in Dao invisibility, not the sword. The others nodded. As expected of the greatest sword genius of the northern capital. Energy blades of irregular shapes. I'm truly impressed. Leng Luo stepped backward. Pan Lydian stepped forward. He first took a sip of wine from the gourd he carried before tossing it toward Pan Zhong. Catch. Old Pan carelessly tossed his weapon aside. I'm not Leng Luo. He's too green, too inexperienced. Leng Luo remained silent. A defeat was a defeat. There was no need to justify or explain. He was no stranger to trash talk and was not bothered by it. Gong Yuandu said, old beggar? Yes. On the path of the sword, the mystic and lightning realm gives rise to yin and yang, which then turns into taiji, and in turn, the 4 phenomena. It goes on, in a never-ending cycle, Gong Yuandu said. Pan Lydian said, if it's only the mystic and lightning realm, there can be only 2 energy blades at most. It can't even form the 4 phenomena, let alone sustain a cycle indefinitely. Just as Gong Yuandu was about to speak, Pan Lydian raised his voice and continued, I've traveled to the south and the north, and I've seen enough sword elites. Are you trying to use energy blades to form a sword formation, thereby creating the four phenomena and eventually an endless cycle? Interesting, Gong Yuandu said, delighted. I told you. I'm not Lin Luo. Pan Lydian glanced at Lin Luo from the corner of his eye, a look of gloating on his face. Gong Yuandu added, show me how you plan to handle it, then. Beneath the coffin, a radiant Taiji circle, spanning over 2 meters, appeared. Yin and Yang intertwined as energy blades emerged. Lin Luo applauded. To have accomplished this at the mystic and lightning realm. Old Pan, you should concede. Pan Lydian looked at the radiant circle on the ground, appearing shocked. He was knowledgeable and familiar with this method, but he had never seen any sword genius put it into practice. Many studies of the sword had lost their original purpose and value. Who, in the world, didn't care about the power and ability to kill when cultivating the sword? Pan Lydian felt invigorated. Although he did not know how Gong Yuandu managed it, he wished to receive the blows from this sword skill. He raised his right arm slowly, and a Taiji radiant seal, slightly larger than his palm, appeared. Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the female cultivator's eyes widened. This was their first time seeing Elder Pan make a move and witness this legendary old man conjuring his primal chi. Once a beggar who had lost his cultivation base, he finally resembled his former self. However, what kind of Taoist cultivation method was that Taiji seal on his palm? Under his mask, Lin Luo showed a look of approval. Pan Lydian pushed his palm forward, and an energy blade emerged from the Taiji seal. He was enhancing his energy blade with the seal. At the same time, several energy blades appeared around Gong Yuandu's coffin. Typically, a mystic and lightning realm cultivator could manage only 2 energy blades, at most. However, with the mini formation beneath the coffin, he was supplied with limitless primal chi. Energy blades from both sides shot through the air. The others instinctively backed away. This no longer looked like a battle between mystic and lightning realm cultivators. It seemed more like a clash between Brahman Sea realm cultivators. Bam! 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 The energy blades collided. Pan Lydian smiled and took a step forward, slamming his wizened, large hand on the ground. Boom! The limestone floor cracked, and the formation shattered. Great! Pan Zhong clapped his hands. Indeed, as the saying goes, the older, the wiser. Nobody said they were only supposed to use energy blades. It was perfectly reasonable for a mystic and lightning realm cultivator to crack the floor. Even a body-tempering cultivator could do that. Just when everyone thought Pan Lydian was about to emerge victorious, the shattered formation veins condensed into energy, gathered, and shot toward Pan Lydian's Taiji seal. Bam! The Taiji seal shattered. No more, no less, Gong Yuandu had 2 remaining energy blades that hovered around his coffin. Interesting, Lin Luo applauded. The others were puzzled by this. Why aren't they continuing? It's not over, is it? Pan Lydian had ample time to cast his next attack. What good would Gong Yuandu's 2 energy blades do? While the others were still puzzled, Pan Lydian cupped his fists and said, I concede defeat. Hua Wudao nodded and took up the role to explain again. The limit of the mystic and lightning realm has been reached. When the others heard this, realization dawned on them. They had overlooked a problem. Hua Wudao was right. A mystic and lightning realm cultivator could manage a Taoist seal and 2 energy blades at most. When Gong Yuandu's formation seal was shattered, 2 of his energy blades remained. Hence, he had the upper hand. Pan Lydian smiled and said, your methods have widened my horizons. After saying that, he retreated. If experienced seniors like Lin Luo and Pan Lydian could not best Gong Yuandu in a sword fight, it was impossible for the others to do so. After all, the experience of younger cultivators cannot be made up with talent alone. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. I'll pass. I'm only good at defense. Moreover, my 6 compatible seal requires a cultivation base in the nascent divinity tribulation realm to unleash its special effects. In terms of swordplay, I'm as good as an idiot. With a wave of his hand, he retreated as well. None of the 3 old generals could defeat Gong Yuandu. A slightly awkward atmosphere hung in the air. Gong Yuandu chuckled and said, I've painstakingly cultivated the sword in the Mausoleum of Swords for 100 years. It's not surprising that I won against you all. Duan Muxing waved his overlord spear and said with a snort, all you have is that mouth of yours. That wasn't a real competition of cultivation bases. On the battlefield, who cares if you're being fair or not? His words had merit. In a real battle, who would suppress their cultivation base and not fight with all their might? Bam, the overlord's spear struck the limestone floor. Duan Muxing's primal qi spread out in waves. The others retreated. Even Pan Lydian and Lin Luo did not have as much energy as Duan Muxing. Duan Muxing and the black coffin faced off against each other while the others watched from a distance. After a moment of silence, Gong Yuandu said, if I were to fight you with my full strength, you'll surely die. Naturally, I won't be able to fight after that. The coffin did not move, as if giving Duan Muxing time to think. Do you dare? The others from the evil sky pavilion knew Duan Muxing's temper and inwardly shook their heads and sighed. Duan Muxing raised a hand. Under his control, the overlord's spear rose from the ground and flew into his grip. A domineering energy enveloped the overlord's spear. Let's give it a try then, whiz, a 30-foot avatar materialized behind Duan Muxing. On the golden lotus, beneath its feet, 2 blades of leaves spun slowly. The others did not expect Duan Muxing to act so boldly. They also did not expect him to be this fearless. The atmosphere was tense, as if the slightest spark could ignite a fire. Duan Muxing, listen to me, don't act rashly, Hua Wudao advised. After all, Gong Yuandu was the genius sword cultivator of the northern capital. By setting the rule of sparring with swords in the mystic and lightning realm, he was already giving them a chance. Why did Duan Muxing have to fight with his life on the line? It wasn't worth it. There's no need to persuade me, Elder Hua. Master isn't here. If I don't fight, who will? Without Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong in the evil sky pavilion, and in the absence of their master, Duan Muxing was naturally the one with the most senior position. Usually, Pan Lydian and Lin Luo would have the right to stand in front of him. However, their cultivation bases were far from being recovered, so they could do nothing but watch. Good. Very good, Gong Yuandu said loudly. I've underestimated Brother Ji. To think that he has such a disciple. In that case, I'll show you what the true path of the sword looks like. The primal qi around the coffin began to ripple intensely, a stark contrast to before. However, just as the coffin levitated slightly, a deep voice resonated from the direction of the east pavilion. Stand back. Duan Muxing shuddered and knelt on one knee. Master. Lin Luo, Pan Lydian, and Hua Wudao looked into the distance. Everyone else fell to their knees, greeting Lu Zhou. Pavilion Master. Above the east pavilion, Lu Zhou walked as if he were as light as a feather, heading toward them. Little Yuan stepped forward, saying excitedly, Master, you're finally here. The lunatic from the Mausoleum of Swords came looking for trouble. Lu Zhou landed and walked toward them, hands behind his back. Lin Luo and the others cupped their fists slightly at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on the coffin. He studied it before finally saying, prepare some wine. Gong Yuandu's laughter rang from within the coffin. His voice was slightly trembling, and no one could tell if he was agitated or excited. You're the only one who understands me, Brother Ji. The female cultivators hurried to the north pavilion to fetch the century-old wine. They then set up a table and a few chairs in front of the great hall. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, you're a senior and yet you bully your juniors. I'm ashamed of you. The coffin landed slowly. The others remained silent. Earlier, Gong Yuandu had been insufferably arrogant, but now he seemed to have wilted a little. Perhaps their master was the only one who could rein in Gong Yuandu. Brother Ji, you're not someone who would break a promise. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. In truth, he didn't know why his cultivation had taken so long this time. The wonderful thing was that he only felt a few days had passed. Only when he opened his eyes did he realize that an entire month had passed. Lu Zhou didn't dwell on the matter and waved his hand. With a flick of his sleeve, a wine jar flew onto the table. Are you planning on hiding in the coffin forever? The aroma of the wine wafted out. Pavilion felt an almost uncontrollable urge to drink. He laughed and said, "To think you're a kindred spirit. If I'd known this earlier, I should have had a drinking contest with you instead of a sword duel." Wine has always been associated with pleasure. Since time immemorial, scholars and poets alike have enjoyed it. Even when martial men clashed with their blades and words, wine was often considered an essential item. Lu Zhou sat down slowly, then waved his arm. Under his control, the wine jar filled the cups precisely. 2 cups were filled, and the aroma of the wine permeated the air. Pavilion was nearly drooling. If he did not know the visitor had come with ill intent, he would have rushed over and drunk his fill. Lu Zhou raised the cup of wine and took a sip. Clack! 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 The coffin made strange noises. Gong Yuandu's lust for wine was not inferior to Pavillion's. The aroma of the wine that filled the air made him want to drink. However, Lu Zhou did not swallow the wine. Instead, he spat it out lightly. Bzzzt. The wine formed 3 swords that shot at the coffin from the left, right, and middle. Bam! 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 3 energy blades stabbed into the coffin. Hua Wudao praised, "I've almost forgotten the Pavilion master's mastery of swordplay. I remember the Yunsec's Luo Chongqing publicly praising Yu Shangrong's sword skills more than once. How can a disciple's skill surpass the master's? If the disciple was so terrifying, the master could never be mediocre." Gong Yuandu said in his hoarse voice, "I'm impressed. Ordinary sword path elites can only condense qi into energy. A true sword path elite can turn anything into swords." Lu Zhou was unmoved by these flattering words. Instead, he stroked his beard and said, "It's only a minor skill, too insignificant to mention. You could have easily blocked this attack. And yet, why didn't he?" Creak. The lid of the coffin swung open. A surge of energy rippled into the surroundings as a man emerged from the coffin. In an instant, Gong Yuandu appeared in everyone's sight. He resembled a prehistoric man with his disheveled hair and grimy face. A wiry beard covered his face, and his clothes were in tatters. His arms were covered in dirt, with almost no skin visible. This was the true appearance of Gong Yuandu, the greatest sword path elite of the northern capital. He looked like a mummy. The others took a step backward at the sight. This was the result of living inside a coffin for too long. Ordinary cultivators could reduce their need to eat in the mystic enlightening realm. In the Brahman Sea realm, a cultivator could survive on a single meal every 3 to 5 days. In the Divine Court realm, it was enough to eat once every 10 days or once every fortnight. In the nascent divinity tribulation realm, the cultivator could subsist on the primal qi of the world. However, the cultivator would still need some actual food every now and then. It was hard to imagine how Gong Yuandu managed to survive in the coffin all this time. Did he catch rats and insects in the crypt to eat? Those who tried to imagine how Gong Yuandu had lived so far shuddered in disgust. Fortunately, the stench from Gong Yuandu was blocked out by their protective energies. Everyone's attention was focused on him at this moment. Gong Yuandu opened his eyes. He seemed to be disturbed by the glaring light. It took him a moment to acclimatize to the light before he looked at the table that had been set up. Then, he glanced at Lu Zhou. As he slowly took his seat, he said, "You've changed, Brother Ji." "Oh? But I can't quite put my finger on it." Gong Yuandu raised his right arm. The jar of wine hovered above him as he looked up. The wine inside poured down like a waterfall. Glug. 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 Wonderful. In comparison, Lu Zhou's manner of slowly sipping from a cup seemed delicate. The jar was emptied. With a wave of his hand, the wine jar flew to the side, landing slowly on the ground exactly where Gong Yuandu intended. Brother Ji, my cultivation base is not what it once was. If we fight with actual weapons, my defeat is certain. As he spoke, flakes of dirt fell from his face. Lu Zhou sighed and said, "You know your limits are upon you. Why are you still being so stubborn?" Gong Yuandu heaved a long sigh before he said, "Brother Ji, you're not like me." "Oh? You're not as merciless, decisive, or cold-blooded as I am. In a certain sense, kindness shown to the enemy is an act of cruelty against yourself. Back then, you could have killed me when I lost to you. If you had, we wouldn't be in this situation." Lu Zhou raised his wine cup and said slowly, "You don't understand." Gong Yuandu was puzzled. Lu Zhou continued, "If you were dead, I would no longer have any opponent. It's lonely at the top. I can't help but find it boring." "You're too kind with your words, Brother Ji." Gong Yuandu was delighted to be considered an opponent by the greatest villain, whose fame preceded him. However, due to the thick layer of grime on his face and his prolonged stay within the coffin, the changes in his expression were unnoticeable. He waved his arm. More wine. The nearby female cultivators swiftly brought over dozens of jars of century-old wine. Pavilion was beside himself with envy. He did not think there were enough jars of century-old wine in the evil sky pavilion to sustain such drinking. Gong Yuandu, naturally, did not care about Pavillion's feelings. He started on another jar of wine and emptied it in no time. Then, he cupped his fists and said, "Brother Ji, can you fulfill this dying man's wish?" "If that's the case, I will," Lu Zhou replied calmly. "As always, let's debate about the swords." When speaking, Gong Yuandu glanced at Lin Luo, Pavilion, and Hua Wudao. Hua Wudao stepped forward and recounted what had happened earlier. Of course, even without Hua Wudao's explanation, Lu Zhou understood what Gong Yuandu meant. He knew that Gong Yuandu's cultivation base had greatly deteriorated when they met in the Mausoleum of Swords. At this point, Gong Yuandu could not possibly have any destructive skills to use against him. Smack! Gong Yuandu flipped his palm, and the wine jar before him flew up. The wine poured out and transformed into energy. A Taiji seal, similar to the one seen earlier, appeared on the ground. It then formed the two instruments and the four phenomena. As the seal was completed, energy blades materialized before him. It was the same technique. How would the greatest devil under the heavens deal with it? Pavilion, who was defeated by this move, widened his eyes, eager to observe every detail of Lu Zhou's actions. However, he noticed Lu Zhou merely kept his wine cup raised, showing no signs of movement. He could see a hint of confidence, or perhaps conceit, in Lu Zhou's eyes. Whoosh! 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 When the energy blades shot toward Lu Zhou, he suddenly flung the cup. It spun and formed a Taiji seal. Pavilion frowned. "My judgment was right." Bam! When the Taiji seal blocked the energy blades, Lu Zhou slammed his palm. Smack! The formation vein was destroyed. The Taiji seal vanished, and the four phenomenon sword formation disappeared as well. This time, Gong Yuandu had no energy blades left. Lin Luo, with his hands behind his back, said, "I never expected the same technique, when used by different people, to have such a significant difference." Pavillion's wizened face flushed red. "Don't you mock me." Lin Luo would not let this opportunity slip by. After all, Pavilion had not given him any leeway earlier. The limits of the mystic and lightning realm have been reached, a draw. Gong Yuandu shook his head. "This time, it's my loss." He looked at Lin Luo and the others and slowly said, "The four phenomenon formation consumed at least 4 times more energy than the Taiji seal. Although Brother Ji unleashed a palm strike, the overall energy he spent was much lower than what I did. Exerting the greatest strength with the least amount of power. I willingly admit defeat. Lu Zhou remained unperturbed by Gong Yuandu's praise. This was just a fraction of his knowledge and experience in cultivating the sword path. He had not expected to use it in such a situation. Gong Yuandu raised a jar of wine and tossed it into the air. Whoosh! The wine spilled out. Again. The jar suddenly exploded, and the wine transformed into sharp blades. The irregularly shaped sharp blades shot toward Lu Zhou. He placed his right hand on the table. Bam! Primal chi rippled outward from his hand, and the sharp blades reverted into wine that spilled on the ground. Lu Zhou's protective energy shielded him from getting drenched. The wine fell like a light rain. The result was clear. Gong Yuandu's eyelids twitched. This was the sword path he had studied and cultivated for years in the Mausoleum of Swords, mastering the ability to convert anything into swords. He did not expect Lu Zhou to handle his technique so easily. The other spectators could no longer understand what was happening. At most, they could condense qi into energy. How could wine be turned into blades? Wine is not water that can be frozen into sharp icicles. Lin Luo said, the energy forms a vacuum around the wine, requiring the cultivator to be highly skilled in transforming primal qi into energy. I see, Hua Wudao cupped his fists. When cultivators attacked with heaven-grade weapons, they would wrap themselves or their weapons in energy to enhance their power. Water lacks sufficient toughness, so it cannot cause much damage. This is why no cultivator would spend time practicing such a technique. No one expected Gong Yuandu to achieve this so effortlessly. Even more surprising was Lu Zhou's effortless response. The third move, Gong Yuandu took several steps back and spread his arms wide. Several energy blades instantly appeared around him. Seeing this, little Yuaner pouted and said, "Didn't you say a mystic and lightning realm cultivator can only maintain 2 energy blades? That's cheating." Gong Yuandu didn't even deign to look at her. He only said, "Little girl, who said these aren't 2 energy blades?" The energy blades spun around Gong Yuandu. Upon closer inspection, everyone discovered the energy blades were as thin as fingers. Moreover, they seemed to be shrinking in size. 1 would multiply into 2, 2 into 4. The size would shrink as their number increased. Lin Luo shook his head. I still believe that quality is more important than quantity. It's meaningless, even if it's flashy. Gong Yuandu did not agree with Lin Luo. Numbers can form a formation. Countless energy blades, now as thin as golden needles, formed a sword formation. You can do that? The others were speechless. This had exceeded their understanding of the mystic and lightning realm. Technically, this was not a sword formation a mystic and lightning realm cultivator could unleash. After all, Gong Yuandu's understanding, knowledge, experience, and control were near perfection. This sword formation is inspired by the 7-terminal formation in the Mausoleum of Swords that I've studied for many years, Gong Yuandu said proudly. I wonder if you can break this formation, Brother Ji? 7-terminal formation? The others were rendered speechless by Gong Yuandu's shamelessness. He had been studying the 7-terminal formation for such a long time in the Mausoleum of Swords, and yet, he was asking Lu Zhou to break it on such short notice. Was this how sparring usually went? Shouldn't it be more honest? Hua Wudao's wizened face flushed pink. He saw himself in Gong Yuandu. Back then, he had studied his tortoise method for 20 years and had asked the Pavilion master to break it on short notice as well. In hindsight, he found himself foolish and naive. He shook his head. How could the great sword elite of the northern capital make the same mistake? The energy blade stabbed into the ground, forming 7 stars. The densely packed area shimmered with a faint golden light. If used against a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, a simple stomp would be enough to shatter this sword formation. However, it would be difficult for a Mystic and Lightning Realm cultivator to break this formation. Lin Luo shook his head at this sight. Pavilion said, "It's true that quality is important, but when both quality and quantity are accounted for, it would be extremely terrifying." "What do you think, old Lung?" Lin Luo was taken aback. This old geezer. He just can't go a single day without looking for a fight. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou remained unmoved. He raised the wine cup in his right hand and took a sip. With his left hand, he gently pushed it forward, and the table moved back half a meter, placing him out of the sword formation's range. After that, he indifferently offered his appraisal. "What a weak sword formation." "I'm not inside the formation, but I can attack you at any time." Lu Zhou flipped his palm upward. 2 energy blades appeared out of thin air, looking extremely eye-catching. Gong Yuandu staggered backward, feeling a lump in his throat. He struggled to deal with such a sudden and merciless verbal attack. He had studied the 7-terminal sword formation for so long, understanding its intricacies and theories thoroughly, and even managing to replicate it to some extent. However, he had overlooked a simple weakness: he could not force his opponent to stay within the formation's range. All his research had been based on the assumption that his opponent would be within the formation's range. Regardless of how wonderful the sword formation was, it would be useless and meaningless if the opponent was not in its range. Upon seeing Gong Yuandu's reaction, the others sighed and shook their heads. There were no shortage of fanatical geniuses who went to great lengths to conduct their research. No matter how solid their theories were, they would be all for naught if the cultivator did not have practical experience to back them up. Gong Yuandu reached out with his right hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind appeared, and the miniature 7-terminal sword formation dispersed with the wind. Gong Yuandu closed his eyes and remained silent. The others found this strange and wondered what Gong Yuandu was going to do next. Lu Zhou placed the wine cup on the table and slowly rose to his feet, hands behind his back. "Let go of your obsession. Your limit is still some time away. Although I'm older than you, I'm not afraid of the life limit at all. I can give you another chance." "A chance?" Gong Yuandu opened his eyes. A hint of red streaked across the whites of his eyes. Lu Zhou calmly said, "I can guarantee that you'll survive your final century." Naturally, he had no confidence when it came to overcoming the great life limit. No one in the cultivation world was capable of that. During Lu Zhou's time cultivating in seclusion, many problems appeared in his mind that needed urgent attention. One of them was the great limit. "There's no need for that," Gong Yuandu replied, surprising everyone. At this moment, the primal chi on his body surged, far beyond the level of the Mystic and Lightning realm. It kept rising, from the sense-condensing realm to the Brahman Sea realm, the Divine Court realm, until it reached the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm. "My final move." Gong Yuandu looked at Lu Zhou. "Kindly show me your guidance." His stance clearly indicated that this final move would not be in the Mystic and Lightning realm. He would use all his strength, willing to risk his life. Whiz! A towering avatar, so tall its top could not be seen, appeared. Countless energy blades swirled around it in densely packed formations, making it seem as if the entire evil sky pavilion was filled with energy blades. Lin Luo and Pavilion looked up and shook their heads. Meanwhile, Hua Wudao unleashed his 6-compatible seal, shielding everyone. Lu Zhou was the only one left outside the seal, standing with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Gong Yuandu stomped on the limestone floor and shot toward the avatar's head. The avatar began to gather energy, and Gong Yuandu placed one palm on top of the other. Whoosh! 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 Energy blades kept gathering around Gong Yuandu. It seemed he had revealed his trump card with this skill. Irregularly shaped energy blades, a sword formation, and countless ordinary energy blades swirled around him, as he accumulated all his strength. No one expected Gong Yuandu to suddenly attack with all his might. Is he trying to kill? However, just as Duanling Tian had said earlier, there was no absolute fairness in the cultivation world. The thousands of energy blades crashed down like a mountain under the control of Gong Yuandu and his avatar, as if all the primal chi on Golden Court Mountain had been gathered by the massive avatar. The birds in the forest took flight. The air within a kilometer of the area grew turbulent, and the clouds began to roll. As soon as the energy blades had gathered enough energy, they shot toward Lu Zhou. Master! Pavilion Master! Just as the energy blades were about to strike Lu Zhou's forehead, he said tonelessly, "Scram." This was not the third heavenly writing technique that Lu Zhou had just meditated upon. It was the grand technique, "Scram," that the others were familiar with. The sound exploded in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder, granting the power of speech recognition, even about unspeakable truths. It enabled understanding of the words spoken by beings from different worlds. This was the power of speech. The densely packed energy blades, resembling golden needles, were neatly gathered in the air. They shattered like glass under the sound wave and vanished, returning to nature. Meanwhile, the 1,000 energy blades closest to Lu Zhou's forehead seemed to reflect upward. Gong Yuandu's massive avatar lasted only a breath before it exploded like a bubble under the hurricane-like sound wave. Several energy blades shot toward Gong Yuandu, catching him off guard. He did not expect this. His protective energy layer was pierced like a balloon by the energy blades, some of which pierced his arms, face, back, and feet. A look of fear spread across his face. A grunt echoed in the air before he fell to the ground. Hua Wudao's 6 compatible seal instantly shattered, and the others reeled back, crashing to the ground. Even Duan Muxing and Little Yuaner, who had experienced the impact of the grand technique, "Scram," before, were startled. The power of speech truly exceeded everyone's expectations. The sound wave continued to travel upward after Gong Yuandu was shot down. Boom! The weak barrier was shattered from within, like a bubble, and faded away. Gong Yuandu fell to the ground, and silence descended upon the evil sky pavilion. Lu Zhou looked up. There was no barrier left. It seemed the force of his attack was greater than before, complicating things even more. What a headache! Lu Zhou wanted to scratch his head. This was not what he had intended. Now that the barrier is gone, what will the noble path do? Similarly, Lin Luo and the others were rendered speechless by what had just transpired. They rose to their feet and looked at the battered Gong Yuandu. Lu Zhou turned to look at Gong Yuandu as well. To everyone's surprise, Gong Yuandu did not die. Although the barrier's power was weak, it was still much more powerful than an elite with a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base. The grand technique, Scram, had instantly shattered the barrier, yet it could not kill Gong Yuandu. How did he do that? Gong Yuandu lay on the ground for a moment longer before he struggled to push himself up and sat on the ground. He looked at the ground, uncertain whether to cry or laugh. He had lost completely. As a man with pride, he would never allow himself to cry in front of others. In the end, he smiled and chuckled softly. Disregarding the pain in his body, he said, "I've lost." Lu Zhou looked at Gong Yuandu. "Have you thought about it?" "About what?" "The reason you lost." "I haven't," Gong Yuandu shook his head. He looked at Lu Zhou with a smile before shuffling to the table and taking a seat across from him. The two poured themselves some wine. "You have 100 years left. Are you going to throw that away?" Lu Zhou asked. Gong Yuandu sighed. "There's something you don't know, Brother Ji." He raised the wine jar and poured it into his mouth. After a few mouthfuls, he lowered the cup and said, "I don't have that long." "Why?" "I've spent my essence and blood a long time ago," Gong Yuandu said. Essence and blood were the foundation of life. Lu Zhou frowned slightly and asked, "Just to improve your cultivation base?" Gong Yuandu coughed violently twice. A splash of red appeared, he had coughed up blood. He wondered if it was due to the damage from the grand technique, Scram, or from his old injuries. Strangely, when he coughed up blood, half of his hair turned white. He seemed unbothered, wiping the blood from the corner of his lips and taking another sip of wine. He even managed to smile and said, "A little more." Just a little more, and I'll be at the 9-leaf stage." The others who were standing nearby were thoroughly shocked. Anyone with a basic understanding of cultivation would know what the 9-leaf stage meant. The 8-leaf stage was the highest humans could achieve. Up until now, there were no known cultivators who had successfully reached the 9-leaf stage. At the very least, no one knew of any 9-leaf elites. Even in the misty forest, where humans seldom ventured, or the whirlpools and the seas where no one dared to travel, there were no records of 9-leaf elites. There were no such accounts in any books accessible to humans. "Just a little more, and yet, it's an uncrossable chasm," Lu Zhou said. "Brother Ji, can't you feel it?" "Feel what?" Lu Zhou asked. "A sense of danger, the feeling of your life slipping away. It's peculiar and unexplainable." Gong Yuandu lowered his voice and said, "Whenever my cultivation base improves, I feel as though I've aged. I'm aging quickly, and there's nothing I can do to stop it." A hint of helplessness crept into Gong Yuandu's eyes. "Whenever I try to stop it, the primal qi that I've painstakingly accumulated leaves my sea of qi." "When did you start having these feelings?" Lu Zhou asked. "During the 10th year inside the Mausoleum of Swords, and the 30th year." "So, during the first instance, you stopped it, but during the second, you did not." "I had no choice." If his hair hadn't been covered in grime, his silver mane would have been obvious. Lu Zhou seemed lost in thought. If what he said is true, the limit of a human's cultivation is the 8-leaf stage. Alas, I only have him as a reference. That's fewer than I'd like. Gong Yuandu began coughing again. With this cough, his hair turned completely white. Even the grime couldn't mask the color of his hair. The others were shocked to see this and didn't understand what was happening. Lu Zhou looked at Gong Yuandu's white hair. Realization dawned on him, and he softly said, "Fool. If I didn't, I would have died instantly." Gong Yuandu laughed again. He no longer drank the wine, and his right hand was shaking. "Sometimes, there's nothing wrong with being a fool." Then, he lifted the wine jar and poured its contents into his mouth. The wine agitated his belly, but he seemed unconcerned by the discomfort, enjoying the moment. It had been a long time since he felt this way after entering the coffin. The sting of the wine made him feel human and alive. Unfortunately, with every mouthful of wine, Gong Yuandu's completely white hair seemed to whiten even more, if that was possible. The dirt fell off his hair. His skin was so wrinkled it no longer resembled skin. It would not be an exaggeration to say it looked like tree bark. "To be honest, when I attacked, I had a fleeting illusion that I could kill you," Gong Yuandu said with a chuckle. "If I didn't have some matters to attend to, you would have been a dead man when we met at the Mausoleum of Swords," Lu Zhou said confidently. Gong Yuandu nodded listlessly. He remembered the 7-terminal formation and his demon sword in the Mausoleum of Swords. Lu Zhou could tame the demon sword and break the 7-terminal formation. Defeating Gong Yuandu was a lesser feat by comparison. "Brother Ji, you're older than I am and possess a much more profound cultivation base. Soon enough, you'll feel the same things I've felt," Gong Yuandu said with a chuckle. "Perhaps all our seniors felt the same way as they looked for a breakthrough." Lu Zhou thought about Gong Yuandu's descriptions and recalled the sensation he felt while cultivating in seclusion. The oldest mortal is only about 100 years old. Perhaps, cultivators are just a different kind of mortal. Gong Yuandu glanced at Lu Zhou. His gaze slid across the white strands in Lu Zhou's hair, and he said, "That's a fresh way of explaining it, Brother Ji. You've changed, a lot." They were old nemesis. In a way, old nemesis knew each other better than friends did. Lu Zhou merely nodded ambiguously. He could never tell Gong Yuandu that he was actually another person from a distant world. "You've changed as well," Lu Zhou said, comparing the person before him to the one in his memories. The Gong Yuandu in his memories was not an agreeable character. The mountain was too small for two tigers. Gong Yuandu was sinister, patient, and sly by nature. He could endure what most could not, hiding away for 100 years in the Mausoleum of Swords. How could he live under the same roof with another elite? Perhaps a dying man was kinder. The current Gong Yuandu was nothing like his former self. After 3 rounds of drinks, the sun was beginning to set. The sunlight fell upon Gong Yuandu at just the right angle. He was enjoying himself very much. He looked at Ling Luo, Pavilion, and Hua Wudao, who were standing nearby, then at Duan Muxing, Little Yuaner, and the others. He surveyed the evil sky pavilion and said, "These two had a debate of sorts with me." Ling Luo announced his own name again. Since Gong Yuandu was clearly not in peak condition, Pavilion thought perhaps Gong Yuandu's memory was not very good either. Initially, Pavilion was just going to refer to himself as the old beggar. However, after giving it some thought, he said truthfully, "I'm Pan Lydian." Gong Yuandu was slightly taken aback. The greatest elite of Clarity sect. "I remember you," he said. "I'm flattered. The former sect master Ren of the Clarity sect passed away. You fought against the 8 elders, and I heard you were injured. Then, you were rescued by the 4th prince and brought to the borders, right?" Gong Yuandu regarded Pavilion with a puzzled gaze. The others looked at Pavilion, wondering if this was the reason he left the Clarity sect. "That's all in the past. There's no use in bringing it up now," Pavilion said, waving his hand dismissively. It was also unimportant to ask how Gong Yuandu knew about this. "Brother Ji, I must say, you're really skilled. You even managed to tame old men like Ling Luo and Pavilion. I'm impressed." After Gong Yuandu finished speaking, he coughed violently again. Although there was no blood, it seemed like his hair had whitened even more. He had aged tremendously in just a moment. A person who had exhausted their blood and essence was the same as someone who had used all their life force to temporarily boost their cultivation base through unconventional methods. Even critical heal could not help him now. Even if it could, Lu Zhou did not think he would use it on Gong Yuandu. After all, Gong Yuandu had intended to kill him with his shocking move earlier. Gong Yuandu's gaze fell on Lu Zhou. His tone seemed different as he said, "It's almost time. Aren't you getting into the coffin?" Lu Zhou glanced at the coffin beside them. Initially, he had planned to give Gong Yuandu another chance if he was willing to stay in the evil sky pavilion. However, after hearing about the insights Gong Yuandu had gained in the Mausoleum of Swords, he knew it was impossible. "It's all right." Gong Yuandu didn't even look at the coffin as he shook his head. "I suddenly thought of a witchcraft spell. If someone wanted to reanimate my corpse, let's just say, I'd be dreadful to look at." "You're right." Lu Zhou nodded and raised his wine cup. Gong Yuandu's lips twitched. He chuckled and said, "You old geezer, can't you say something nice for once?" A gust of wind began to blow. Without the barrier's protection, the movement of the grass being blown by the wind could be felt in the evil sky pavilion. The rays of the setting sun turned crimson, making it seem as though there had been a bloodbath in the evil sky pavilion. Shoo! A shocking scene unfolded. Gong Yuandu's feet began to disintegrate into what seemed like grains of sand, as if he were a sand sculpture. "You like wine. You should have some more." Lu Zhou raised his cup. "Sure." Gong Yuandu's voice was no longer hoarse. It now sounded invigorated, young, and playful. He had blocked the grand technique, Scram, with his Dantian sea of qi. His sea of qi, which had sealed the energy within his body, could no longer endure the strain. The wine traveled into his stomach. His feet were gone, scattering into the wind. The wind blew harder. Everyone's attention was focused on Gong Yuandu at this moment. His power returned to the surroundings, while his primal qi returned to nature and dispersed with the wind. "Nice wine." Gong Yuandu lowered his wine cup, placing both hands before him. The pace of his disintegration was picking up. Any last words? Forget it, Lu Zhou shook his head. What could he say? He was from another world, after all. His familiarity with Gong Yuandu came from Ji Tiandao's memories. Recalling everything that had happened since he transmigrated, how he survived, resisted the 10 great sects, and remembered his hometown, a poem appeared in his mind, capturing his complex emotions perfectly. Thus, he said, have another cup of wine, my friend, for beyond the western pass shall be our farewell. Lu Zhou raised his wine cup and emptied it. Gong Yuandu drank his final cup of wine as well, placing the cup on the table. A faint ripple of energy spread out, and his body scattered like grains of sand in the wind. When all that was left of him was his head, he asked, "Where's the western pass?" Alas, he did not manage to hear Lu Zhou's answer. He scattered along with the wind on Golden Court Mountain. The seat across from Lu Zhou was now empty. Silence descended on the evil sky pavilion once more. After a moment of stillness, Lu Zhou rose to his feet, hands behind his back. He looked at the coffin and the damaged ground. The others remained quiet. This was their master's nemesis. Gong Yuandu had spent his blood and essence, reducing his lifespan by 100 years. Even if he had not challenged the evil sky pavilion, he would have died anyway. Initially, he planned to die in the coffin. That way, he would be left with an intact corpse. Perhaps, during their wine-drinking session earlier, he had gained some insight and changed his mind at the last minute. Clean this up, Lu Zhou said calmly. Understood. When Lu Zhou entered the great hall, everyone followed him. The others bowed. Pavilion Master. Master. Lu Zhou looked around and wondered aloud, Ming Shirin and Zhao Yu aren't here? Duan Mu Xing cupped his fists and said, while you were in seclusion, Fourth Elder sent a letter. He mentioned he's in the divine capital and would bring junior sister Zhao Yu back with him, so he requested more time. He can do as he wishes. Duan Mu Xing retreated. Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lydian, Lin Luo, and Hua Wudao. Their white hair and aged appearances made the scene seem awkward. It seemed the evil sky pavilion was slowly turning into a nursing home for the elderly. Little Yuaner was the only one who looked youthful and spirited. Lu Zhou recalled the sight of Gong Yuandu's body dissipating in the wind. He gave it some thought. With the reversal cards, he wasn't worried. But what about these people? Pavilion Master, a letter from Jiang Aijian, someone said. Read it, Lu Zhou instructed. Old Senior, the righteous sect has been wiped out by the Nether sect. Zhang Yuanshan has gone missing. The Nether sect's actions have drawn the attention of the imperial family. However, the concurrent disturbances in Anyang and Upper Prime City have left the imperial family unable to spare any resources to deal with the Nether sect. Additionally, your 4th and 5th disciples are safe in the divine capital. I'll look after them for you. Here's another piece of information, the 5 mice are dead. The one who killed them is your 6th disciple, Yi Tianxin. After the letter was read, the great hall fell into silence. The others were surprised. They had thought of various possibilities, but they did not anticipate it would be Yi Tianxin. After all, when Yi Tianxin left the evil sky pavilion, only a fraction of her cultivation base was recovered. It was even a challenge for her to stay alive. How did she recover her cultivation base in such a short time? Duan Mu Xing cupped his fists and said, Master, the incident with the 5 mice occurred while you were in secluded cultivation. We didn't dare to disturb you. It's all right, Lu Zhou replied. His state during recent secluded cultivation, meditating on the heavenly writing, was different. Even if he had been disturbed, he might not have awakened to deal with the matter. Hua Wudao said, Yi Tianxin is originally a disciple of the evil sky pavilion. Though she was expelled, she is at least a lost lamb that has found her way back. Lin Luo sighed and said, It's my fault for being careless and falling for Mo Li's tricks. I was even controlled by her. The others looked at Lin Luo in surprise. They did not expect the former top blacklisted person to reflect on his behavior. It was a rare sight. However, Lin Luo could not be entirely blamed. The murderer of the FairFolk, also known as the Bai people, was the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Wei Zhuyan. The real Wei Zhuyan had died, and the puppet master, Emoli, was still hiding deep within the palace. She was also Lin Luo's arch-nemesis. Lu Zhou glanced at the three elderly elders. They seemed exhausted from their sparring sessions with Gong Yuandu. Hence, he said, elders, you may return and rest. The three of them cupped their fists at Lu Zhou. Without a word, they left the great hall. The others remained in place, not daring to leave without permission as they awaited further instructions from Lu Zhou. Little Yuaner approached Lu Zhou and said, Master, should I go look for senior sister Tianxin? There's no need for that, Lu Zhou glanced at her, his attitude clear. The others kept silent. Inwardly, Lu Zhou thought, all she did was kill the 5 mice. Does she think that will earn her favor with the evil Sky Pavilion? She dealt with the 5 mice and didn't even bother to come see me. I can't possibly be the one to reach out to that rascal who cheated her master and denounced her ancestors. Impossible, Duanmu Xing bowed and said, Master, I'm a bit worried about Old Fourth. It is the divine capital, after all. Lu Zhou waved his hand and replied, I'm afraid there's no safer place than within the palace these days. No need to worry. Understood. If it weren't for that, Lu Zhou would have ridden into the palace on Wizard's back and taken Mo Li's wretched life, not giving her the chance to pull these stunts. Besides, Jiang Aijian was looking after them, so there wasn't much of a problem. Lu Zhou initially wanted to study the third technique, but when he remembered what Gong Yuandu said right before he died in front of the Great Hall, he sighed inwardly. He looked at his merit points displayed on the system dashboard. Gong Yuandu's death had given him 1,500 points. Clearly, he was the target with the highest reward. Is it true that the 9-leaf stage can never be attained? Has nobody overcome the 1,000-year limit since the beginning of time? Although Gong Yuandu was his nemesis, they were still from the same generation, after all. He would be lying if he said he was not affected at all. He suddenly thought about the possibility that Ji Tiandao had died because he tried to attain the 9-leaf stage and failed. The FairFolk, Cheng Huang, the secret to eternal life. The retrieval of corpses from the Measure Heaven River. He was not alone in searching for the secret to a prolonged life in this world. Initially, Lu Zhou paid no attention to this issue because he had the reversal cards. However, in hindsight, Ji Tiandao's demise might not have been as simple as it seemed. The system might not be enough to prevent him from repeating the same mistakes. Moreover, his disciples did not have reversal cards and would age one day. If his disciples died, who would collect merit points for him? With these thoughts in mind, he did not think he could rely on the system for a prolonged existence. Lu Zhou also thought about Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong. When the rascals left the evil Sky Pavilion, they already possessed 8-leaf cultivation bases. After all these years, with their talent, were they also searching for the secrets to attain the 9-leaf stage and a long life, just like Gong Yuandu? What are the secrets hidden between the 8 and 9-leaf stages? Bring Qin Jun here. Understood. A moment later, Pan Zhong escorted Qin Jun into the Great Hall. After all, Qin Jun was the Prince of Qi. When he entered the Great Hall and saw the crowd present, he was so nervous that he broke out in a sweat. He trembled, at a loss for words. He cupped his fists stiffly. Old Mister, Lu Zhou asked, what kind of shameful tasks did you carry out for Yu Xinghai in the past? Spill it. Little Yuaner barked. Qin Jun had regained his composure, but little Yuaner startled him again. He retreated slightly, hastily waving his hands. Old Mister, there must be a misunderstanding. I've never helped Sect Master you carry out any shameful tasks. He was a guest in my mansion 3 times. Each time, he wanted to take a stroll in the divine capital. All I ever did was pass him some pieces of information. However, there was never any mention of the evil Sky Pavilion. Please investigate this matter, old mister. What kind of information? Lu Zhou asked. They were about the Imperial Guards and the 10 Terminal Formation. There's also the situation in Anyang and Upper Prime City. And Qin Jun scratched his head. About the 5 princes. Princes? I'm not sure why he's interested in the princes as well, Qin Jun said. Go on. Lu Zhou's attitude was clear, tell me everything you know and hold nothing back. The evil Sky Pavilion had helped Qin Jun, so he was well aware of their rules and reputation. He dared not conceal anything and said earnestly, that's right. The last time Sect Master Yu was in the Divine Capital was a month ago. He said that he would fight Senior Sword Devil. Apart from that, he didn't say anything else, I swear to the heavens. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, pondering this. It seemed that the Prince of Qi's value ended here. He had already guessed Yu Xinghai's ambition from the start. Clearly, Yu Xinghai was making preparations for the future by learning about the Imperial Guards and the 10 Terminal Formation. The disturbances in Anyang and Upper Prime City must have been connected to him. Is he going to fight Yu Shangrong? Someone asked. Mr. First and Mr. Second are disciples of the evil Sky Pavilion. Their cultivation bases surpass their elders and dazzle their peers. Perhaps, talented individuals admire each other and wish to see who is superior, Qin Jun said. The iron rule of the evil Sky Pavilion was that infighting was strictly prohibited. When they were both with the evil Sky Pavilion, they respected each other. Why would they turn into enemies after they left? When and where? Lu Zhou asked. I think it's 4 months from now. As for the location, I truly have no idea, Qin Jun replied. The two of them were terrifying villains. No one could possibly know where they were going to have their showdown. Lu Zhou stood up slowly and walked down the steps. He looked at Qin Jun and asked, do you know Yu Xinghai's true cultivation base, then? Qin Jun did not dare to meet Lu Zhou's eyes. He only shook his head. A person's cultivation base was considered a matter of privacy. It was normal for him not to know. Never mind, Lu Zhou said, waving his sleeve. That's all for today. I'll take my leave, Qin Jun said. I'll be taking my leave, Master, he added after the others left. Lu Zhou turned around and called up the system dashboard. Merit points, 1,500. I'm desolately poor. Everything was related to merit points. If he was so poor that he could not even feed himself, how was he supposed to purchase avatars and improve his realm? Lu Zhou had always thought about bringing the rascals back, but the problem was that the 3 remaining rascals were each a handful. Old Seventh, clearly inflicted by the binding mantra and having lost his cultivation base, stubbornly remained hidden. Even with Mingshi Yin's capabilities, he could not bring him back. Clearly, capturing him was a difficult task. His current cultivation base was not even comparable to Mingshi Yin's. Lu Zhou had the 3rd technique, but he did not know what it was. However, what surprised him was that the grand technique, Scram, which he had unleashed earlier, only depleted half of his extraordinary power. In other words, the open heavenly writing scroll had given him a 3rd technique and also increased his extraordinary power. As for Yu Xinghai and Yu Shangrong, there was no need to compare himself to them. Lu Zhou was certain that both of them had an 8-leaf cultivation base. Lu Zhou stood up. He needed to improve his cultivation base. Not only that, he also needed to improve his disciples' cultivation bases. After all, he could only capture those rascals with a profound cultivation base and approach the secret of the 9-leaf stage. Yuaner. Lu Zhou projected his voice. Little Yuaner liked to cultivate nearby. When she heard her master's voice, she appeared inside the great hall like a bolt of lightning. Master. I'm here. She did not even kneel, hopping around with a wide grin on her face. Lu Zhou said calmly, where are your manners? Behave yourself. Little Yuaner pouted, feeling aggrieved. she said. Master, I haven't made any mistakes lately. Don't be so sure about that, Lu Zhou said, his hands on his back. Huh? You're all grown up now. You can't act like a child anymore. Someday, you'll have to be independent, Lu Zhou said sincerely. Oh. In the past, she never practiced restraint and would immediately threaten to kill someone's family at the slightest provocation. Times were different now. The hearts of the people in the cultivation world were unpredictable, and danger lurked in every corner. If she were to behave like a child forever, she would never be able to stand on her own 2 feet. Summon your third senior brother, here. Right away. A short while later, Duan Muxing entered the Great Hall with little Yuan. Currently, they were the only disciples in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Zhou had decided to let Zhu Honggong, old 8th, reflect on his actions in the Cave of Reflection. Master. Duan Muxing bowed. Lu Zhou looked at the two of them and said, how is your cultivation of the Divine One technique coming along? I'm making progress, though I feel it's slow, Duan Muxing replied. What about you, Yuan? Master, I'm feeling fine. I feel like I'm going to sprout a new leaf soon, little Yuan said with an eager expression, as though she was waiting to be praised. Lu Zhou was speechless. With their mind-boggling talent, did they truly need his instruction? However, his expression remained unchanged as he said, I'll properly teach all of you in the future. When Duan Muxing and little Yuan heard this, they grinned in delight. Thank you, Master, they said in unison. Early the next morning. In a gazebo of the Evil Sky Pavilion, which sat on a wide, empty land below, Lu Zhou looked down at Duan Muxing and little Yuan standing below. You can go first, Lu Zhou said, pointing at Duan Muxing. Demonstrate 1 round of the Divine One technique without using your primal qi. Yes, Master, Duan Muxing replied. He struck his palm out, and the Overlord spear flew into his hand. He began to demonstrate the technique. The 9 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion had a reputation in the outside world, and everyone was curious about how the Patriarch treated his disciples. When others in the Evil Sky Pavilion heard that Lu Zhou suddenly wanted to teach his disciples, they hurried over and observed from a distance. The 3 elders, conscious of their status, did not want to stand alongside their juniors, so they observed from the other side. Come in, all of you, Lu Zhou said, waving his sleeve to beckon the 3 elders to join him. After all, they were the elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Lin Luo, Pan Lydian, and Hua Wudao said as they walked into the gazebo. They looked down and saw Duan Muxing brandishing his spear valiantly. His thrusts were forceful and domineering. They could clearly see the execution of his skills. A moment later, Duan Muxing finished and spoke confidently, Master, I'm done. Lu Zhou looked at the 3 elders and said, What do you think, elders? Pavilion Master, we are only elders, they responded. We wouldn't dare to overstep our bounds and instruct your disciples, Hua Wudao hastily cupped his hands. It was one thing to instruct them on other days, but in a setting like this, they had to exercise restraint. After all, Duan Muxing was not their disciple. In truth, Lu Zhou did not mind, but if they were unwilling to teach his disciple, he decided not to push it. It would be a waste if he could not earn merit points from this. Lu Zhou stood up and walked to the edge of the gazebo. He pushed his palm out, and a miniature golden, shining palm print shot out. Then, he said, Don't dodge. Bam! The palm print landed on Duan Muxing's leg. He did not move and took the blow squarely. Lu Zhou's palm print was not too powerful, he merely meant to test Duan Muxing. Your foundation is good. Duan Muxing was about to thank Lu Zhou when Lu Zhou continued, however, your attacks are too impatient, and you put too much force behind your strikes. He could tell as much from Duan Muxing's exchanges with his opponents. Lin Luo and the others nodded. In truth, they knew where Duan Muxing's problems lay. It was related to his personality. Although he was highly talented, he was still a junior compared to these older seniors. It was not difficult for a teacher to notice his students' issues, and these were a group of older seniors with terrifying cultivation bases. Lu Zhou had 1,000 years' worth of Ji Tiandao's memories. Although part of it was lost, it was not something ordinary people could hope to compare to. Duan Muxing scratched his head after listening to Lu Zhou's words. His back was straight, and he did not dare to move. Lu Zhou said, "You are to train under the waterfall, behind the mountain, for 6 hours each day, for 3 months. Yes, master." Duan Muxing did not seem unwilling, in fact, he seemed delighted. After all, his master was not like he used to be. Previously, his master would rain fists on them and educate them through violence. Now, not only did his master suppress his temper to teach them, but he also taught them the correct cultivation methods. How could he not be happy? Ding! Instructing Duan Muxing reward, 300 merit points. When Lu Zhou heard the notification from the system, his suspicions were confirmed. Before this, he earned merit points by disciplining his disciples. Now, he would have to teach them. When he instructed little Yuaner at the beginning, he had been awarded merit points. Now that he thought about it, he had been seeking far and wide for something that was right at hand. That's a brilliant method, Pavilion Master. It's indeed a great way to train one's endurance and spear skills in a waterfall. It looks like the evil Sky Pavilion's disciples aren't powerful for no reason. I am enlightened, Lin Luo said in a low voice. Lu Zhou looked at the three of them suspiciously, hoping they would give their opinions as well. He supposed that the Old Age Pavilion would be more aptly named the Old Age Flatterer's Pavilion. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were visibly envious at this scene. Even the masters in the Clarity and Heavenly Sword sects did not personally teach their disciples. Use your primal qi. Do it again, Lu Zhou said. Yes, master. Duan Muxing was naturally fierce. Without using his primal qi, his movements seemed restrained, leaving him feeling unsatisfied. With the crowd watching, he could not unleash his full strength. However, upon hearing his master's command, he was more than eager to comply. The Overlord spear easily flew into his palm. He tightened his grip, and with a loud bam, energy surged between Duan Muxing's fingers. The female cultivators widened their eyes, which held hints of reverence. Even Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, both talented men, were awed and impressed by the display. Outsiders focused on the spectacle, while insiders observed the nuances. The 4 old men in the gazebo shook their heads. At this moment, Duan Muxing continued demonstrating the Divine One technique. Energy shot across the plaza below the gazebo, spreading into the surroundings. Duan Muxing seemed to be putting all his might into every move. Little junior sister, step back. Duan Muxing shot into the air, executed a flip, and then dove down with his spear in hand. Upon seeing this, Hua Wudao frowned. Imperfect divine intervention? He had frequently sparred with Duan Muxing and knew every move. The imperfect divine intervention was the most powerful move of the Divine One technique. Lu Zhou himself had used this skill to kill hundreds of cultivators from the 10 great sects, activating his 100 tribulations inside Avatar and amassing a vast amount of primal qi. However, Duan Muxing's execution of the technique by diving down was unprecedented. After all, an enemy would never remain stationary. However, when Hua Wudao remembered this was only a demonstration, he decided there was no need to make a fuss about it. The attack landed, and thousands of spear shadows appeared at the spear's tip before they quickly merged into one. He spiraled as he advanced. Bam! The Overlord spear stabbed into the ground. He completed his demonstration with this final act. Duan Muxing took to the air, flipped again, and then slowly descended onto the ground. Master, I've completed my demonstration. Nearby, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng clapped their hands, and the female cultivators joined in as well. Meanwhile, in the gazebo, Lu Zhou's expression remained calm. He stroked his beard and glanced at the 3 elders, saying, "What do you think? Feel free to speak your minds." He was worried they would behave as they did before, so he quickly added the last sentence. Hua Wudao seemed to have the most thoughts. He cupped his fists and said, "May I?" "Go ahead." "It's flashy but ultimately hollow." Hua Wudao's appraisal was brief. "That's all." Duan Muxing was puzzled, as were Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and the female cultivators. Lu Zhou looked at Lin Luo, who understood. He stood up, walked to the edge of the gazebo, and looked at the overlord spear embedded in the ground. Then, he shook his head and said, "Unnecessary show of brute strength." Duan Muxing was even more confused. Lu Zhou looked at Pan Lydian. Pan Lydian raised his wine gourd, took a sip, and said, "Superficial effort." Duan Muxing's cheeks felt hot, and he was embarrassed. However, he did not know where he had made a mistake. He could only muster up his courage, bow, and wait for his master's appraisal. The three elders returned to their seats after giving their opinions. At the same time, they glanced at Lu Zhou's expression. Lu Zhou remained calm, unperturbed by their unfavorable comments. He looked at Duan Muxing's overlord spear and asked, "Did you hear what the three elders said?" I did," Duan Muxing replied. Lu Zhou shook his head. "You haven't mastered the Divine One technique skills, and yet you're trying to devise a new skill on your own?" Duan Muxing's face flushed with shame, and he dared not speak. Was his master going to jump down from the gazebo and start hitting him? "Do you remember the last time I demonstrated the imperfect divine intervention above the evil sky pavilion?" Lu Zhou asked. "I do," Duan Muxing answered. "Train with that in mind. You'll pass when you can break the 6 compatible seal," Lu Zhou said. Hua Wudao was taken aback, and an ominous feeling suddenly rose in his heart. "Yes, master. I'll surely master the imperfect divine intervention," Duan Muxing said, cupping his fists. "That'll be all." "Understood." Duan Muxing stomped his foot, and the overlord spear dislodged itself from the ground. "Ding!" instructed Duan Muxing. "Reward, 300 merit points." Lu Zhou was surprised to find that he had earned merit points again. It was a teacher's duty to address a pupil's problems. Perhaps this was what a master should do. At that moment, a gust of violent wind blew through the mountains. Lu Zhou looked up at the sky. Indeed, the wind was getting stronger. Hua Wudao cupped his fists. "Pavilion Master, the barrier around Golden Court Mountain has vanished. If this continues, I fear the noble path will not be able to restrain themselves." Lin Luo shook his head disapprovingly and said, "I disagree." Pavilion Master defeated the Heavenly Sword sect on the Lotus Dais before and saved many cultivators. This news must have spread throughout the cultivation world. The noble path has made too many mistakes due to their short-sightedness and greed for the evil Sky Pavilion's treasures. Now that the barrier is gone, would you rush up the mountain if you were in their position? Lin Luo asked. Pan Lydian chuckled and said, "Old Hua, you're from the Yun sect. You should understand the noble path better." Hua Wudao nodded and sighed. Lu Zhou knew what the so-called way of the noble path was. Whether during the first or second siege, the noble path enjoyed rallying under the banner of a punitive expedition against the fiend path. This time would not be an exception. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said indifferently, "They are merely rats. As long as I am here, no one will dare to step on the evil Sky Pavilion." Though his tone was even, his words carried an unshakable authority. Even the three elders, mindful of their positions, felt it. Pan Lydian sighed and said, "The Clarity, Heavenly Sword, and Righteous sects have been wiped out. Even if they were to come, they would have to think twice." The others nodded. "Master, I'm here." Little Yuan stood in the center of the field, drawing attention to herself. The four of them ended their discussion about the barrier and looked at little Yuan. Lin Luo said, "Cloud feather raiment." Pan Lydian added, "Cloud treading boots." Hua Wudao chimed in, "Nirvana sash." They sighed in unison. The things some spent their entire lives searching for were simply dropped into someone else's lap. Comparison would only make one feel bitter. Not only was little Yuan terrifyingly talented, but she also possessed many rare treasures. Lu Zhou looked at little Yuan, nodded, and said, "Begin your demonstration." Little Yuan nodded eagerly and began her demonstration. Her movements, footing, and punches flowed with extreme ease, almost flawlessly. This was especially true of her 7 stars cloud treading steps. The first-rate footwork was enhanced by the cloud treading boots. If she unleashed it with her primal chi, only her shadow would be visible. As little Yuan continued her demonstration, the others looked on in awe. "Master, I'm done." Little Yuan awaited her master's praise with a delighted and eager expression. Just like before, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to comment. Instead, he looked at the 3 elders. "What do you think?" Lin Luo was the first to speak. "The Supreme Purity Jade Slip?" "Yes," little Yuan replied. Lin Luo turned to Lu Zhou, cupped his fists, and said, "There's one thing I would like to clarify with you, Pavilion Master." "What is it?" Lu Zhou would not be surprised if his disciples asked for guidance. However, when one of the 3 elders sought his advice, he suddenly felt like a teacher. Lin Luo asked, "Since the Supreme Purity Jade Slip mainly cultivates bodily movements, footwork, and punches, why doesn't she cultivate the invisibility technique? You're able to unleash the Great 9 Cuts hand seals during the battle with the 10 shamans. Cultivating Dao invisibility should be no issue." The 3 elders nodded in agreement. They were looking forward to Lu Zhou's reply. Pavilion chimed in, "Usually, a cultivator makes slower progress when they cultivate more methods. Many cultivators choose to specialize in 2 or 3 cultivation methods at most throughout their lifetimes." Lu Zhou disagreed. He stroked his beard and said, "Your words are right, but it also depends on the cultivator. Dao invisibility is a fleeing skill, after all. There are hundreds and thousands of cultivation methods under the Daoist sect, and the variations can be confusing. Yet, there isn't a method that combines the advantages of all cultivation methods. Indeed, everyone is limited by the energy they can spend on cultivation. Those who manage to perfect a single cultivation method are considered grand cultivators. However, it's only natural that my disciples are different from the others." He didn't need to explain further. The 3 elders understood his meaning. If it had been a cultivator from any other sect, they could choose one of the various paths to cultivate. However, this cultivator before them was the Evil Sky Pavilion's 9th disciple. Perhaps, in terms of talent, no one would be able to surpass her. If she had the time and energy to learn a few more cultivation methods, it would definitely be a good thing. "I have been enlightened," Lin Luo cupped his fists. Pavilion said, "Old Lung, you've studied Dao invisibility all your life, and it's all about escaping. However, you secretly learned killing techniques, right? Otherwise, I don't think you'd be standing here now." Lin Luo didn't even look at the old beggar. "Rain on my parade at this crucial moment," he thought. "This old beggar is truly vicious." Pavilion cupped his fists at Lu Zhou and said, "I agree the Supreme Purity Jade Slip is one of the most suitable cultivation methods for little Yuan. However, she has only been cultivating for a short time. She'll have to slowly build her foundation." Then, he gestured at his wine gourd, a reminder of the time when he had her remove the cork with her nirvana sash. Based on the test, it was clear she was lacking in basic control. However, that was not something that could be mastered overnight. "I agree," Hua Wudao said. Lin Luo said disapprovingly, "You just said she's quite new to this. In that case, how can you expect her to have a stable foundation now? You're expecting a young girl to display control that's only possible after 100 years of cultivation. I feel ashamed of you." Pavilion was taken aback. "I agree," Hua Wudao said again. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Hua Yuesheng, and the other female cultivators were puzzled. Lu Zhou shook his head helplessly. He had given these old men a hard time. Indeed, it was difficult to expect them to pick bones from eggs. With his hands behind his back, he looked at little Yuan and said, "You should take the 3 elders' teachings to heart. Also, you're relying too much on your items. From today on, you are to keep your nirvana sash, cloud treading boots, and cloud feather raiment. You're not to use them if there's no need. Huh? Little Yuan felt aggrieved. Lu Zhou added, we'll reconsider after you reach the 5-leaf stage. The 3 elders nodded. That was the main issue. However, they were not brave enough to point it out directly. Naturally, her treasures were like gilding the lily, yet they were holding her back in her fundamental cultivation. If someone had pointed it out, it might have seemed like they coveted or envied her treasures. It would have been most appropriate for her master to point it out. Yes, master, little Yuan said, though reluctant. She nodded obediently. Ding! Instructed little Yuan. Reward, 300 merit points. That's fast. I've already earned 900 merit points, he thought. The path of instruction seemed to be a wide and open road. Go, then, Lu Zhou waved his hand. Duanmu Xing and little Yuan bowed simultaneously before leaving. The 3 elders were filled with emotion. Hua Wudao exclaimed, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe this is how you teach your disciples, Pavilion Master. It's starkly different from what's said in the outside world. Lu Zhou, of course, knew what those rumors were. He did not wish to entertain them. Pavilion stood up slowly, cupped his fists, and said, I wish to ask something, Pavilion Master. What is it? Lu Zhou turned around. Now that I think about it, I've been in the Evil Sky Pavilion for some time. I've heard that you are studying the advantages of other cultivation methods. Is this true? Pavilion asked. This was something that both Hua Wudao and Lin Luo were curious about. They knew Lu Zhou was skilled in Buddhist Zen, the Buddha Golden Body, Fiend Zen, Taoist methods, and even the Taoist 9 cuts hand seals. As for sword and saber skills, they could tell how skilled he was based on his disciples. Lu Zhou said, the sects under the heavens are all pursuing the same goals. He raised his right hand slowly. This time, there was no item card in his hand. He tried to visualize the item card conjuring the primal chi. He had a feeling that the hand seals were becoming simpler, as if the item cards were grandmasters who taught him each time he used them. The various sects under the heavens pursued the same goals. In essence, they all utilized primal chi and condensed it into energy. Whether they used it to attack or defend, in a gentle or domineering way, it all depended on their ideals. Primal chi condensed in Lu Zhou's palm, spiraling in the counterclockwise direction. It was complete. A hand seal appeared. The 3 elders stared at the palm print on Lu Zhou's palm. The Great Blitz treasure seal, one of them murmured. Lu Zhou stroked his beard with his left hand and regarded the seal with satisfaction. Naturally, it could not compare to the 9 massive seals produced by the item cards. However, this was only a demonstration. He did not need to unleash it with full strength. The 3 elders clicked their tongues in wonder. Miniature scripts swirled around the Great Blitz treasure seal. Indeed, it was one of the proper Taoist 9 cuts hand seals. My horizons have been widened. How could it be so easily done? Amazing. Incredible. This is truly the old age Kiss-ass Pavilion. Lu Zhou fisted his hand, and the Great Blitz treasure seal vanished. Hua Wudao didn't seem to have had enough. He cupped his fists again and said, Pavilion Master. In that case, can you cast the 6 compatible seal as well? Lu Zhou appeared calm, but he cursed inwardly. Why must you be this way? I don't wish to act any more than I need to. When will this end? Lin Luo had seen Lu Zhou use the Taoist 9 cuts hand seals, so he was not surprised to see it again. The 6 compatible seal was Hua Wudao's invention. The skill would reach its full potential when used by a cultivator in the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Moreover, it was a technique he had cultivated for 20 years. Lu Zhou's cultivation base was only in the divine court realm. How was he supposed to pull it off? Pavilion said, you have a point. Please give us a demonstration and broaden our horizons, Pavilion Master. I agree, Lin Luo said. The 4 old men's conversation drifted into the ears of the young cultivators nearby. They all moved closer to observe from a distance, remaining respectfully quiet, afraid of missing any detail. It was a rare occurrence for these 4 elders to have such a discussion. Lu Zhou stroked his beard. Should I use an impeccable card? No, no, no. It's such a waste to use it just for a show. Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Hua Yuexing, and the female cultivators leaned forward expectantly. They were juniors who lacked knowledge and experience and would never let such a great opportunity to learn slip through their fingers. The 3 elders were equally expectant, their eyes all trained on Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou continued to stroke his beard, seemingly deep in thought. Hua Wudao waved his hand and said, "The 6 compatible seal is the result of my 20 years of research. It is an improvisation based on the 6 seals. To date, I have managed to conjure up 9 scripts. Enhanced by the 8 trigram seal, it can withstand an 8-leaf expert's attacks. Each script requires the most precise control, and forming an additional script is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. One should not underestimate the scripts of the 6 compatible seals. When I first joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, I managed to withstand Duanmu Xing's all-out attack with just 6 scripts. They had witnessed Duanmu Xing's Divine One technique with their own eyes. It was a domineering and terrifyingly powerful spear technique. Yet, Hua Wudao only needed 6 scripts to block it. Pan Zhong wondered aloud, "Elder Hua, what is the maximum number of scripts you can manifest?" When I created the 6 compatible seals, 10 was the maximum. However, with my current cultivation base and perception, I can only manifest 9 scripts. There is a 10th script? That's right. Elder Hua, your achievements with the 6 compatible seal are truly unparalleled. Pan Zhong and the others were filled with awe. Regardless of the cultivation method, any new techniques created required the cultivator to thoroughly master the method. Duanmu Xing's cultivation base was only at the 2-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. It was too early for him to think about creating a new technique. He would need to wait until he reached at least the 5-leaf stage before attempting to create new techniques. Elder Hua, how can someone recreate a technique that took you 20 years to perfect? Zhou Jifeng said helplessly. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Jifeng was right. Hua Wudao had spent 20 years perfecting the 6 compatible seal. Even if others understood the theory behind it, replicating it on the first try would be difficult. At that moment, the 3 elders were inwardly trying to find a way for Lu Zhou to gracefully back out of the situation. Hua Wudao deeply regretted his words. He should not have urged the Pavilion Master to demonstrate the 6 compatible seal. What if he offended the Pavilion Master? He glanced furtively at Lu Zhou, who still seemed lost in thought. It seemed he would have to work harder to find a graceful way for Lu Zhou to back out. He needed something to save face for Lu Zhou. Pan Lydian asked, "Old Hua, the limit for the 6 compatible seal is 10 scripts, correct?" "That's correct," Hua Wudao confirmed. "How many scripts do you think another person could unleash on their first try?" Pan Lydian asked. Yes. They all knew they could count on Pan Lydian to handle the situation tactfully. This was a high-level question. They had found a way to navigate this potentially awkward situation. Hua Wudao hastily replied, "When I was still with the Yun sect, my sect master spent 3 days to unleash the first script, 10 days for the second, and a month for the third. After that, there were no new scripts for a year. The sect master didn't have time to study it further, so he eventually gave up. Most people would only study his tortoiseshell method out of curiosity. Nobody would spend 20 years on it like he did." "Ah, then does this mean no one else, apart from you, can manifest more than 4 scripts?" "Indeed." "What is the 10th script?" "Combination." Since no one could manifest it, Hua Wudao had no qualms about revealing this. He thought to himself, this should be enough to defuse the situation, right? Since nobody else was able to do it, it was only normal if the Pavilion Master could not do it. Hua Wudao was about to change the topic when Lu Zhou suddenly flew out and left the gazebo. He walked on air, with his hands on his back to the area above the field at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Lu Zhou's expression was calm. He had made up his mind. As the great patriarch of the evil Sky Pavilion, how could he allow the slightest blemish on his pride and dignity? Lu Zhou unleashed some primal qi, which was only at the divine court realm. However, due to his confidence and composure, no one dared to underestimate him. In fact, they were even fearfully respectful of him. Everyone's attention was focused on Lu Zhou as he continued to walk forward. At this moment, a radiant circle appeared beneath his feet. 8 trigram seal. It's an 8 trigram seal. Zhou Jifeng exclaimed in shock. When Lu Zhou took another step forward, the radiant circle shone even brighter. The 6 compatible seal appeared. Lu Zhou had access to a millennium of Ji Tiandao's memories. The unparalleled experience and knowledge were now on full display. The 3 elders stared at Lu Zhou unblinkingly. Next, it was time to form the scripts. Lu Zhou was not Hua Wudao, after all. Trying to use the skill based on his experience and knowledge alone was not enough. He turned to look down at the others. Whiz. The first golden script, the heaven script, appeared. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong watched with expressions of reverence. Lu Zhou waved his right arm, and the second script, the earth script, appeared. When Lu Zhou released the second script, he looked at everyone. He was pleased with the effect. Zhou Jifeng, Pan Zhong, and the others were looking at him reverently. Even the 3 elders seemed impressed, their eyes filled with expectation. In truth, when Lu Zhou unleashed the second script, he felt he was already at his limit. After all, his cultivation base was only in the divine court realm. He thought manifesting 2 scripts of the 6 compatible seal should be enough. Why are they still looking at me expectantly? Why aren't they telling me to come down? Lu Zhou waved his left arm. Whiz. His primal qi fluctuated again, clearly not as stable as before. The third script, birth, circled around him. Without prior study, he had managed to conjure up to the third script with theoretical knowledge alone in such a short time, making it clear that Lu Zhou had overwhelmingly surpassed the talent of the Yunsek's sect master. As for the fourth script, Lu Zhou did not think it would be possible to manifest it. However, in their awe, the 3 elders seemed to have completely forgotten to give Lu Zhou a way to back out gracefully. They still looked at him with expectant expressions. Forget it. It's fine if I fail to manifest the fourth script. Lu Zhou stood in the air, circulating all the primal qi in his sea of qi. When the primal qi burst forth, he suddenly felt the primal qi in his surroundings surge. Am I going to crash? It was practically impossible for him to manifest the fourth script with his divine court realm cultivation base. He frowned slightly. What should I do? At this moment, Hua Wudao finally regained his senses. He hastily said, "That's amazing, Pavilion Master. I'm thoroughly impressed." Leng Luo chimed in, to be able to manifest 3 scripts of the 6 compatible seal in such a short period of time, your skills are truly unparalleled. The old man in the Kiss-Ass Pavilion finally gave Lu Zhou a way out. It was finally his chance to back out. However, he discovered the fourth script was in the midst of manifesting. He could not seem to stop it. He foresaw the fourth script failing to stabilize, and his primal qi would scatter, causing him to fall. Lu Zhou pushed out with his palm. His mind was clear at this moment. A unique and peculiar power surged out. The 8 trigram seal under his feet shone more dazzlingly than before. The scripts, heaven, earth, and life, had been glowing with a golden light. However, at this moment, the light from the scripts turned blue. The others were used to seeing golden light. How could they not be shocked to see it turn blue? Elder Hua. Is that still your 6 compatible seal? Pan Lydian asked. That's right. There's no mistaking it. Using the barrier's power? The 3 elders could not make sense of what they were seeing. This was the third time Hua Wudao had seen Lu Zhou use this peculiar power. The first instance was when Lu Zhou was cultivating in seclusion inside the hidden chamber. The second time was when he destroyed the grand witchcraft spell on the Lotus Dais, and today was the third time. Usually, the golden light was released from the condensation of qi into energy. This was the same for the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist sections. Enhancement and attack formations had a bluish glow, and a few healing techniques were either blue or green. Some formations that drew on the 5 elements would change colors depending on the elements. Meanwhile, the Fiend Zen was black. Regardless, there was always a reason for the colors of powers. The 6 compatible seal should have radiated a golden light. Seeing the blue 6 compatible seal before their eyes, they could only conclude that Lu Zhou had drawn on the power of the barrier. Hua Wudao was at a loss for words. Shortly after, the scripts, death, water, fire, being, non-being, and separation, appeared, circling around Lu Zhou. In addition to the 3 scripts from before, there were now 9 scripts. Lu Zhou had successfully unleashed the 9 scripts' 6 compatible seal. Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the 9 scripts. A section of the heavenly writing scroll surfaced in his mind. Is this the third technique of the open heavenly writing scroll? Is it possible that the third technique allows me to use any methods they've unleashed? Originating from nothing and everything at the same time, living in samsara and learning from it. This is the power of past lives. The gazebo was as quiet as a graveyard. Pavilion, who usually had a flippant attitude, could not help but raise his hands in a show of respect. Hua Wudao was flustered, and an expression of incredulity could be seen on his wizened face. He cupped his fists. Hua Wudao humbly accepts defeat. Your amazing might knows no bounds, Pavilion Master. Pan Zhong cried out. Lu Zhou no longer needed a way to back out. He was pleased with the outcome. The 9 scripts before him and the 8 trigrams under his feet testified to his defensive ability. With some extraordinary power left, he waved his hand. Appear. Whiz. The 10th script, combination, appeared and joined the revolving 9 scripts. The 10 scripts now formed a circle, causing the 8 trigrams seal under Lu Zhou's feet to suddenly expand. With the cultivation field in the center, it expanded to cover the gazebo and half of the Golden Court Mountain. It even touched the towering Evil Sky Pavilion. It had increased dozens of times in size. The difference was only in a single script, but its size was so much larger. 10 scripts 6 compatible seal? Hua Wudao croaked. The others looked at the blue 6 compatible seal. For a time, none of them could speak. 9 scripts were already more than enough to impress them. With the sudden appearance of the 10th script, how were they supposed to keep their cool? Disperse. The 10 script's 6 compatible seal instantly vanished as Lu Zhou slowly descended. He was glad everything had gone smoothly. It was important that he maintained appearances. His expression remained calm as he stroked his beard. He had seen the effects of his demonstration on the people around him and was extremely pleased with the results. Nevertheless, he resolved to refrain from showing off in front of these old men in the future. The extraordinary power he had painstakingly saved up was gone again. He would have preferred to spend the energy on instructing his disciples rather than showing off here. However, it could not be said that he gained nothing from this. From his demonstration, he confirmed that the third technique of the heavenly writing was the power of past lives. In other words, he could use another person's skills with this technique. The system's Deadly Strike card had the same effect. Did this not mean that the 3 heavenly writing scrolls were equivalent to permanently possessing a Deadly Strike card and an impeccable card? However, he also remembered that he could not instantly kill his opponent using this power. The heavenly writing powers he possessed were still not as powerful as the Deadly Strike cards and the impeccable cards. Lu Zhou stepped forward, and the others finally snapped back to their senses. They bowed, not daring to breathe heavily. Lu Zhou returned to the gazebo and looked at the elders indifferently before he said, "Do you have any other questions, Elder Hua?" Hua Wudao had been unnerved for a long time and was in a stupor. He had studied the 6 compatible seal for 20 years, and yet, it was easily replicated by the Pavilion master. How could he keep his cool? Pavilion, standing near Hua Wudao, nudged him. Elder Hua? Hua Wudao snapped back to his senses, wiped the sweat from his face, and said, I have no questions. However, he really wanted to say he had many questions about the 6 compatible seal. Alas, he did not have the courage to ask any more questions. Leng Luo cupped his fists and said, this is the first time the 10 script 6 compatible seal has manifested, right? Pavilion praised, not only that, but I don't think anyone else would be able to cast it. Even without modifications, no one can manifest the 10th script of the 6 compatible seal. If I hadn't seen this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. After saying this, he bowed to Lu Zhou and asked, is this truly your first time using the 6 compatible seal, Pavilion Master? Lu Zhou nodded ambiguously. That was the truth, and it was up to Pavilion to believe it or not. Hua Wudao, who had taken great pride in his 6 compatible seal, felt as though he had been dealt a great blow. The barrier's power? Leng Luo asked. Lu Zhou did not answer immediately. He knew he would need at least an 8-leaf cultivation base to truly unleash the 10 script 6 compatible seal. He could not claim to have mastered the powers of the heavenly writing scroll. In the end, he said, I'll need a powerful source to unleash the 10 script 6 compatible seal. Hua Wudao fell to one knee, cupped his fists, and said, I have been utterly rude to make such a request of you, Pavilion Master. I didn't expect you to use the barrier's power. Please punish me harshly, Pavilion Master. After all, he was responsible. Golden Court Mountain had lost its barrier, and Lu Zhou had used the barrier's power just to make a demonstration. How would Lu Zhou deal with powerful opponents in the future? Therefore, he quickly apologized. The others looked at each other. Lu Zhou's gaze fell on Hua Wudao. He saw Hua Wudao's loyalty rise significantly. You may rise, he said. Thank you, Pavilion Master, Hua Wudao replied. The barrier's power is merely an external force. The barrier won't be the deciding factor in our victory or defeat, Lu Zhou said, turning to look at Pavilion. Pavilion cupped his fists. When you first came to this mountain, how did you pass through the barrier? Lu Zhou asked. Pavilion smiled brightly. He spun his wine gourd and said, that's easy. I know a thing or two about formations. Although the formation was powerful, it had become extremely fragile over the years. It's clear the formation had been repaired several times with primal qi, but the formation veins were still damaged. Besides, my wine gourd bottle isn't an ordinary item. He tossed the wine gourd up, and it spun in the air, before a golden light burst forth. Lu Zhou knew the wine gourd was not an ordinary item, so he was not surprised. However, the others, especially Pan Zhong and the younger generation, widened their eyes and clicked their tongues in wonder. Before this, Pavilion had lost his cultivation base and could not utilize his primal qi. Now that he could use his wine gourd bottle, he seemed much more invigorated. A treasure from the Black Forest? Hua Wudao exclaimed in shock. I was lucky, Pavilion replied. Lu Zhou and Leng Luo had heard Pavilion speak about this previously. They knew the extremely peculiar wine gourd that came from the Black Forest. It had been burned by a great fire, and the remaining material was forged into this unique weapon. Its grade was no lower than a heaven-grade weapon. As everyone knew, there were ordinary weapons used by mortals, made from crude and low-quality materials. Then, there were 4 grades: yellow, mystic, earth, and heaven. From the earth grade onward, the weapon could form a bond with its user. When the bond was at its peak, the weapon's full potential was unleashed. At the heaven grade, the weapon's special characteristics would also be activated. Naturally, a weapon had to be used by a suitable person. For example, giving sabers and swords to Hua Wudao would be a waste. He was skilled in defense, and sabers and swords would not help him. Similarly, Hua Yueshing, who was skilled in archery, would find any weapon other than a bow and arrow unsuitable. For those skilled in sound techniques, there were weapons in the form of string or wind instruments. However, these cultivation methods were usually too difficult to master, and few attempted them. Regardless of the weapon, they were the fruits of years of labor and research. It was now easier to determine their place and uses. However, the wine gourd bottle's use was not obvious. Indeed, it was rare to see someone use a wine gourd as a weapon. Lin Luo asked bluntly, "Old Pan, what's the use of your gourd?" Pan Lydian opened his hand, and the wine gourd flew back into it. "There are many uses. I can smash someone's head with it, use it as a pillow, refresh myself, or make me drunk." He looked highly pleased with himself. "Don't give me that look. I'm telling the truth." Lin Luo's skepticism was clear on his face. "Who'd believe you? You're a crazy old man." Pan Zhong, who had admired the display, cried out, "Old Pan. Not bad. I wish to have such a weapon myself someday." "You want it?" "Nobody would reject a heaven-grade weapon. It's one of my wildest dreams." "Alas, heaven-grade weapons are too rare," Pan Zhong said. "What do you say to having this as a present once you're in the nascent divinity tribulation realm?" Pan Lydian asked with a smile. "Huh?" Although the two were close, they were not at the stage where they would give each other such a rare weapon. Even a cultivator who had entered the mystic enlightening realm knew how important heaven-grade weapons were. Pan Lydian continued, "You'd need at least a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivation base to wield a heaven-grade weapon. Remember to work hard. Don't make fun of me, old Pan." "I'm not taking your weapon," Pan Zhong said. The duo's relationship was clearly different from the others. The old men could sense this, but they remained quiet. At this moment, Hua Wudao could no longer endure it. Against his better judgment, he bowed to Lu Zhou and said, "Please enlighten me, Pavilion Master. How did you manifest the 10th script of the 6th compatible seal? Tell the truth." Lu Zhou stroked his beard. As long as he wasn't required to demonstrate anything, he would comply with the request. Coincidentally, he had gained some insight from the demonstration. Taoist methods are based on nature and originate from the heavens and earth. In that case, it should be returned to nature. Hua Wudao was completely baffled by Lu Zhou's vague explanation. Lu Zhou thought he had been quite clear. He asked, "Do you understand?" Hua Wudao blushed. After all, he was a genius cultivator of the Yun sect. If he admitted he didn't understand, it would be too embarrassing. In the end, he nodded and stammered, I think so. You'll certainly gain a lot from this if you reflect upon it enough." Lu Zhou placed his hands behind his back and walked toward the evil sky pavilion. He hadn't expected that the philosophy from his past life could be applied in this way. All he had said was general enough to apply to practically any occasion. It's good that he didn't understand it. This way, he'll think it's profound and impressive. Moreover, he hadn't gained any merit points from giving these instructions. This told him that it was useless to instruct people who weren't his disciples. They were a bunch of old men with neither future nor hope. It would be better to focus his energy on his troublesome disciples. "Safe journey, Pavilion Master." The others bowed. They watched Lu Zhou leave. Lu Zhou returned to the East Pavilion and thought about the techniques he currently possessed. The first heavenly writing power was the power of speech. It was a sound technique. The second heavenly writing power was the power of muting, an offensive technique where the blue lotus bloomed. The third heavenly writing power was the power of past lives, a replicating technique that allowed him to replicate techniques from others. Additionally, meditating on the heavenly writing scroll could suppress witchcraft spells, Brahmin sound techniques, and illusory effects. He was certain that these heavenly writing powers were connected to the open heavenly writing scroll. Since there was a third technique, there would naturally be a fourth. In that case, where was the fourth open heavenly writing scroll? When Lu Zhou thought about this, he walked up to the table and looked at the old parchment drawing. The Mausoleum of Swords was clearly shown. Sure enough, this shows the locations of the open heavenly writing scrolls, Lu Zhou murmured, scrutinizing the picture again. Apart from the divine capital and the Mausoleum of Swords, the other parts of the image were blurry. He could only wait for the fourth open heavenly writing scroll. With the parchment drawing, he wouldn't have to worry about not finding the next open heavenly writing scroll. With this thought in mind, he no longer studied the ancient picture. He went behind the screen, sat cross-legged, and began to meditate on the contents of the heavenly writing. Meanwhile, in the secluded hut, Si Wuya suddenly coughed violently. However, there was no blood. He parted his clothes, revealing his toned torso. The color of the binding mantra was fading, but there did not seem to be any improvement in his cultivation base. Is this really a Taoist mantra? Si Wuya stood up, feeling much better now. He had a feeling that this mantra would continually keep his cultivation base restricted. Yi Zhixing appeared nearby. When he saw Si Wuya's expression, he hastily said, "Sect Master?" "I'm all right." "Report," Si Wuya said with a wave of his hand. "Our sources near Golden Court Mountain have reported back." "The mountain's barrier is gone," Yi Zhixing said. When Si Wuya heard this, he frowned in confusion. What happened to the evil sky pavilion? Sect Master, the old senior had just returned from the Mausoleum of Swords. "I've sent some men to the Mausoleum of Swords, and they found that the demon sword had been taken away." Yi Zhixing paused before continuing, "The demon sword is now in Jiang Aijian's hands." Si Wuya said, with master's temper, he would never give the demon sword away that easily. It seems the person who's been helping the evil sky pavilion behind the scenes is Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian is one of the 3 great sword freaks. He's a coward. How could it be him? Yi Zhixing found this strange. An awkward expression appeared on his face when he finished speaking. His sect master had ordered him to run a background check on Jiang Aijian, and yet, he could not find anything. Si Wuya shook his head and said, "He's the only person who knows the palace like the back of his hand." "Who?" "The third prince, Lu Chen." Yi Zhixing was shocked. Si Wuya had always been meticulous. Even when things were obvious, he would always demand evidence. However, this matter regarding Jiang Aijian was different. At this point, even without concrete proof, he was rather certain Jiang Aijian was the third prince. During one of the feuds in the palace, the second prince torched Jinghe Palace to eliminate those who opposed him. Thousands of lives were burned to cinders, but Lu Chen's body was never found. "He must have managed to escape at that time," Si Wuya said, his hands behind his back. "Perhaps he was burned to ashes?" Yi Zhixing wondered. Si Wuya remained silent. It was possible, but unlikely. Jinghe Palace's Lu Chen was a cultivator, after all. If there had not been a puppet master behind the scenes, this would not have been the result. Continue the investigation. Understood. Yi Zhixing bowed. Sect Master, Miss Fifth is still caring for the Empress Dowager in the palace and has yet to return to the evil sky pavilion. I'm worried that Emoli will act against her. Think of a way to persuade her to return. But don't hold back. Si Wuya frowned. When information was lacking, his judgment would not be as accurate. Yi Zhixing bowed and said, "The fourth prince, Lu Bing, has triumphantly returned to the palace. The second prince invited him on a hunt at the enclosure in Rongbei as a welcoming gesture. I'm worried that the Empress Dowager and Miss Fifth will also head to Rongbei. The Emperor has given approval for the Empress Dowager to go out and get some fresh air. Rongbei is a good place." Si Wuya turned to look in Rongbei's direction. He looked at the sun in the sky and continued, "The second prince is ambitious. His desire is to rule. Lu Bing has military achievements to his name and is attracting support. Naturally, the second prince is wary of him." Yi Zhixing remained silent. Si Wuya said, "Miss Fifth is also a member of the imperial family, that's what I'm worried about." When is the hunt? When autumn and winter transition. About 3 months from now. The fourth prince, the third prince, the second prince, and the princess who suddenly reappeared. Everyone was accounted for. When autumn and winter were mentioned, Si Wuya felt a slight emotion. At the Brahman C8 meridians or above, a cultivator would be almost immune to the cold and heat around them. They would feel nothing during the change of seasons. However, he had lost his cultivation base. As autumn's end drew near, he began to feel the drop in temperature. Si Wuya sighed and said, if Jiang Aijian is truly the third prince, he will look out for fifth senior sister. Just to be safe, the dark net will help. Understood. Yi Jixing cupped his fists and bowed, respectfully retreating to the side. At this moment, another grey-robed cultivator flew over. He fell to one knee and said, Sect Master, Miss Sixth is here. Si Wuya appeared pleased. He walked out of the secluded hut, stood outside, and looked at the entrance. Perhaps due to the building being deep in the mountains, a thin layer of fog shrouded the entrance, slightly obscuring his vision. White clothes, white hair, white shoes, and white cape. She held a white umbrella aloft with her jade-like fingers as she walked over. Her steps were neither fast nor slow. She seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the mist and across the field. The dew and impurities appeared unable to touch or taint her. This was Si Wuya's sixth senior sister, Yi Tianxin, also the Evil Sky Pavilion's sixth disciple. Si Wuya greets sixth senior sister, Si Wuya said, cupping his fists. Yi Tianxin looked at Si Wuya. She studied him for a moment before asking, seventh junior brother, what happened to your cultivation base? Yi Tianxin had been focused on healing her wounds and recovering her cultivation base. She had secretly kept an eye on the Evil Sky Pavilion and rarely paid attention to anything else. Si Wuya smiled helplessly. This is the work of our master's binding mantra. Yi Tianxin frowned slightly. It was a misunderstanding. Eldest senior brother and I wanted to destroy the Clarity sect, but we didn't expect master to intervene. Helpless, I had to lure him away. And, that's how I accidentally got hit by master's mantra. Yi Tianxin's face remained expressionless. She turned her gaze away from the handsome and scholarly Si Wuya and said, it shouldn't be difficult for you to undo the mantra with your abilities. There's something you don't know, sixth senior sister. Master has absorbed the barrier's power. His methods are extraordinary. Even a Taoist from the Celestial Masters sect couldn't undo this mantra, Si Wuya explained, shaking his head in resignation. Yi Tianxin was slightly taken aback. She remembered the last time she faced her master. Whether it was due to some primal fiend medicine or the barrier's power, she had personally seen 9 leaves under her master's feet. Did I imagine it? When Si Wuya saw Yi Tianxin lost in thought, he called out, sixth senior sister? Yi Tianxin cleared her mind and said, I'm all right. Since you left the Evil Sky Pavilion, have you recovered your cultivation base? Si Wuya asked. Almost, Yi Tianxin replied indifferently. What are your plans now, senior sister? Si Wuya asked. Though he asked casually, it was a loaded question, and he was keenly interested in her answer. He wanted to know what Yi Tianxin's relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion was, especially after the incident with the 5 mice. I'm looking for something that might not even exist, Yi Tianxin said. Si Wuya smiled and said, what are you looking for, senior sister? Perhaps I can help you. You? Yes. The Darknet's information network is spread throughout the lands. There's no information I cannot get, Si Wuya said confidently. Yi Tianxin studied Si Wuya again. She had not been in close contact with him since leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion. She had heard about the Darknet's information network as well. Finally, she said tonelessly, the thing I'm looking for is called Qinghuang. Qinghuang? Si Wuya frowned. Yi Tianxin shook her head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. I'll look for it on my own. There's no need to trouble yourself over it. Senior sister, When Si Wuya saw Yi Tianxin was about to leave, he quickly stepped forward and blocked her way. He cupped his hands and said, "It's no trouble at all." The nation of the FairFolk, people with white skin and hair, is north of the dragon fish. Shangrong is shaped like a fox with horns on its back. The person who can ride it is said to be able to live for 2,000 years, Si Wuya said, as if reciting from a text he had memorized. Yi Tianxin regarded Si Wuya with a complicated look in her eyes. "You know about Shangrong?" "After Wei Zhuyan's death, I ordered my men to investigate the incident at Measure Heaven River. During the investigation, we stumbled upon information on Shangrong," Si Wuya sighed. "Apart from that, we found nothing else." His meaning was clear. If the Darknet could not find it, how could a single person? "Seventh junior brother, do you believe in the existence of these beasts?" Yi Tianxin asked. Well, the life limit had always been the main stumbling block for human cultivators. There had never been an exception to the life limit. Ride it and live for 2,000 years. Isn't that equivalent to overcoming the 1,000-year limit? Is that possible? Si Wuya asked, "Do you believe in them, sixth senior sister?" "I do." Yi Tianxin's tone was firm. This surprised Si Wuya slightly. He did not know where Yi Tianxin's confidence came from, but her tone and determined gaze showed that she truly believed in it. Perhaps she believed in it more than most people. Si Wuya suddenly recalled Yi Tianxin mentioning that her cultivation base was almost fully recovered. He knew that her cultivation had been destroyed after she colluded with the Noble Path to attack their master. How did she recover most of her cultivation base in such a short time after being banished from the pavilion? Is this the innate talent of the FairFolk? After dismissing his thoughts, he said, "I'll help you look for it, senior sister." Yi Tianxin turned around slowly and looked at her surroundings. She gazed at the secluded hut and the crude living quarters beside it before saying, "The great Darknet's master lives here? I have no choice. Now that I've lost my cultivation base, I can only stay put with my tail between my legs," Si Wuya said. "You've always had a glib tongue. You're able to make a petty man who stirs up trouble from behind the scenes sound like a dignified person," Yi Tianxin said, stifling her laughter. Si Wuya chuckled awkwardly and asked, "Where are you staying now, senior sister?" "The Four Seas are my home. If you're willing, you're more than welcome to join the Darknet," Si Wuya said. Yi Tianxin chuckled. She glanced at the gray-robed cultivator standing beside them and said, "They say you're very cunning. Are you trying to rope your senior sister into your schemes as well?" "I would never." Si Wuya hastily waved his hands. "Come to think of it, you had quite a reputation back when you were still in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Master had a short fuse, and yet, he seldom reprimanded you. Tell me honestly, why did you leave the Evil Sky Pavilion?" Yi Tianxin asked solemnly as she looked at Si Wuya. Her departure was different from the others. She had left because of Fish Dragon Village. In hindsight, that had been a terrible mistake. She did not expect the others to leave as well. Si Wuya sighed heavily and said, "What else if not for eldest senior brother and second senior brother?" "Eldest and second senior brothers?" Yi Tianxin was puzzled. "What does your departure from the Evil Sky Pavilion have to do with them?" "The two of them have always been at odds while in the Evil Sky Pavilion. If it weren't for the strict rules, they would have fought to their heart's content years ago. They've had quite a few conflicts this year as well. I don't wish to see them tear each other apart," Si Wuya replied. Yi Tianxin shook her head. "Is that all?" If the reason was merely to prevent a fight, it was far from sufficient. "As for the rest, you'll have to ask eldest senior brother and second senior brother," Si Wuya said. "Why do I have to ask them?" Yi Tianxin was puzzled. Si Wuya did not answer her question. Instead, he asked another. "Sixth senior sister, what do you think of second senior brother?" "He's polite and gentle. 1,000 times better than those sanctimonious hypocrites from the Noble Path," Yi Tianxin replied. Si Wuya nodded. "Yan is in the north. The people there are immaculately dressed and carry swords. They are usually accompanied by 2 tigers at their sides, yet they remain gentle and avoid conflicts. There's a flower known as melilot that blooms at dawn and withers at dusk. The people are of equal standing, and they conduct themselves politely, knowing no envy. Although Tianxin did not fully understand Si Wuya's words, she was startled by the way he described their second senior brother. She did not press him further, the answer was clear. Si Wuya continued, "Believe me, the circumstances are complicated, and I must get to the bottom of it." Tianxin's thoughts were in turmoil. When she discovered she was a FairFolk, also known as the Bai people, her mind had been in chaos for a long time. Reflecting on this, she felt she had no reason to doubt Si Wuya's words. A nobleman, why hadn't she thought of this sooner? What about eldest senior brother? To be honest, I don't know, Si Wuya replied. Initially, I plan to return to the Evil Sky Pavilion after Master's time is up to thoroughly investigate the matter. However, Master shows no signs of succumbing to his life limit. I think you've seen that for yourself, 6th senior sister. Tianxin did not respond. Not only was their master not succumbing to his life limit, but he seemed no different from when he was at his peak. Recalling the 9-leaf golden lotus, she said, "Perhaps Master has attained the 9-leaf stage." "Impossible," Si Wuya stated confidently. "I saw it with my own eyes." Si Wuya was speechless. He wanted to remind her that some words should not be spoken lightly. Before he could reply, Tianxin shook her head and said, "Perhaps it was just a trick of the light." Si Wuya felt relieved upon hearing this. Serious conversations like these were difficult to handle. Moreover, the more he thought about it, the more impossible it seemed. If their master had truly attained the 9-leaf stage, he would not have allowed them to roam freely and do as they pleased. Their master would also have dealt with the noble path using his avatar. "Although I don't agree with your methods, there's no doubt you're the smartest among us. I believe you. Send my regards to eldest senior brother and second senior brother." After she finished speaking, she made her way to the entrance. "Won't you consider joining the Darknet, senior sister?" Si Wuya asked again. "No. You do well to take care of yourself, considering your current state." As soon as she finished speaking, Tianxin's figure seemed to vanish in the mist. Yijixing immediately bowed, feeling relieved inwardly. "Safe journey, Miss Sixth." Si Wuya smiled and said, "Come to think of it, your surname is Yi as well. Do you fear my 6th senior sister that much?" Yijixing waved his hands immediately. He would never dare to claim they were from the same clan. Si Wuya did not pursue the matter. Instead, he asked, "How is eldest senior brother doing lately?" "The Nether sect is taking a rest after defeating the righteous sect. There are now tens of thousands of cultivators from the Fiend path under the Nether sect's banner. In my opinion, it won't be long before the Nether sect makes its move against its next target," said Yijixing. "In that case, eldest senior brother won't have time to deal with the palace." Si Wuya shook his head and sighed. "Sect master, what do you mean?" "I'll have to personally visit the hunting enclosure," Si Wuya replied. "Sect master, you've lost your cultivation base." "You shouldn't go," said Si Wuya. "With you by my side, I can be at ease. I swear to protect you with my life, sect master." In the divine capital's imperial city, inside Jiang Palace, Missouri Lee applied yellow powder to her face as she gazed into the mirror. She seemed to be in good spirits. After finishing, she stood up and spoke to the tall man standing on the other side of the screen. "Senior brother, thank you for treating my wounds. We're fellow disciples, there's no need to thank me. His Highness has said that, if everything goes well, you'll be the lord of many and the subordinate of one," Emoli said with a smile. Ba Ma shook his head and placed his hands behind his back. "I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you think. Senior brother, you've always been indecisive. Don't worry, we've planned everything this time. The Evil Sky Pavilion's 5th disciple, Zhao Yu, is already in the palace. The 4th disciple is here, too. The Empress Dowager will head to Rubii in due time. with so many casualties, I won't let them get away. Ba Ma recalled the scene on the lotus dais and shook his head. It's not that I don't believe you. However, there's more to the old villain than meets the eye. I'm only worried he won't show up. Emily smiled and said, Senior brother, to tell you the truth, the second prince handed the blueprints of the 10-terminal formation to me a long time ago. Ba Ma's eyes widened. Emily continued, under the second prince's orders, I've laid down the 10-terminal formation at the 4 capitals of Great Yin. She smiled sinisterly, looking pleased with herself. One of them is at the Upper Prime. Another one is in Rubii. Only His Highness, the second prince, and I know about this. Senior brother, you're the third person to know about this. She smiled as she walked up to Ba Ma. Ba Ma sighed and said, Be careful not to burn yourself when you play with fire. With you here, senior brother, this junior sister feels at ease. Emily flashed a charming smile. Ba Ma frowned at the sight. He no longer wanted to look at her, so he turned and walked to the window. Oh, well. For Lu Lan. That's right. No one apart from me knows how many hardships I had to endure to infiltrate the palace and climb to where I am now. Your cultivation base and wisdom are far superior to mine, senior brother. If we work together and combine our strengths, there won't be a problem. Ba Ma took in the scenery of Jingyang Palace. He remembered several things about Lu Lan and sighed before saying, His Highness, the second prince, can he do it? Emily smiled and said, Among the 5 princes, His Highness, the second is surely the most heartless and vicious. Back then, when the third prince was highly favored by His Majesty and the palace nearly changed the heir to the throne, the second prince hatched a plan and burned down everything related to the third prince. Since he succeeded in acting against the third prince, dealing with the fourth prince, who was like a paper tiger, would be easy. Ba Ma nodded. Junior brother. Junior sister, Emily corrected him. Ba Ma suppressed the goosebumps that were threatening to break out all over his skin and said in a deep voice, I don't care about anyone else, but Lu Bing must die. Emily sneered and said, Don't worry, senior brother. I want him dead more than you do. The fourth prince, Lu Bing, had been at the borders for many years, leading many expeditions against Lu Lan. The battles resulted in countless casualties. The most humiliating event was when Lu Bing led the 10 great generals of Great Yin and captured their king. In that battle, cultivators from both sides fought for 3 days and 3 nights, and the number of casualties was staggering. When it was recorded in the palace's archives, it was noted that there were no birds in the skies nor beasts on the ground. All that could be seen was dead men and bones. A month later, Lu Zhou finally regained his extraordinary power after meditating on the heavenly writing. He had also been instructing his disciples in their cultivation. Duanmu Xing and Little Yuaner had greatly improved their strength and cultivation bases during this time. He walked up to the waterfall and saw Duanmu Xing training under it, letting the weight of the water rain down on his body. He stroked his beard and nodded at the sight. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, Duanmu Xing bowed under the waterfall. Master. Lu Zhou observed Duanmu Xing resisting the falling water with his energy alone, without using any cultivation method. The waterfall can train the endurance of your primal qi and temper your spear skills. I understand, Duanmu Xing replied. He raised his hand, and the overlord's spear, which was embedded in the ground nearby, dislodged itself and flew into his hand with a whistle. He began brandishing the overlord's spear, swiping the water away. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Duanmu Xing was hardworking and obedient, but he was slightly lacking in intelligence. If the Divine One technique had not been suitable for Duanmu Xing, it would have been difficult for him to reach this stage. In the end, he projected his voice and said, If you can keep yourself dry without relying on your energy, it can be considered a minor achievement. Understood, Duanmu Xing replied. The waterfall was like a heavy downpour. How could he possibly remain dry with his spear skills alone? Perhaps, he would need to move his spears so quickly that they would form a barrier. He groaned inwardly, but still did as he was told. Although his foundation was solid, it was still lacking. He needed more rigorous training. Ding! Instructed Duan Musheng. Reward, 300 merit points. Lu Zhou glanced at the interface. Recently, he earned 3,200 merit points just by instructing his disciples. Apart from earning merit points, he truly wanted his disciples' cultivation bases to improve as well. At that moment, little Yuaner flew over. Master, she flitted to the left and right, chasing a sparrow that looked exhausted. When she finally caught the sparrow, she released it again. Then, she landed near Lu Zhou and said expectantly, I'm now very familiar with the 7 stars cloud treading steps. It was clear that she was waiting to be praised. Lu Zhou knocked her head. Indeed, your 7 stars cloud treading steps have improved, but a sparrow isn't a person. Practicing with it won't do you much good. Oh. You should learn from your senior brother. Lu Zhou pointed at Duan Musheng. Oh. Little Yuaner looked at the unending stream of waterfalls. She felt a chill run up her spine at the thought of standing under the cold water. She averted her eyes and said, Master, can you teach me calligraphy? Your works always look so nice. I want to learn that. Don't fool around, Lu Zhou said, his expression stern. It's true that calligraphy can nurture a person's temperament, but you are cultivating the Taoist supreme purity jade slip. Calligraphy is more suited to cultivators of the expansive heavenly energy from the Confucian branch. Oh. Little Yuaner seemed dejected. Lu Zhou looked up at the sun. It was still early. He stroked his beard and said, Demonstrate your fist techniques. I'd like to see your progress. Meicham Little Yuaner nodded. Then, she began her demonstration under a huge tree nearby. After a month of training, Little Yuaner had not made much progress in her fist techniques, but her temperament had improved significantly. Her movements were neither rushed nor slow, a definite improvement. After a while, she finished her demonstration. Lu Zhou nodded. Though it had some flaws, it was a good demonstration. Not bad, he said. Thank you, Master, Little Yuaner responded with a wide grin. This little girl's heart needs some work. It can't be rushed. I'll have to guide her more closely in the future, Lu Zhou thought. At that moment, Zhou Jifeng ran over, bowed, and said, Pavilion Master, a letter from Jiang Aijian. Read it, Lu Zhou replied. Zhou Jifeng opened the letter and read aloud, Thank you for stopping Si Wuya, old senior. Not only did he not interfere with my investigations, but he also gave me a few pieces of information. Hearing this, Lu Zhou was puzzled. When had he done anything to that rascal? Zhou Jifeng continued, The Empress Dowager will travel to Rubai to rest. Your disciple, Zhao Yu, will likely accompany her. Coincidentally, the second prince, Lu Huan, has invited Lu Bing to a hunt at the enclosure in Rubai in 2 months. Emoli is aided by an elite, and I suspect they are on the move. I'll send more letters once I have new information. This time, there was no ha in Jiang Aijian's letter. Lu Zhou frowned. Zhao Yu was no fool. Why would she proceed when she clearly knew it was a trap? Jiang Aijian did not mention Mingshi in his letter. What was Mingshi doing then? When he recalled the grand witchcraft spell on the lotus dais, he felt slightly angered. How dare you touch my disciple? Since Zhao Yu was an orphan of Princess Yun Zhao, she could be considered a member of the imperial family. To think that Emoli was so audacious. Fortunately, they were in the imperial city, and Emoli had to refrain from making a move openly. Bring Qin Jun here. Understood. Shortly after, Zhou Jifeng brought Qin Jun over. Lu Zhou looked at Qin Jun and said, I have a mission for you. Qin Jun was overjoyed. He bowed and said, Anything, old sir. Return to the divine capital and be my source of information. Huh? Are you not willing? Of course, I am. I'm glad to be of service to you, old sir. Qin Jun stammered, It's just that. First sir. Little Yuaner glared at him and said, Are you stupid? Who do you think you're talking to? Tianxin shuddered and hastily said, You're right, Miss Ninth. I'm a fool. How much do you know about the Empress Dowager? All I know is that she has an illness and has always been recuperating. I would have to ask Li Yunjiao about the others, Qin Jun replied honestly. Very well. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Tell Li Yunjiao to look after my disciples, Zhao Yu and Ming Shirin. I'll hold him accountable if anything happens to them. Also, if he sees that rascal, Yu Xinghai, tell him to inform me at once. If I see him, I'll send the swiftest messenger bird to the evil sky pavilion. Qin Jun bowed. Li Yunjiao was the one who wanted to bring Zhao Yu back to the palace to meet the Empress Dowager. Moreover, he had pledged his head to ensure Zhao Yu's safety. It was only natural for Lu Zhou to hold him accountable. However, the imperial city was, after all, the imperial city. There should not be a significant problem with Li Yunjiao and the Empress Dowager there. Emoli is from the second prince's faction. What kind of person is the second prince, Lu Huan? Lu Zhou asked. Qin Jun replied honestly, the second prince is far-sighted and has great forbearance. He is not one to give up until he has achieved his goals. Lu Zhou looked at Qin Jun and asked, Is that your personal assessment of the second prince? Qin Jun, being an official, it seemed out of place for him to comment on a member of the imperial family in such a manner. Qin Jun sighed and said, At the beginning, His Majesty had 10 heirs. Due to various reasons, he is now left with 5. The first prince, Lu Ji, who is also the current crown prince, will inherit the throne if nothing untoward happens to him. Then, he continued, however, the crown prince is obsessed with the customs of Rubii and cannot control himself. He even built a tent and had dancers perform dances from the other tribes in the palace. When the emperor found out about this, he was in a fit of rage. As a result, the crown prince is now only a nominal one. The second prince, Lu Huan, possesses exceptional abilities and is decisive. However, he is also vicious and has many schemes. The third prince, Lu Chen, was highly favored by the emperor and was considered the most likely to become the crown prince. Alas, ill fate befell him. There was a fire in Jinghe Palace one night. 1,000 men were burned to death, and the third prince went missing. I once investigated the incident and discovered that the mastermind behind the fire was the second prince. After he finished speaking, he bowed in respect. He was speaking about the palace's secrets, after all. If someone else discovered he had spoken these words, the consequences could range from being fired to being beheaded. Lu Zhou did not expect the second prince to be so ruthless. Well, since Emoli was willing to follow him, they were clearly of the same feather. Lu Zhou asked, Do you think the second prince will make a move against the fourth prince at the enclosure? Qin Jun hastily replied, I don't dare to speak with certainty. However, based on his past actions, it's possible. The hunt in the enclosure is organized by the second prince, so I don't think he'll make a move there. However, the same can't be said about other places in Rubii. The second prince can easily find himself an alibi. Even if the others know he's the culprit, there's nothing they can do about it. I have no interest in the palace's power struggles. The lives and deaths of the princes have nothing to do with me. Lu Zhou stroked his beard, waved his arm, and said, Send him down the mountain. Understood. Zhou Jifeng led Qin Jun down Golden Court Mountain. After that, Lu Zhou glanced at Duan Muxing, who was still training under the waterfall. He was still struggling. Lu Zhou turned to look at little Yuaner and said, Yuaner, keep working on your cultivation. Don't slack off. Oh. Little Yuaner continued her punches as she watched her master leave. At this moment, the only disciples left on the mountain were Duan Muxing and little Yuaner. With the other disciples gone, Lu Zhou did not even have the chance to be a good teacher. Halfway through his walk, he made a turn and headed toward the Cave of Reflection. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, Zhu Honggong was overjoyed. Tears welled up in his eyes as he bowed and kowtowed before speaking, Greetings, Master. I'm so happy about your visit that I won't be able to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Zhou was already immune to these low-level flatteries. He walked into the cave of reflection and said, "Tell me what you've done wrong." Zhu Honggong nodded and began listing his wrongdoings. First, I shouldn't have been fooled by 7th senior brother into leaving the mountain. Second, I shouldn't have helped 7th senior brother. Third, I shouldn't have sent him news about the evil sky pavilion. Fourth, I shouldn't have modified the 9 tribulations thunderblast. Aren't you going to justify your actions? Lu Zhou asked. I don't dare. Zhu Honggong fell to his knees, his body trembling. Lu Zhou noticed that Zhu Honggong's back was covered in injuries, scars from the beating he had endured. Additionally, he had suffered from the backlash of the 9 tribulations thunderblast. Combined with the cold wind in the cave of reflection, which was a form of punishment, Zhu Honggong looked exhausted and haggard. However, his loyalty seemed to have increased. It appeared that the Zen tunic was much more important to Zhu Honggong than expected. Finally, he said, "Rise and speak." "Thank you, Master." Lu Zhou asked, "How long have you been with the pavilion?" "It's been 20 years. Lu Zhou remained silent. After a moment, he walked out of the cave of reflection with his hands behind his back. "Safe journey, Master." Although Zhu Honggong was puzzled, he did not dare to ask any questions. When Lu Zhou stepped out of the cave of reflection, he stopped and said, "The 9 tribulations thunderblast originated from thunderblast. The 8th layer is samsara. If used well, you will gain an unending supply of power from the circulation of yin and yang, and you won't fall into samsara. The 9th layer is the twin sal tree, which is half withered and half flourishing. When the sal tree blooms, the one who flourishes shall perish. Rid yourself of the backlash's effects in 3 months. If you fail, you'll spend the next 3 years inside the cave of reflection. If you succeed, you'll move into the South Pavilion." After speaking, he did not wait for Zhu Honggong's reply and made his way to the evil sky pavilion. Zhu Honggong seemed to have fallen into a daze when he heard Lu Zhou's words. He was startled for a moment, then a wave of joy welled up in his heart. He kneeled and sincerely kowtowed. "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Thank you." The professional ass-kisser, Zhu Honggong, was at a loss for words and could only repeat these words. His face was wet with tears. Lu Zhou only received the notification from the system when he had returned to the evil sky pavilion. Completed the 9 tribulations thunderblast cultivation method. Reward, 1000 merit points. Instructed Zhu Honggong. Reward, 300 merit points. Lu Zhou had only given Zhu Honggong some pointers to improve his cultivation base. He had forgotten that he would also receive merit points for completing his disciples' cultivation methods. He searched his memories again. Among his 9 disciples, it seemed Zhu Honggong was the last one to have a completed cultivation method. The cultivation methods of Yu Xinghai, Yu Shangrong, Si Wuya, and Yi Tianxin were all complete. The 4 of them also possessed cultivation bases that were clearly superior to the others. Lu Zhou glanced at the system dashboard. Merit points, 4,500. Then, he looked at the price of the 9 transformations yin-yang and shook his head. In the end, he closed his eyes and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing. In the following 3 months, Lu Zhou spent a lot of time instructing Duanmuxing and Little Yuan. He would occasionally visit the Cave of Reflection to check on Zhu Honggong's progress and ensure there were no mishaps. Unfortunately, he did not receive any news from Mingshi and Zhao Yu. If they had been on the mountain, he could have instructed them as well. Early in the morning, Lu Zhou had just finished a meditation session when he saw Zhou Jifeng stepping into the great hall with a letter in hand. It was about time for him to receive information from the divine capital. Pavilion Master, a letter from Qin Jun. Read it. Sir, Zhao Yu is by the Empress Dowager's side. Li Yunzhao said that the Empress Dowager is not doing well. Also, Mingshi isn't in the imperial city. Li Yunzhao guarantees that he will protect Zhao Yu with his life and wants you to be assured. Lastly, the second and fourth princes have departed for the enclosure in Rubii for the hunt. If there are no surprises, the Empress Dowager should be departing in the next few days. Pavilion Master, I'm willing to head to Rubii to investigate the matter, Zhou Jifeng said after he read the letter. It's pointless. If Jiang Aijian and Qin Jun, both of whom were in the divine capital, could not discover anything, what could Zhou Jifeng, an outsider, find out? Lu Zhou stroked his beard, contemplating how he should deal with Emily. As the master of his disciples, he could not allow her to roam free. At this moment, he noticed a new mission on the dashboard, kill Emily. He found it reasonable, but also thought it made no difference. Mission or no mission, Emily's fate was sealed. That'll be all. Lu Zhou waved his hand. I'll take my leave then. After Zhou Jifeng left, Lu Zhou gauged his extraordinary power. Currently, he could use the Heavenly Writings power twice without any increase in the upper limit. If he continued to meditate on the Heavenly Writing Scrolls, he could only accelerate his meditation pace. He would not be able to store more extraordinary power. Lu Zhou looked at his merit points again, 7,500. He had gained a lot from instructing his disciples over the past 3 months. Luck points, 41. I haven't tried my luck with draws for a long time now. After pondering for a moment, he decided to do 10 consecutive draws. As expected, he received 10 appreciative messages. The draws seemed to have no pattern. Let's leave the rest to fate. Continue. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points and 5 luck points. Obtained special treasure box X1. When Lu Zhou heard this notification, he felt invigorated. Either the system had suddenly decided to be kind, or he had become luckier. It was hard to believe he had obtained a special treasure box with only 51 luck points. Regardless, he was transitioning from an African chieftain to a European royal. In no time, a special treasure box appeared on the table before him. The box was small, about the size of a drawer, suggesting that the item inside was not too large. Time limit, 3 days. Will vanish if unopened within the time limit. Lu Zhou bent down, wondering if this treasure box required a similar method to open, like the one that needed his disciples' weapons to unlock. If that were the case, 3 days would be a tight schedule. He looked to the left and right before he began to study the box. There were no special veins or patterns on any of the 6 sides of the box. However, there was a button on the side facing him. He chuckled. If it can be opened so easily, what's the point of putting a time limit on opening it? It seems the system has its moments of foolishness as well. Lu Zhou raised his wizened hand and ran it along the bronze box. He wondered what treasure was contained inside before he finally pressed the button. Click. Ding. You will obtain the avatar, the 9 transformations Yin Yang, special cooldown X1, activated once the box is unlocked, reversal card X20, critical block card X50. Will you proceed with unlocking the box? Lu Zhou was stunned when he saw the notification from the system. The rewards are unexpectedly generous. The 9 transformations Yin Yang alone cost 30,000 merit points. With the 2 reversal cards he already had, he would now have 22 reversal cards. What is this special cooldown? Lu Zhou did not press the button again. As a person who had transmigrated, he knew what cooldown meant. Perhaps this special card was a restriction that would activate the moment he obtained the rewards? If that were the case, he needed to think carefully before opening the box. Lu Zhou slowly rose to his feet. The 9 transformations Yin Yang and 20 reversal cards. He would be lying if he said he was not moved. He frowned and muttered to himself, a 3-day limit? The hunt in the enclosure is about to start, and you're trying to increase the difficulty for me? Lu Zhou snorted inwardly. Just as he was about to unlock the box, he heard a voice from outside the great hall. Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou turned around and saw Leng Luo walking in with a straight back. His eyes looked much livelier now under the silver mask. When he had accepted Leng Luo into the Evil Sky Pavilion back then, He had expected to deal with a stubborn and difficult-to-manage person. However, things seemed to have worked out just fine. He waved his hand and said, "You can dispense with the formalities." Leng Luo bowed at Lu Zhou and said, "I heard that you're going to intervene in the hunt at the enclosure, Pavilion Master." "That's correct," Lu Zhou nodded. Emoli is the mastermind behind this incident. "Hence, I request to travel to Rubii with you," Leng Luo said bluntly. Lu Zhou had made Leng Luo a promise. Emoli was Leng Luo's only target. If Leng Luo did not see Emoli die, he thought Leng Luo would probably be unable to live in peace. He asked, "Your wounds haven't healed, and your cultivation base isn't fully recovered. Are you sure you want to come along?" Leng Luo straightened up and said, "Emoli has always stayed deep within the palace. Since she's venturing out, it's like a chance bestowed by the heavens. A gentleman's revenge can wait 10 years. I'm not a gentleman." Lu Zhou did not expect Leng Luo to be so stubborn. He stroked his beard and said, "In that case, I'll keep my promise. How much of your cultivation base has been recovered?" 40%, Leng Luo replied honestly. Lu Zhou nodded. Leng Luo's situation was different from Panlitian's. Panlitian's cultivation base was only destroyed, but with the help of the Sable Magnolia, he would recover more quickly. Leng Luo, on the other hand, imploded his own sea of qi during the battle with the 10 shamans. It was quite commendable that he managed to recover 40% of his cultivation base. He asked, 40%? If you don't use an avatar, you could probably fight against an early-stage nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. Are you confident you can kill Emoli? Thud. Leng Luo fell to one knee and cupped his fists. He spoke each word clearly and loudly, "Please fulfill my wish, Pavilion Master." The great hall was exceptionally silent. Lu Zhou did not look at Leng Luo. Instead, he paced with his hands on his back, circling Leng Luo. Zhao Yu was in the divine capital, and Ming Shiyin was keeping a low profile. Lu Zhou had given it some thought. As long as Emoli showed her face, all he had to do was get on his mount and send a deadly strike card her way. The problem was that there were many elites by Emoli's side, including the Grand Shaman who appeared on the Lotus Dais. It was impossible for him to take out so many elites with his cultivation base. Moreover, Emoli was much more intelligent and cunning compared to the original Wei Zhuyan. For this reason, he thought it was not a bad idea to bring Leng Luo along. "Don't move." Lu Zhou suddenly lifted his hand. A strengthened critical heal card appeared in his palm, and he shattered it. The mysterious power condensed in his palm, like a wave from the ocean. "What's this?" Leng Luo was shocked, but he did not move. After all, Lu Zhou knew it would be easy for him to kill Leng Luo if he so wished. There was no need for Lu Zhou to wait until this day. Before Leng Luo could make sense of the situation, a powerful whirlpool stirred up by the force wrapped around his body. Power seeped into his 8 extraordinary meridians, and a healing force several times stronger than the merciful arc of salvation spread through him. "Lotus position," Lu Zhou said, retracting his hand. Leng Luo finally understood that Lu Zhou was healing his wounds. He immediately sat with his legs crossed after bowing deeply to Lu Zhou. He flattened his palms and sat in the lotus position, feeling the power swirl around him. Lu Zhou looked at Leng Luo in satisfaction, not worried about him pulling any tricks. The strengthened critical heal card would only heal Leng Luo's wounds, he would have to rely on himself to recover his cultivation base. About an hour later, Leng Luo slowly opened his eyes. He surveyed his surroundings and took a deep breath. He withdrew his hands and slowly rose to his feet. Lu Zhou noticed that Leng Luo's loyalty had increased and asked, "How are your wounds?" Leng Luo cupped his fists respectfully and said, 90% of my injuries are healed. As for my cultivation base, I'm certain it will be fully recovered within 3 months if there are no surprises. Good, Lu Zhou nodded. If I'm given the chance, I'm confident I can deal a grave blow to Emoli, Leng Luo said confidently. After all, he was an 8-leaf elite. Even an emaciated camel was larger than a horse. Naturally, Lu Zhou did not doubt Ling Luo's words. Do you have any plans you'd like to share? Ling Luo spoke frankly and confidently. When I was with the Black Knights, I met the Emperor several times. No matter how great the quarrel between the fourth prince and the second prince, they are still princes. The only person who can manage them is the Emperor. Lu Zhou looked up. Ling Luo had a point. He had been thinking of a way to deal with the second prince's subordinate, Mo Li. Perhaps he could work on the Emperor instead. The Black Knights answered to the Emperor. You were their leader back then, and yet, you've only met him a few times? Lu Zhou found this strange. Ling Luo replied, usually, his attendants would convey his messages. After all, the monarch of a nation would not easily show himself. Moreover, the Black Knights operated in the shadows and were not stationed in the divine capital. The Emperor could not venture outside without a proper reason. The attendants usually possess unfathomable cultivation bases. The Emperor trusts them highly. Over the years, there have been many assassination attempts, but the assassins were usually unable to get past the attendants, let alone kill the Emperor, Ling Luo said with a sigh. Lu Zhou nodded. Continue. Ling Luo said, since Zhao Yu is Princess Yunjiao's orphan, she would have the opportunity to meet the Emperor. Moreover, Zhao Yu remains by the Empress Dowager's side and has her support. It would be most appropriate for her to relay the message before the Empress Dowager departs from the capital. However, the Emperor is the Emperor, after all. He is no stranger to schemes and plots, so it will be difficult to deal with him. You have a point. Lu Zhou was about to call for someone when Zhou Jifeng came rushing into the great hall anxiously. Pavilion Master, Jiang Aijian has sent word to inform you that the Empress Dowager has departed from the capital. This is our chance, Ling Luo said. Chance? Zhou Jifeng was puzzled. It's fine even if we don't contact the Emperor. I'm willing to infiltrate the Black Knights' camp, Ling Luo said. After all, he was the former leader of the Black Knights. Now that he had mostly recovered his cultivation base, it wouldn't be difficult for him to use his previous resources. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded, saying, will it be a problem for you to act on your own in the Black Knights' camp? Ling Luo was slightly taken aback. He had thought to go there with Lu Zhou, as it would be much safer with him by his side. However, at this critical moment, he didn't dare to voice his concerns. Moreover, he was sure that Lu Zhou had his own plans. Besides, he didn't dare to ask for too much. He was already grateful that Lu Zhou allowed him to come along. In the end, he replied, no problem. Good. Lu Zhou waved his hand. Without another word, Ling Luo cupped his fists and left the great hall. You can return to what you were doing, Lu Zhou said. I'll take my leave. Zhou Jifeng left the great hall. He was impressed. In his view, Lu Zhou was like a general devising strategies in his secluded tent, determining the outcome of a battle far away. Lu Zhou didn't seem nervous at all. As soon as he left the great hall, Zhou Jifeng ran into a drenched Duan Muxing. Duan Muxing held the Overlord spear in his hand and called out, Zhou Jifeng. Greetings, Mr. Third. Let's go. I suddenly thought of a way to hone my basic spear techniques, Duan Muxing said excitedly. Don't worry, I've been reckless in the past, and I apologize for that. This is also a good opportunity for you to hone your sword skills. Duan Muxing apologized as he pulled Zhou Jifeng toward the back of the mountain. Lu Zhou returned to the East Pavilion and glanced at the parchment drawing on the table. The parchment drawing remained unchanged, showing only the divine capital and the mausoleum of swords. Looks like there won't be any information about the fourth open heavenly writing scroll for the time being, Lu Zhou mused. With a wave of his hand, the special treasure box landed on the floor. He sat cross-legged, holding his breath and focusing his mind as he looked at the bronze treasure box with a 3-day time limit. Should I open it? I might lose the huge reward inside. Moreover, I might remain an African chieftain forever. Will I be alright living life as an African chieftain? The problem is, if I unlock the treasure box, I'd have to let Emily go and hide on this mountain, keeping a low profile. Lu Zhou had no qualms about not completing the system's missions. After all, he did not know what cooldown meant, and it was risky. In the end, he sneered. Do you think that I'd be restricted by you just because you've increased the difficulty? He raised his hand and smacked the box. Click. As soon as the button was pressed, the same message popped up again. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou chose to unlock it. Ding. Obtained the avatar, the 9 transformation Yin Yang, special cooldown X1, reversal card X20, critical block card X50. Ding. Activated special cooldown. All item cards will be placed under cooldown for 7 days. Countdown begins. Lu Zhou expected as much. He called up the system dashboard and looked at the items column. The remaining time was displayed there, 6 days, 23 hours. However, his mounts and weapons were not placed under cooldown. At least it has a conscience. With just a thought, Lu Zhou equipped the avatar. His 8 methods connected avatar disappeared, replaced by the 9 transformation Yin Yang. At the same time, a huge surge of power coursed through his meridians. Early the next morning, when Lu Zhou opened his eyes, he felt refreshed. It seemed his cultivation base had progressed into the Dao transforming stage. He believed it would not take long before he entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Once he entered that realm, he could consider himself well established in the cultivation world. Lu Zhou checked his remaining lifespan. Remaining lifespan, 6,582 days. If he did not have the reversal cards, he would not have been able to endure seeing these numbers every day. He prepared to use his reversal card. Then, he remembered that his item cards were all on cooldown. He had no choice but to give up on using the reversal cards. 7 days isn't that long. I can wait. At that moment, Zhou Jifeng's voice rang from outside. Pavilion Master, Senior Ling has departed. When Lu Zhou emerged from the pavilion, he saw Pan Zhong and Pan Lydian as well. He frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" Pan Lydian said, "I'm just worried that something might happen to Lin Luo. Hence, I wish to travel to Rubii with him." "I would like to go as well." "Me too," Zhou Jifeng chimed in. With his hands behind his back, Lu Zhou replied, "Golden Court Mountain's barrier is now gone. There will be people with malicious intent trying to sneak in. If everyone's gone, who will guard Golden Court Mountain?" The 3 of them were stunned, unable to come up with a response. "Look after Golden Court Mountain. The time for you to showcase your abilities will come." "Understood." The 3 bowed. Lu Zhou had no intention of sending too many of his people out, it would be meaningless. Moreover, the more people he sent, the more attention they would attract. Additionally, if they were in danger, he wouldn't be able to protect all of them. He decided to leave Emoli with Lin Luo. Given Lin Luo's abilities, it should not be a problem for him to find an opportunity to strike a fatal blow. There was not much that Lu Zhou needed to do. He only needed to observe from the shadows and try to deceive as many people as possible. He was not Jian Dao. Walking right into a trap in a fit of rage was not a display of strength, but sheer stupidity. After that, Lu Zhou summoned Little Yuaner. Then, they left Golden Court Mountain on Wizard's back. Meanwhile, in a pavilion in Rubii City. The pavilion, towering high, provided a clear view of Rubii's streets. Sect Master, the Empress Dowager has departed. She should be staying at the obedient summer villa when she arrives. Very well, Si Wuya replied casually, then asked, "Has Jiang Aijian relayed the information?" "He should have." "Should have?" Si Wuya did not like that phrase. It implied uncertainty, and he detested uncertainties. Yi Zhixing bowed and said, "Though our men discovered that Jiang Aijian is the evil Sky Pavilion's informant, he is extremely cunning. We couldn't keep track of him all the time." As soon as Yi Zhixing finished speaking, a figure darted past the pavilion. Moments later, a mocking voice echoed through the air. "Trying to monitor me?" You're far from capable of doing that. After him. Si Wuya stood up and looked out the window. Understood. Yi Jixing gave chase at lightning speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. That can't be right. Si Wuya suddenly turned around. A figure appeared at the entrance, the man standing there with his hands behind his back. The moment Yi Jixing leaped out the window, Si Wuya realized something was amiss. There had been a problem from the moment he left the secluded hut. In the end, he looked at the person and said, luring the tiger away from its mountain. Si Wuya? The person turned around slowly. A black eye patch covered his left eye, and Si Wuya wondered if he was truly blind. He had a thick beard and a weathered face. A saber was at his waist, and his posture was straight. The one-eyed man said in a clear, crisp voice, "Hello." Si Wuya looked to the left and right. More than 10 individuals in ordinary clothes were hiding around him. He replied, "I don't believe we've met." "That's all right. I'll make sure you remember me." Han Yuyuan clapped his hands, and more than 10 people charged over. Si Wuya did not resist. He allowed himself to be bound and said with a faint smile, "Aren't you going to kill me? There's no need to rush. Take him away." Han Yuyuan and 2 of his subordinates boarded a carriage after exiting the pavilion. The horse carriage sped toward Rubii City. An hour later, the carriage halted. "This way." Han Yuyuan made an inviting gesture. Si Wuya leaped off the carriage, surveyed his surroundings, and said, "The obedient summer villa? You're from the imperial family." Han Yuyuan did not deny it. He waved his hand, and 2 of his subordinates brought Si Wuya to the second floor of one of the side courts. Han Yuyuan smiled and said, "The environment here is much better than the pavilion you were in. The view is nice as well." Si Wuya made himself at home. He walked up to the large arched window and calmly took a seat. Although his hands were bound, it did not impede his movements. "My surname is Han. My name is Han Yuyuan. One of the 8 great generals of the Imperial Guards, Han Yuyuan." "General Han with the 10 great deputies?" Si Wuya recited the information he had on Han Yuyuan. "As expected of the Darknet's master. You know so much about me." However, Han Yuyuan suddenly changed the topic. "Do you know I have a hopeless little brother, Sect Master Si?" "Little brother?" Si Wuya frowned slightly. Waves of information appeared in his mind. "Han Yufeng?" Han Yuyuan nodded slightly, an ambiguous expression on his face. Realization dawned on Si Wuya, and he said, "As expected, he's your younger brother. Are you going to avenge him?" It seemed he had long suspected the connection between Han Yuyuan and Han Yufeng. However, he did not think Han Yuyuan would avenge his younger brother just because of their blood relation. "Perhaps, but it'd be only an excuse," Han Yuyuan replied. Si Wuya nodded. "The person who impersonated Aijian is one of your men?" "That's right." "Did you deliberately leak the information to lure me out?" "Smart," Han Yuyuan said with a smile. "Smart people like you often believe you're infallible. You like to use the weaknesses of others against them. Hence, I decided to give you a taste of your own medicine." "Looks like I've underestimated the Imperial Guard," Si Wuya calmly said. "A person who regularly walks by the river can't avoid getting their shoes wet. To tell you the truth, I've made more than 10 attempts against you, Sect Master Si, and this is the only time I've succeeded. There's no need to go over the failed attempts. The number of failures isn't important. One instance of success is all I need," Han Yuyuan said. "Indeed, I have been careless regarding the information about Aijian," Si Wuya said. Han Yuyuan continued, "Whatever His Highness, the Second Prince, wants to do, as officials, we can only play along. Does he think that I'm unaware of the moles he planted around me? However, if you didn't take an interest in Aijian, Sect Master Si, I would never have the opportunity to find you." Si Wuya asked with a smile, "Who's trying to get rid of me?" Han Yuyuan shook his head, speaking as though he was chatting with a friend. "After you die, I'll have someone burn the answer on a piece of paper for you. Why aren't you getting it over with then? Si Wuya asked. Why, of course, it's so that you can enjoy the show, Sect Master Si, Han Yuan replied. The show? You're from the evil sky pavilion. What do you think of this villa? How's the scenery here? In a place as beautiful as this. It's such a pity not to shed blood here. Han Yuan took a seat across from Si Wuya. His subordinates were nearby. Although they had been following the general for a long time, they still shuddered in fear when they heard those words. Han Yuan continued, I had someone impersonate Jiang Aijian and send a letter to the evil sky pavilion. I hope your master will come and watch the show as well. Si Wuya said frankly, even my eldest senior brother isn't bold enough to provoke the evil sky pavilion. You're digging your own grave. Han Yuan laughed confidently. As I said, smart people think they're infallible, and it's true. Oh well, you won't live much longer anyway. Si Wuya laughed as well. Are you certain you're going to succeed this time? Han Yuan spread his arms and said, You've lost your cultivation base. My 10 deputies will be guarding you here. Any sudden move, and your head will roll. Do I need to elaborate on such a clear outcome? I'm impressed, Si Wuya said. Wine. 2 of his subordinates brought some good wine. Han Yuan filled a cup with wine, his movements neither rushed nor slow. The others thought Han Yuan planned to chat with Si Wuya over wine. However, Han Yuan suddenly raised the cup and flicked it forward. Splash! The wine splattered on Si Wuya's face. Han Yuan said to his subordinates, This is the Darknet's master, whose information network spreads across the lands. This is the Evil Sky Pavilion's 7th disciple. Aren't you very capable? Aren't you certain I won't succeed? Fight back if you can. General, why don't we give him a thorough beating? I can't help but feel annoyed by his face, one of Han Yuan's subordinates said from the side. Han Yuan waved his hand. I have orders not to harm a single hair on his head, and so it shall be. However, no one said I can splash wine on him. Si Wuya smiled and said, If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. He had gleaned some information from Han Yuan's words. It seemed that Han Yuan was following someone's orders. The Imperial Guards had always been under the Emperor's command. Was someone acting behind the Emperor's back? Perhaps someone had colluded with Han Yuan and dragged him into this? Han Yuan said, Of course this isn't all. You'll have to watch a show you'll never forget before you die. Meanwhile, an old man and a young girl appeared in Ruby City. Master, why didn't we go directly to the enclosure? Little Yuaner asked. There's no need for that, Lu Zhou replied. Zhao Yu and Ming Shirin won't be going to the enclosure anyway. No matter how foolish the second prince is, he wouldn't make a move there. Where are we going then? We'll look for a place to stay for now, Lu Zhou replied. I'm good at that. Yuaner, Lu Zhou called out just as little Yuaner was about to dash away. What's the matter, master? Don't go too far. People can be unpredictable, Lu Zhou said. Meicham little Yuaner nodded, touched that her master was worried about her. It didn't take long for them to find an inn to lodge in. When night fell, Lu Zhou was looking at the remaining cooldown time for the item cards. There were slightly more than 5 days left. It seemed he would have to rely on Ling Luo, Ming Shirin, and Jiang Aijian this time. If necessary, he would unleash his grand technique and flee on Witzard's back. Wait, that's not right. He was having silly thoughts again. He was the greatest villain under the heavens, with techniques from extraordinary power and a disciple to protect him. Why would he need to run away? Lu Zhou stayed in an inn in Ruby City. While the sun had not yet set, he said to little Yuaner, Send a letter to Jiang Aijian. Tell him to meet me here. Will he come, master? She asked. Go to a nearby information station and have a mortal send the letter, Lu Zhou replied. Huh? Little Yuaner found this strange. Surely, a messenger bird would have been quicker. Why use a mortal's method? Go, Lu Zhou insisted. Oh, she said and left the inn. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and walked up to the window, gazing at Rubai City. Rubai and Runan had originally been the same city, and there was not much distance between them. Knowing Jiang Aijian, he wouldn't stay in the divine capital all the time. After completing her task, little Yuaner returned to the inn. Master, it's done, she said. You can go and rest now, Lu Zhou replied. The stars shone brightly in the sky, but Lu Zhou did not sleep. Instead, he spent the entire night meditating on the heavenly writing scroll. Early the next morning. Thump. 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 Someone was knocking on Lu Zhou's door. Old senior. It's me. Lu Zhou opened his eyes and said, come in. The door creaked open, and Jiang Aijian hopped inside like a monkey. He poked his head outside, looking up and down the hallway. Once he was sure no one was around, he carefully closed the door, leaned against it, and patted his chest. Heaving a long sigh, he said, that scared the hell out of me. Thank goodness no one's following me. I'm a genius. Jiang Aijian. Lu Zhou raised his voice slightly. Senior. Jiang Aijian immediately bowed and scurried over to the table. He chuckled and said, stay your anger. Tell me, what is the meaning of this? What else? The second prince wants to move against the fourth prince. It's all a setup. It has nothing to do with the evil sky pavilion, and Zhao Yu is very safe, Jiang Aijian said with a smile. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. As expected. As expected? Jiang Aijian looked at Lu Zhou, puzzled and unsure of himself. He wondered what Lu Zhou's words meant. Lu Zhou said, someone impersonated you and sent a message to the evil sky pavilion. Huh? Jiang Aijian shuddered. He scratched his head. So that's what happened. I was wondering why you suddenly used the mortal's mail service, senior. It's true that the simplest way is often the safest. No, that's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is, you suspect someone knows about my existence, senior? Lu Zhou merely glanced at Jiang Aijian, then rose to his feet and walked to the window. The sun was rising in the east. Could it be your seventh disciple, Si Wuya? Jiang Aijian continued to speculate. He found out about me long ago. He even killed many of my informants. I haven't avenged them yet, how dare he try to lure you here? Does he want to kill his own master? The nerve! Lu Zhou remained silent. He did not rule out that possibility. However, if Si Wuya was on Yu Xinghai's side, they would never help the imperial family to work against the evil sky pavilion. It didn't make sense. They had no motives or reasons to do such a thing. Hence, it was highly improbable that Si Wuya was the culprit. Are you certain that your people can be trusted? Lu Zhou looked at Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian was stunned. Usually, they would never suspect anyone they employed and would not employ anyone they suspected. However, nobody could be absolutely sure that their agents were completely loyal. Jiang Aijian regarded Lu Zhou with a curious expression before saying, if it isn't Si Wuya, it must have been someone else. Heh. Who's the brave fool who dares to impersonate me? However, since you've seen through that, old senior, what are you doing here in Rubai? Without waiting for Lu Zhou's reply, he guessed, trying to kill Emily? Lu Zhou stroked his beard as he looked at the scenery outside the window. Someone else will kill Emily. Wow. Shall we go and witness it, old senior? Jiang Aijian said with a grin. The Empress Dowager is resting in the obedient villa. The second prince and the fourth prince have already departed for the enclosure. I'm betting that the second prince will win. How about you, old senior? Lu Zhou stared at him. His expression did not change. He merely fixed his eyes on Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian was unnerved by this silent stare. He hastily waved his hands and said, it was a joke, a joke. After all, Aijian was their brother. Was he truly alright making a bet about them? Are you going to take me there? Lu Zhou did not expect this. His original plan was to stay put in the inn. He planned to wait for Lin Luo's report. After all, Lin Luo was an 8-leaf elite. If Lin Luo were to go on a rampage, not many people would be able to stop him. I heard there's a formation under Ruby City. However, I can sneak in and out of it. I've studied Mo Li's tricks thoroughly, Aijian said. Don't worry, old senior. There are many secret passages connected to the villa. Not even Lu Huan knows about them. At that place, as long as I want to escape, I can do so at any time. Oh, wait. With your cultivation base, old senior, there's no need to run. Lu Zhou remained unmoved. He recalled Qin Jun's words. Someone had set fire to Jinghe Palace. Clearly, Aijian had done many things to oppose Mo Li. In that case, everything made sense now. Lu Zhou had been suspicious before this. Since Aijian had left the palace, why was he still interested in the palace's affairs? It seemed Aijian intended to avenge the 1,000 lives that were lost. Lu Zhou regarded Aijian carefully. This fellow always had a smile on his face. Who knew he had such a dark past? As the saying goes, hit a man but not his face. He would not bring up the incident in Jinghe Palace. In the end, he said apathetically, lead the way. In the afternoon, at the entrance to Ruby City, 2 troops of soldiers entered the city majestically. The civilians parted and made way for them. Lu Huan, the second prince, sat on horseback and said with a smile, "Fourth brother, I think I've spent too much time in the palace." "I'm no match for a seasoned veteran like you," said Lu Bing, the fourth prince. "You're exaggerating, brother. Those are just ordinary skills." "All I did was kill some beasts," he replied with a smile. In other words, the real battlefield was much more vicious than wild beasts. Lu Huan nodded. "You're right, fourth brother. It's just for fun anyway. Grandmother wishes to rest in the villa for a few days. This is the only way for us brothers to have some fun. Yes, let's not speak about trivial matters. Brother, I heard you prepared something from grandmother." "There's no need to rush, fourth brother. You'll see when we get to the villa." "All right." The 2 brothers spurred their steeds toward the obedient summer villa. On the 2nd floor of the obedient summer villa, Sect Master C, "Did you have a good rest last night?" Han Yuyuan walked over and sat down with an indifferent expression. Si Wuyao looked out at the peaceful villa through the window and said, "It wasn't a bad night. I'm just curious when this show of yours will begin. Are you feeling anxious?" Han Yuyuan joked. "Maybe I am." Si Wuyao turned around and raised his hands toward Han Yuyuan. "General Han, with your magnanimity, I'm sure you can at least untie me, right?" One of the subordinates at the side cursed, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "General, let's not waste words with this one. We should end his miserable life with a saber right now." Han Yuyuan glared at him. "Mind your manners." After he said that, a smile bloomed on his face, replacing the darkened expression. He waved his hand and said, "Untie him." "General." Smack, Han Yuyuan suddenly turned around and slapped his subordinate. The subordinate reeled back from the slap, his face swelling immediately. After spinning 2 circles, he felt dizzy and fell to the ground. "Get lost," Han Yuyuan barked. "I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. I'll take my leave now." Han Yuyuan no longer bothered with the subordinate. Instead, he smiled at Si Wuya and said, "That's just the way he is. He has a fiery temper and draws a clear line between those he loves and hates. However, he's extremely loyal and is one of my most capable subordinates. We shouldn't judge a book by its cover. He may seem rash and impatient, but he's thorough with his work and never dallies." He raised a hand, and a huge energy blade emerged. It slashed through the rope binding Si Wuya's hands, and the rope fell immediately. Si Wuya stretched his arms and heaved a long sigh. I'm impressed by the way you handle your subordinates, General Han. I'd like to know who wants me captured. Can you tell me? It's meaningless to learn about those things. What I can guarantee you is that nobody will touch you before your death, said Han Yuyuan. You're not telling me? Han Yuyuan cupped his fists to the left and said, it's what was asked of me. Interesting. Si Wuya smiled. Han Yuyuan sighed and said, you killed my hopeless little brother. Usually, I would have cut you in half and sent you on your way immediately. However, the bigger picture is much more important than my personal grudges. Han Yufeng was the leader of the 5 mice. The rebellion at Upper Prime City was also their doing. You're one of the 8 great generals of the Imperial Guards, you should have disregarded your personal ties and carried out your duties, Si Wuya said. If this were a contest of words, he did not fear Han Yuyuan. After all, Han Yuyuan was a martial person. Han Yuyuan smiled and said, since I'm paid by the Imperial Court, it's only natural that I serve it. Those are 2 separate matters. If I were the one who captured Han Yufeng, I would naturally execute him. Si Wuya nodded and said, I'm curious. With Han Yufeng's ability, how did he roam the divine capital unhindered? At first, I thought he was exceptionally skilled. However, now, I don't think it was that simple. Smack. Han Yuyuan shattered the table before him with a strike of his hand. Sect Master C, don't think I won't lay my hands on you just because someone is protecting you. There's a limit to my patience. As soon as Han Yuyuan finished speaking, a subordinate approached and whispered into his ear. The embers of his fury were instantly extinguished, and a smile spread across his face. Sect Master C, the show has begun. Han Yuyuan pointed at the obedient summer villa. Across the river, the entrance to the villa was visible from the pavilion's window, providing an excellent vantage point. Clip. Clop. Clip. Clop. At the end of the villa, a large troop made its way in. Leading the troop was a large carriage covered in red floral draperies that fluttered in the wind. Several palace girls walked alongside the carriage. The person walking ahead of the carriage was Li Yunjiao, the Empress Dowager's elite. His gaze was fixed ahead, filled with killing intent. The entire group moved slowly. This was the Empress Dowager's carriage. Halt. Li Yunjiao's sharp voice echoed through the villa. He leaped into the air, surveyed the surroundings, and then landed gracefully beside the carriage. He then softly said, Empress Dowager, Princess, we have arrived. At that moment, 2 troops of soldiers emerged from the other side of the villa. Li Yunjiao remained unperturbed, he knew who they were. The 2 troops stopped before the carriage. Grandmother! Grandmother! At that moment, a graceful and noble-looking old woman appeared before everyone. She rose from the carriage after the curtains were drawn back and stepped out. Though she looked slightly pale, there was no sign of exhaustion in her eyes. Zhao Yu hurriedly left the carriage and supported her. Granny, Zhao Yu said. The Empress Dowager turned and placed her hand on Zhao Yu's, saying, my sweet grandchild. Zhao Yu was also dressed in palace attire. If one were unaware, it would be hard to imagine she was the 5th villain from the evil Sky Pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Si Wuya was slightly taken aback when he saw Zhao Yu. Although he knew Zhao Yu was Princess Yunjiao's orphan, he still could not help but feel shocked upon finally seeing her. Han Yuyuan smiled and said, Zhao Yu, the 5th disciple of the evil Sky Pavilion and Princess Yunjiao's orphan. The Empress Dowager has already instructed His Majesty to bestow upon her the title of Princess Zhao Yu. What a shame, a few days as a princess is all she will have. She's the one you want to kill? Si Wuya asked, puzzled. She's not the only one. There's you as well. Han Yuyuan looked at Si Wuya and smiled. He liked the feeling of having the power to decide the fate of people who thought they were smart. It pleased him more than when he was lopping the heads of his enemies on the battlefield. The Empress Dowager glanced at the 2nd and 4th princes before she gently said, you may rise. This isn't the palace. Grandmother, I knew you were coming to the villa to recuperate, so we went to hunt some game for you. We've also hired the best cook in Ruby City, Lu Bing said. Lu Huan, naturally, would not let Lu Bing steal the limelight. He said immediately, I've also prepared some entertainment for you, grandmother. It might be boring in the palace, but here in Ruby I can arrange any songs you like to hear, grandmother. When Li Yunjiao heard this, he bowed and said, Your Highnesses, I'd like to ensure the Empress Dowager's safety. It's better to refrain from inviting unknown personnel into the villa. Uniquely, it's only natural that the people I bring can be trusted, the second prince, Lu Huan, said. Li Yunjiao frowned. You trust them, but I don't. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, I finally have the chance to come out and have a breath of fresh air. Stop bickering at once. Understood. The others bowed. Zhao Yu supported the Empress Dowager as she alighted from the carriage and entered the villa. The entire villa was surrounded and tightly guarded. No one was allowed to enter. Li Yunjiao observed the surroundings for a moment before entering the villa. Meanwhile, several carriages slowly proceeded toward a spot near the villa. Inside one of the carriages, Lu Zhou and little Yuaner were looking at Jiang Aijian, who was dressed in exotic clothes. Jiang Aijian said awkwardly, Don't give me that look. I'm going on stage for a performance later. For your grandmother? If Lu Zhou couldn't see through this, he would have wasted his 1,000 years of living. Just presenting the Buddha with borrowed flowers. Jiang Aijian scratched his head awkwardly. It had been a long time since he had seen his grandmother. He might be angry with everyone else, but not with her. I've underestimated you, Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard. This is nothing. I'm a far cry from your seventh disciple. You might not know this, but when he wanted to wipe out the Clarity sect, he planted more than 200 moles in their ranks. I'm truly impressed. Jiang Aijian said. So, how many of your men did you plant around Lu Huan? Lu Zhou asked. Jiang Aijian said sheepishly, a few. Lu Zhou kept his eyes trained on Jiang Aijian. Jiang Aijian said helplessly, Lu Huan is extremely cunning. I've planted some of my men around him before, but they were turned. It's likely they've been controlled by him only. In any case, there aren't many I can trust. With this explanation, Lu Zhou finally understood how those people were able to forge a letter. He said, You should personally write the letters to Evil Sky Pavilion from now on. That's not a problem, Jiang Aijian replied. After all, any hole that had been discovered needed to be patched up. Creak. 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 The carriage entered the obedient summer villa. Little Yuaner poked her head out to look. Then, she looked inside and said, We're not the only ones. Jiang Aijian said, That's normal. The second prince knows what the Empress Dowager likes, so he employed several troops. Lu Zhou did not look out the window. At this moment, a few soldiers walked up to their carriage. Jiang Aijian said in a low voice, They'll be verifying our identities. Let me do the talking. Lu Zhou was not worried about that at all. He was wondering what to do next if Leng Luo failed his mission. Perhaps, he would really have to unleash a grand technique and flee on Witzard's back. If that were to happen, it would certainly be a moment for the great villain. In the end, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and asked, Do you have an escape plan? Jiang Aijian smiled and said, Naturally. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows after all. However, I don't think you'll need them, old senior. Lu Zhou did not press him with more questions. At this moment, voices could be heard from outside. My lord. I'm invited by His Highness, the second prince, himself. There's no need for such formalities. My surname is Ri, you can just call me troop leader Ri. I've been preparing my troop for this for a long time. We will do our best. Thank you, my lord. Watch your step. After verifying the identities of the travelers in the first carriage, they were granted entry into the villa. Little Yuaner covered her mouth and giggled, saying, Master. That person's strange. Lu Zhou was not as curious as little Yuan and did not look outside. However, he had also heard the odd accent of the man who had just spoken. There were all kinds of strange things in the great wide world. Soon, it was Lu Zhou's carriage's turn to be inspected. When the soldiers came to check their identities, Aijian leaped out and said, "My lord. I'm part of the family. Here's the second prince's Pesa." The soldiers did not give him a hard time, and the carriage was granted entry into the villa as well. Aijian returned to the carriage and said, "That fellow sure knows how to work his way around here. That's just how it is in society, that's how you survive." Little Yuan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Humph. You and that fellow are the same. You're not good people." "I never said I was." Creak. Creak. The carriage came to a halt, and the three of them leaped down. The others alighted from the carriage as well. They were in a private little courtyard. Every troop was separated. The environment was nice, albeit slightly confined. A large number of soldiers stood guard outside the courtyards. There were many cultivators as well. The officer who let them pass spoke to Aijian, "Prepare yourselves. I'll notify you when the act before yours is done." "Don't worry, my lord," Aijian guaranteed, thumping his chest. The others began preparing the props needed for the performance. After the officers left, Aijian walked up to Lu Zhou and said, "Old senior, all you have to do is play along during the performance. I'm guessing Emily won't show herself. We'll move along the secret passage later." "Play along? It's a joke. You can just be a member of the audience," Aijian said. "That's more like it. How can you expect me to hop around like the youngsters when I'm this old?" Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager rested in a side courtyard. The second prince, Lu Huan, waited for her outside. He said, "Grandmother, the preparations are done. They're all troops that you liked in the past." "That's nice," the Empress Dowager replied. Zhao Yu glanced at Lu Huan, then helped the Empress Dowager to her feet and said, "Granny, you liked listening to songs even before this?" The Empress Dowager smiled gently and said, "The palace is deserted and boring. This is the only pastime I have. Zhao Yu, why don't you stay in the palace and keep me company?" "Granny, you have many grandchildren." "I'm sure there are better candidates," Zhao Yu replied. "They're ungrateful brats. The one I like the most is your third brother. Alas, he died young," the Empress Dowager sighed. "Third brother? Let's not talk about that. Come, listen to some songs with me." The Empress took a few steps, then slowed down. "Little Yun." Li Yunzhao approached immediately. The Empress Dowager said, "Take care of things." "Understood." They then made their way to the obedient manor. The stage and props were already set up in the center of the wide space. The musicians were respectfully waiting on the stage. The Empress Dowager entered the manor, and with Li Yunzhao escorting her, she sat in the seat of honor, which had the best view of the stage. There were seats next to hers as well. She said, "We're all family. Sit wherever you like." Although she told them to sit wherever they pleased, no one actually did so. The second and fourth princes entered the manor. The Empress Dowager pulled Zhao Yu to sit on the seat next to her. Then, the musicians bowed and began their performance. To those who knew nothing about music, this was truly boring. For example, the second and fourth princes often found their minds wandering as they listened to the songs. The music merely entered one ear and exited the other. After a long while, the Empress Dowager exclaimed in delight, "Bravo!" The others applauded as well, following her cue. "Since grandmother says it's good, it must be excellent. They will be greatly rewarded." Lu Huan waved his hand and looked at the fourth prince, Lu Bing. "What do you say, fourth brother?" "Of course," Lu Bing replied. The next two performances paled in comparison to the opening act. The Empress Dowager did not find them interesting. The second and fourth princes shook their heads when they saw this. When it was time for the third troupe to perform, Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly brightened as she saw a man dressed in peculiar clothes, a tall hat, and a fake mustache pasted to his face step onto the stage. She was rendered speechless by this sight. Fourth senior brother? What's he doing here? There was no need to describe how poorly the play went. Halfway through, the second prince, Lu Huan, hit the table and exclaimed, "This is a complete mess." Men. The Empress Dowager was also perplexed by the performance, which seemed to be a jumble of magic tricks and acrobatics, lacking any meaning. "Take them away," Lu Huan ordered. At that moment, Zhao Yu hastily said, "I think it was a good performance." Lu Huan glanced at Zhao Yu. The Empress Dowager nodded slightly. "If Zhao Yu says it's good, then it must be good. I like it." The man in the peculiar clothes bowed to the Empress Dowager. "Thank you, Empress Dowager." "Bravo," the Empress Dowager said tonelessly. Feeling helpless, Lu Huan could only wave his hand. "Reward them." Thud. 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 The sound of footsteps echoed in the air as more people entered Obedient Villa. This was not a public place. Why were there so many visitors? The Empress Dowager said, littly. Li Yunjiao hastily bent down and moved his ear closer to the Empress Dowager. "What's all the commotion about?" Li Yunjiao nodded and said, "I'll take a look." He pushed off from the ground and launched himself into the air, surveying the entire villa from above. He saw that the entire villa was now surrounded. Li Yunjiao landed and fell to one knee, saying, "Empress Dowager, I'm afraid we'll have to ask His Highnesses about this." The Empress Dowager looked at Lu Huan and Lu Bing. Lu Huan waved his arms, then cupped his fists, and said, "Grandmother, songs and acrobatics are minor performances. I prepared something big for you." "Something big?" Lu Bing chuckled. "So soon, brother?" "Naturally." Lu Huan clapped his hands. A poised and charming woman, lavishly made up, entered the Obedient Villa, escorted by several other women.